coverage you can count on. This is an Erie News Now election update.
Today, on this election day, the White House is up for grabs. Taking a live look outside of Washington, D.C. right now. Currently, that White House is occupied by incumbent President Donald Trump, but Democratic challenger Joe Biden looking to knock him off and become the 46th president of the United States here on this election day in 2020. Good afternoon to you, everybody. Isaac Petcast, joined by Ethan Kibbe. We are the people here at the Alert Desk keeping you up to date for what will be a day long of coverage here on this Tuesday. Ethan, let's go ahead and just set the scene right now. It is going to be wall-to-wall coverage this afternoon into this evening, and we have a lot to get to today.
Yeah, all this afternoon and into this evening is an understatement. All this afternoon, all through the evening, into the middle of your night, we've got you covered because, Isaac, we don't know what to expect tonight. No one does. Ordinarily on Election Day, people go to the polls, they cast their votes, and by about 11 o'clock midnight, we pretty well know who's won. That is highly unlikely to be the case tonight, but we're going to be with you every step of the way. We'll get you ready until polls close and we start getting numbers, and then we'll break down what we know all the way up until at least 2 o'clock.
Here's what the lineup looks like for us today as we take a quick look outside the White House and we take a look at some polling places around the country. You see those ballots coming in, poll workers working frivolously to get those ballots complete. Our coverage begins today with consistent experts as well as political guests, people on the Democratic and Republican side, political experts, election experts, people who are in depth consistently into this election cycle. We're also going to be taking several live reports, including several of our reporters, 2 of them who are already out in the field right now. We're also going to be keeping you up to date on the numbers, and Ethan, that really is where you come in, our numbers aficionado here tonight. You're going to be breaking down exactly where the states are, what the percentages are, where the local and national races are, because as you said, this could come to be a very close night tonight.
It could be a very close night tonight, specifically here in Pennsylvania, maybe even here in Erie County. We've got 14 hours to talk about all of that, so that's the good part for us here tonight, Isaac. But yes, we're going to break everything down all throughout the evening. We'll go through what we expect to see, what polls are showing us might happen, and then, of course, Isaac, we have plenty of states, including Pennsylvania, that really are too close to call, and all we can do is wait and see. There's really no sense in making predictions.
We want to give a quick thanks as well. In addition to Ethan here, we want to give a thanks to our Brissa Bradfield. She's going to be behind the scenes for us tonight. Tireless work from her, making sure that everything's running smoothly here at the Alert Desk this evening. Our coverage couldn't be done without any of them, and we appreciate them in advance for their efforts. Here's the Electoral College map tonight. There will be patches of red, patches of blue, and blots all around the country. 50 states being vied after by Democratic challenger Joe Biden and current President Donald Trump. You take a look at these states. Many of them, we have an idea of who will take them, but several states, such as the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, in the Sun Belt, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, all in the margin of error, making it for a very, very contested election. And Ethan, as we've been saying, you've been the expert on the elections here throughout the entire election cycle. And one of the things that we are seeing is a dramatic spike in voting in every state around the country.
Oh, in some states we've already seen just in early voting and mail-in ballots, including in Texas, more voters than they had in 2016, period. So we are on the verge here of perhaps historic turnout. Isaac, I was looking here recently. I think it was 1908. About 63% of eligible voters actually voted in that election. It was Taft being elected in a landslide. We could see more than that here tonight and over the next couple of days as all of those votes get tallied. That's how historic this could be. Not just registered voters, but eligible voters, people who meet the requirements to vote. We could see numbers maybe in the high 60s or 70s.
Again, like you mentioned, states such as Texas already overblowing their election totals from 2016. So again, this battle right now is for the White House as we currently stand right now. We're going to go ahead and get a quick camera shift here and bring in one of our political experts. But as you can see, all quiet right now on the Western Front when it comes to the White House. But again, we are looking just to see if we can get some results tonight. We'll see whether or not that becomes the case. But as we said, we have many political experts and people today that are going to be helping us along the way, because we, of course, only know as much as we know, but we wanted to bring in first Dr. Terry Warburton. He's a professor at Edinburgh University, and Terry is going to be graciously spending some time with us, just giving us an idea of what he's seen in the election cycle. Terry, first of all, good to have you here. It's good to have some experts here on the panel.
I think this election season, the word expert is thrown out the window. There's no such thing as an expert, and anyone who claims to be proves that he or she isn't.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty much it. Right
here on the Erie News Now election alert desk here on this live stream. Terry, just give us an idea, first of all, of where things stand in this election cycle, what you've been seeing, some of the key, I guess, trends, if you will, that have been prevalent in this election cycle, anything different from 2016. What should we expect going into the night tonight when the numbers start to come in?
It sounds like a cliche, but we should expect the unexpected. I think that's where we stand right now. We see early write-in, absentee ballots, mail-in ballots. Traditionally, they tend to run Democratic, but there are some signs in some states, at least, that they're not going to necessarily run Democratic. There's a significant Republican turnout in that area. But then it reminds me of that scene from Fiddler on the Roof when Tevye is in a monologue and he says, on the other hand, and then he says, but on the other hand, and he said, why does there always have to be another hand? And I think you can do that 5 or 6 times. You can say, well, on the one hand, you've got traditional Democratic turnout. On the other hand, you've got higher Republican turnout. On the other hand, not all Republicans, there's been a never Trump cadre within the Republican Party, so you've got that. And then and you just bounce back and forth from one hand to the next. So I think you mentioned it earlier, that margin of error is something that sometimes people overlook. When we talk about this horse race perspective and say, well, they're now up by a point, or they're now up by 2. In many respects, from a statistic perspective, that's meaningless. That just means that particular sampling showed that more people were for this person than the other, but from a statistical perspective, they're dead heat. They're the same because you've got 95% of the time, typically, it could be one way or the other. So unless someone's meaningful rule of thumb is if they're 5 points ahead, that may mean something. But then, on the other hand, here we go again, you've got that notion that there's some evidence that a lot of people who are supportive of Trump are not necessarily forthcoming with pollsters. So they may be supportive of a candidate, but they're not going to acknowledge it. So that 3 or 4 percentage points, statistically speaking, is meaningless. But then if you throw in that other factor that people may not be forthcoming, they may say they're undecided and they're not, or they may actually have their mind made up, and for, in effect, social acceptance or fear of social rejection, they're going to say an answer that isn't really reflective of how they intend to vote. So there you go. There are a whole lot of other hands. And that's the problem. Who knows what's going to happen? That's really it. And as you say, until 2 o'clock tonight, it might be 2 o'clock until Friday. Yeah. Or later, because where you've got, in Pennsylvania, for example, they can't start counting all those votes that are, at least according to the Secretary of State, someone like 10 times more than they've ever had before. Right. So now you can't start until today. So when are you going to be finishing? Even with technology, even with the scanners to put those ballots through, it's still going to take time. And then, unless I miss my guess, you're going to have a number of attorneys for both sides standing by those machines, watching everyone that's going to be fed in and everyone that comes out, questioning the integrity of the ballot itself. So there you go. Even when the count's finished, the courts may have a say in the whole matter. So that's why I say there's no such thing as a political expert, especially this time. This is unfamiliar territory for just about everybody.
Sure.
And Doctor, you're of course just only in your early 20s. You haven't seen many of these elections, but from what you've seen, have you ever seen anything like this?
First, late 20s.
Ah, late. That's right. Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Let's be dignified. Yeah.
Let's be reporters rather than editorialists. All right. I may feel like 20, but that's about it. This is as I say. We were talking a little bit earlier, Isaac and I, about the role of social media, and what is more different about this than anything else, I think, is that opinion makers in the Twitterverse and the other areas like this, you might have 5 or 6 people who have multiple accounts. And it seems like a groundswell of support or opposition. And it's been proven in many instances where it's just a small handful of people who are actually showing this. And the idea of what some social scientists call social proof, the bandwagon effect. You know, if somebody's standing in line, P.T. Barnum pioneered this back in the mid-1800s, that he would hire people to stand in line to go into his exhibitions. Because who wants to go to an exhibition that no one else is going to? But when you got a bunch of people standing in line, you say, oh, this must be good. You remember when, maybe you do, maybe you don't, when the first iPhones came out. And, you know, once upon that, we're 12 now.
Right.
So this is a number of years ago when the first one came out. The best ads for Apple were those shots of people who slept on a sidewalk in front of the Apple store. They never had an Apple phone before. They didn't know what it was like, but when they saw people sitting on the sidewalk overnight, they said, I got to have one of those too. And so you've got that. There's the Twitterverse influencing people. When someone says something, it's then reported or misreported, as the case be. And I don't mean by journalists. And in some cases, maybe they have been by journalists. That sometimes, you know, I remember, I think it was Richard Hostetler who once used to say that as a reporter, you report what you know, not what you think you know, or not what you hope. And unfortunately, I think a lot of that gets commingled these days. And certainly not here at ICU, but in some other media organizations, it's hard to distinguish what's really fact, what's been observed, and what's actually happened, as opposed to having it been filtered by people who report it, who become more opinionated and, as a result, opinion makers. So it gets very cloudy. When people go into a booth, some places still have them, or when they stand at that carol, or when they actually cast that vote, that's when some of that comes into play and some of it goes away. You know, what are people actually going to do? We had talked earlier about the conflict between personality and policy, and how somebody might not like a candidate's personality, but they want that policy. Or vice versa. They may like someone as a candidate or dislike less, but don't want the policy of that particular person. As I said to Isaac earlier, anecdotally at least, there are people who've expressed that opinion to me. You know, oh, I can't stand this person, but I can't stand the other person's policies. All right, what do? Do you vote for someone that you might feel more comfortable, the old beer test, having a beer with or having a hamburger with? Or do you vote for someone you think they're going to do what I'm more comfortable with, or they're not going to do what I'm uncomfortable with? Very, very conflicting, very complicated.
Talking with Dr. Terry Warburton at Edinburgh University here on our Erie News Now election live stream. Doctor, something we were talking about a little bit earlier, and this kind of goes in coincides with what we were just mentioning, is the fact that in 2016, several voters said that they voted specifically because they didn't want to vote for the other candidate. They didn't like their morals. They didn't like their policy, things that you were referring to just moments ago. Do you feel that's the same in 2020? We're seeing record vote turnout in several states. Pennsylvania could be one of those by the end of the night. Do you feel as if this is an election in which it's a referendum on candidates, or do you actually believe that, you know, this election is one where people are voting based on what they see in the candidate?
It's always a referendum. If you look at some polls, at least a recent poll that was out, that said that 56% of people said they were better off now than they were 4 years ago. Well, for traditional metrics, you'd say, well, the incumbent is very comfortable. 55% people are better off. The old Ronald Reagan, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And that would be supportive of Trump. Yet on the other hand, polls are saying there are fewer people who are supportive of him. So it's a complicated mix in that sense. What are people, are they a referendum on the person or the policies and the production, what happens?
If you'll forgive me, I want to step out here.
Ethan.
We've got a call expected here from the chair of the Republican committee here. So
Sure
we'll be
thing.
right back.
Ethan's going to step out. We're going to take a look at the
too many
Chase
wires.
Center. I know, so many wires and
We'll
things
figure it
going
out
on
later.
here on our alert desk. We're taking a look now at the Chase Center. This is the Biden campaign headquarters, the Trump campaign headquarters, also getting pretty busy as well right now. We're talking with Dr. Terry Warburton at Edinburgh. Let's go ahead and set the scene now for the state of Pennsylvania in particular. Pennsylvania has been noted as such a critical swing state in the 2020 election. It was one that was critical for President Trump to win back in 2016. He won by 44,000 votes in that category. A lot of people saying that Erie County is a very important county when it comes to Pennsylvania. What have you been seeing, hearing around the area in terms of what voters think about both the candidates, and how important do you think Erie County could be to ultimately deciding Pennsylvania, or at least being a player in deciding Pennsylvania?
You've almost got layer upon layer. If you look at, we'll start with the state itself. If you look at the state, again, traditionally, you've got two pockets, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, where the major population centers, and they tend to be Democratic. And then you've got the rest of the state, where if you want to look at the two major cities, and then if you say sort of a broad-based T, draw it across in the center and at the top, the more rural, non-urban areas, they tend to be more Republican. The issue is then the suburban areas. To what extent are they going to split? And who gets the advantage in terms of their strength areas? Do they win by a lot to offset what the other party is likely to get in the opposite area? And the county is much the same way with Erie County. You've got the urban center, you've got Erie, which tends to be Democratic. And then you've got the more outlying areas. And when I was coming in from the western part of the county, you could almost see the change. The Trump signs and then started to dwindle, and then they became Biden signs the closer you came into the center city.
Sure. And Doctor, if you don't mind, I'm just going to stop you just for 1 second. We're going to talk with you more about Erie County in just a minute. We're getting ready to join Erie News Now at noon in progress. So we'll continue here on our election coverage. Again, Erie News Now Plus, as well as our Facebook and Twitter streams. We're talking at the moment with Dr. Terry Warburton as we are continuing here our election coverage. See Ethan Kibbe joining us back now. He has been a rover for nearly everything as we take a look outside the White House. Again, as we say right now, this election of 2020, a lot of polling experts saying that it could potentially be fairly close. But of course, right now we are looking at several critical swing states and some voting information that we want to get to you. Just give us one moment. We'll join Erie News Now live at noon in progress.
Charlie Salmon, hoping to get a phone interview.
Yes, Amanda, good afternoon. We are currently at the alert desk right now, talking with Dr. Terry Warburton. Ethan Kibbe joining me as well. Doctor, one of the things you were talking about is the importance of Erie County. Just give us a little bit of an idea of how important this county might be for the state of Pennsylvania tonight.
Well, it's part of the area that offsets some of the traditional areas. We were talking a bit earlier about the two urban centers, which typically run Democratic, and then the rural center of the state, which tends to run more Republican. It's an issue of which offsets the other in terms of the candidates. Is the margin in the more rural areas large enough to offset the margin, or to put it another way, in the urban areas, or is the urban area margin compromised for the Democratic candidate? Do they not they win, but maybe not by enough? And so the rural area is going to swing. I mean, when you've got the in effect the fifth largest count of electoral votes, it's up near the top. And so its 20 votes become very critical, because as been seen in a number of recent national elections, it's not the total popular vote that really matters. It's the Electoral College that counts. And you're seeing the same thing we're talking about in Pennsylvania, offsetting votes. California, New York, everybody expects those to go Democratic. Sure. All right, so you've got those electoral votes, and they are in the blue column. All right, where do you then offset that? And do you see that? That's why Pennsylvania comes into play. That's either strengthening the wall for Biden or breaking through for Trump.
And again, you were talking about the importance of Pennsylvania. We're going to be talking more with Dr. Warburton as we continue here throughout our coverage. I want to give a quick note. Make sure to tune in right now, as well as Erie News Now at noon, to Erie News Now Plus. Facebook and Twitter for our live stream. We'll continue throughout the night with more up-to-date information. We'll also have a live hit here coming up in the next half hour. Amanda, back to you. And we are back here on Election Live Stream, continuing our coverage here as myself, Ethan Kibbe, Dr. Terry Warburton, continuing our conversation here. Terry, let's pick up where we left off. You were talking about the importance of Erie County. Oh, let me just ask you really quickly. We're going to let Ethan go for just a quick second. He's got a couple of things he's got to get done here. Terry, let me ask you about the young vote. You are a college professor. You work with college-age students, some people who might be voting for the first time this year, first election ever. What's their motive? What's their thought process behind the election? Is there enthusiasm? Is there concern? What would you say the college students' voices are as we get to an election here?
That's really a challenging question to answer because I don't know if there is that monolithic college student, especially around here. Maybe more so if you go to, I don't know, the University of Texas in Austin, Northwestern in outside of Chicago, or UNC Chapel Hill, where there is small pockets perhaps of distinctive publics, but by and large there's a campus-wide culture. Maybe in several schools here, but I think if you go to a school as large as, for example, Penn State, you're going to find a variety of people because they come from all over the state. And as a result, as we were saying earlier, you've got urban centers that may traditionally be more Democratic than Republican, but then you've got the rural areas that tend to be much more Republican than Democratic. If you come from the center part of the state, Second Amendment rights mean a great deal there because of the sporting, the hunting, fishing culture in that area. A weapon or firearms or Second Amendment rights in an urban center like Philadelphia or Pittsburgh tends to mean something else because weapons are not used for sporting purposes. They're not used for hunting. They tend to be involved in homicides much more so. So you've got a variety of perspectives because of the variety, the heterogeneity across the state. That's what I think makes it unique.
Well, Doctor, you've been, of course, extremely knowledgeable, extremely helpful. We're going to give you a little bit of a break for a second here, and we're going to get one more guest on the line. So we're going to allow you to take just a couple of minutes here to catch your breath because you have a lot more with us here. So I'll go ahead and take that mic from you as we take another look outside the White House here. And we're going to be talking to a couple more individuals in just a little bit. So let's go ahead and now talk. It looks like, Ethan, we have Verrill Salmon who's on the line. He's the head of the Republican territory in Erie. Ethan, I'll let you take this away here. With the.
This is how we do it on the Alert Desk. Everything as it shakes out. So we've got Dr. Verrill Salmon on the line, chairman of the Erie County Republican Party. And Doctor, let's start here. What are you seeing and hearing from voters during your travels today?
Well, it's very good, and people are in a fairly decent mood because it's not raining on their heads. So everything we have had only minor, calls of complaints. A really weird one that came back from the state asking us to look into it, and we referred it to Doug Smith at the MLK Center that reportedly somebody was handing out two sheets instead of one, double voting, and I can't imagine. I don't know how that would be, possible. But we referred them to Doug Smith. So.
Gotcha. All righty. Well, the county then already looking into that, so that's a good thing. And Mr. Chairman, here as we go through, obviously Pennsylvania, a very important state. Erie County, maybe the swing county in a swing state. So what's the effort been on the Republican side to really push voters to the polls, especially as data shows they may be lagging in mail-in voting?
Well, all of the efforts, basically are done. We've done everything we could think of, and now we've got to play it out. There's people that are out with watchers certificates and looking at things, and I think investments have been thorough, and we've talked about this before, but the spontaneity is what has blown my mind. That it's motivated voters. I mean, the Democrats who see they don't like their party moving towards what they consider to be socialism, or the abortion issues and so forth. An extremely large unusual number of people coming into our headquarters, including some older people who had never voted before. That shocked me, and I said, why? You live here in Erie and so forth. Why would that be the case? And they said they've never felt that it was absolutely essential that the country was on a path that they were comfortable with. But they came in and registered Republican and said I can't take it what the other side is proposing to do. So.
And Mr. Chairman, I've got Isaac Petcash here with me as well as we cruise along on our 14 hours of coverage for everybody this afternoon. We'll only keep you for like 12 of those. Don't worry. Isaac, your questions here for the chairman.
Sure. Chairman, we've been seeing in the polls, again, Pennsylvania has been a bit of a lead for the Democratic challenger, Joe Biden. We've seen that in the past couple of days, those polls have seemingly tightened a little bit. What are you seeing specifically with the polls that either would give you optimism or a lack thereof that the Republican incumbent might be able to hold the state of Pennsylvania here?
Well, if you've looked at all the polls, and there were a couple that claimed that Trump would win by a close amount, and I just heard this morning national media that it really is nip and tuck and too close to speculate in Pennsylvania. So I thought that was interesting.
It certainly is here. We're looking at latest data from Real Clear Politics, roughly 1.2 points here separating these two in the polls, so well within the margin of error there.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, let's talk about the electorate for a moment. So often in a county like Erie County, your union workers, blue-collar workers were always going to vote blue, but we're seeing a big change there, aren't we?
Yeah. The people were estimating last time that half of the union, vote at least went for Trump, and the working families that we've seen in a steady stream at the headquarters. They're not necessarily changing registration from Democrat to Republican, but they're in getting the Trump materials and very deeply committed to them. And you look at that number that came out of the voter registration office, that there were 7,000 new registrations during this Trump era to the Republican numbers, 7,000 in this county. That is monumental. And with all of the other trends in data, it certainly looks optimistic, for the president.
Chairman, you mentioned several new voters choosing to make their vote for the first time. We know one of the big groups that could make a splash in this election is the young voter. We actually have right now a professor at Edinburgh University. He was talking about the importance of the young vote. What have you heard based on just the feeling you get from young voters? Are they optimistic about the president? Are they pessimistic? What would you say in terms of, from what you're hearing, would be the sense of young voters in this election?
Well, it's hard. I just spent time yesterday next to a young man at the Pence visit who was, fairly optimistic, and it's a hard one to. I don't know that there's any polling of people specifically in that age group in this county. I haven't seen it. Maybe you have with all the data you study, but so it's just a qualitative sense. And once again, there is more young people that have come into the headquarters. I mean, all I have to add is subjective evidence, but it's there's a whole lot of young voters out there. You see them in the voting lines this morning and so forth. That gives me hope.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you about specifically the number of votes that we're seeing. We're seeing record turnout in several states. Pennsylvania could be won by the end of the night. One of the things that's a concern that many polling experts have been saying is that the increased voters could be detrimental for the Republican Party. Would you agree, and if so, or disagree? And if so, what's your thought on the likelihood that an increased number of voters could prove to be detrimental potentially for the president?
Well, I've heard speculation that goes the opposite direction, that people that have just signed up aren't included in the polls. They're not listed in the likely voter list that the polls are based on, and so there's a lot of optimism and discussion in the Republican Party that's going to favor the president. So that's all I can add on that point.
Mr. Chairman, here as we go forward in Erie County, as you and I have discussed several times, Democrats do outnumber Republicans, although Republicans seem to be making gains on that front.
Yep.
Today, is it really a case of voter turnout? Is it whoever manages to push more people to the polls is going to win this thing?
The voters are, I think, more motivated, than I can recall in the past. We'll follow up, and as it gets later in the day with people who we expected to vote who haven't, but that's kind of where that sits.
And just a couple more questions for you here, and we'll get out of your hair. You certainly have better things to do than talk with us, but how do we move forward from here, regardless of which candidate wins? How does the country, how does Erie County move forward from here? Certainly the country and the county a little divided right now.
Well, I think that Erie County is in a very good situation. We're not a people on either party that's inclined to terrible rioting like we see in big cities and so forth. When Obama won, you didn't. I don't think there was any reports of Republicans rioting in the streets or taking nasty actions. Whatever the voters decide, that's certainly what we believe the people of Erie County will accept it and go forward. So I don't expect a lot of hassles in Erie County.
Well, Chairman, we want to thank you, first of all, for taking a few minutes here. I know this is a stressful day for people on both sides of the spectrum, so we appreciate you taking a few minutes with us as we continue throughout this election day.
Well, keep up the great reporting. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, thanks so much. I have a feeling we'll be checking back in with you probably throughout the day. Appreciate you taking the time.
Anytime. Thank you.
That's Chairman Darrell Selman. He's the chair of the Republican Party here in Erie County. You heard Ethan just talking about, he stays talking about the optimism he believes of voters, especially in Erie County being such a critical county. And it seems like one of the things I was asking him was, did you feel like a increased voter turnout could be a detriment for you? He thinks it could be a positive.
Definitely think so. Sorry about texting there. I'm not trying to be rude on the air. That's Jim Wirtz of the Democratic Party I'm in contact with, trying to get him in, and he should be joining us here at some point this afternoon. So welcome to the alert desk, where we have to do it that way, but that's how it works, so we're trying to bring you coverage. So, but yeah, and that's really the question, right? We're hearing that experts say that increased voter turnout probably favors Democrats, but here in Erie County, we're seeing a shift to the Republican Party, so maybe that helps, at least in this area, and is that enough to flip the state, flip the election? Who knows? These are all the questions we have to ask. So the good news is we have somebody who's a lot more knowledgeable than we are.
Well, I was just going to say, there's another on the other hand.
Exactly.
You throw that in there. Oh, well, the voter turnout tends to favor. Yeah, but on the other hand, it is just one of the darndest election cycles that we've seen, where you've had one candidate who's out there coming to Erie, sending a lot of people here, or surrogates here, and then you've got another candidate who basically wasn't on the campaign trail for much of the time, stayed home. Now, you just say, well, wait a minute, what? You got to get out there. It's retail politics. You got to shake hands. You got to press the flesh. And you can't do that with COVID-19. So, on the other hand, are we seeing a new prototype of campaign? Obama initiated the prototype of the social media-based campaign in terms of tweeting and emailing and fundraising and all that sort of stuff. And now it's almost like social media on steroids in terms of getting people out there. And I have received more emails. I was mentioning to someone a little bit earlier, each one of them saying, this is the last email I'm going to send you. Send money. And I'm saying, you can't trust politicians. They've said 15 times, that's the last email I'm going to get.
Let me ask you, Doctor, we're talking with Dr. Terry Warburton. He's a professor at Edinburgh University as we continue our election coverage throughout the day and the night on Erie News Now Plus and our Facebook and Twitter pages. Doctor, you talked about a change in the way that the candidates are running their campaign because of COVID-19. With that being said, though, we did see several of the president and Democratic challengers' entourage come to Erie. President Trump, Democratic challenger Joe Biden. We saw Vice President Mike Pence and Dr. Jill Biden in Erie yesterday. Eric Trump came to Erie twice during the election cycle. In your mind, how important are those rallies/events to draw up a base? Do you think they have an effect? And if so, what effect do they have in terms of voter turnout in places such as Erie County?
I think their biggest effect is not so much information but enthusiasm. It gins up the base all the more. I mean, you guys had people out there at the airport when President Trump came, and these people were, they were going nuts for the whole day. I mean, it wasn't, you'd say after a while, they'll calm down, they'll get tired. No, they won't. I don't know what kind of, is that 5-hour stuff. There must have been jugs of it around somewhere.
I don't know, but we need it here.
Because those people were, their enthusiasm did not flag. And so when you were talking with Verrill about, Chairman, about the turnout, that gins up the base for turnout. That gives them enthusiasm. I don't think anybody goes to those things to listen and say, let me listen to what this person has to say and I'll make a decision on that basis. No, it's like tailgating at a football game. You get fired up, you get enthusiastic, and it's to get, as Trump himself said, he said, if it wasn't for COVID-19, I wouldn't be here. Now, I didn't take that as some people said, it's a derogatory toward Erie. He wouldn't have come in. No, I think it's honestly saying if the economy was the only thing, remember we said earlier, 55% say they're better off now than they were 4 years ago. So, and if the economy were the only factor, then you're right. Why have to come to Erie? Why have to go to any number of these places? But now there are so many variables at play, and they've never happened before. Or they've never happened to this extreme, and they've never happened all at once. And so you've got an environment that is just absolutely unknown, unfamiliar territory, and people you've got two extremes. You've got one candidate who's going everywhere he can, and surrogates going everywhere, and you've got another candidate who has been very low-keyed, and when the polls were showing that, Biden could have said the same thing as Trump said. A couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't have had to come to Erie. Now I'm here. Hello, Erie. How you doing? Remember me? And it's the idea of now these votes are in play, where previously they weren't, or they were assumed not to be. So I think it's enthusiasm as much, not information, but confirmation. That's it, to confirm that this is the person you want, and it solidifies the base. And no matter what you do as a campaign, unless you get people out to the polls, all that other stuff is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is that you get the votes. And when everything's counted, if you've got one more vote than anybody else running for that office, you win. All the other are losing campaigns. And that's the ultimate pragmatism of politics. Now you come into play, and as I said, we've said before, there are going to be a lot of questions about the votes, and that's another issue then. What's a legitimate vote? What gets counted? What doesn't get counted? Right. And when does someone finally say, that's it, we're done with the counting? It might be a few hours, but it's going to be, I bet, at least a week. And then you've got legal challenges beyond that.
So let me ask, I find it interesting and maybe contradicting. You were talking about how it's important to build up the base, to get the enthusiasm going at rallies. We've seen both the president and Joe Biden have rallies, but you could argue it's not to the extent they would have if not for the pandemic. So you have the pandemic, which has limited the rallies, yet you're seeing a record vote turnout. To me, that seems like a contradiction. How would you describe that? You have a lack of rallies, but a bigger voter turnout. What do you attribute that to?
Well, it might be displaced energy, that people aren't going to the rallies and they want to show their support somehow. It may be that both, according to each side, I just saw something not all that long ago that 75% of voters, or at least people who were polled in this, it would be a little more accurate, 75% say that there's going to be the fear for the direction of the country if their candidate doesn't win. So you've got that split on both sides. You've got people who vote Biden and say if Trump wins, God, the country is, and you've got people who are supporting Trump saying, oh, Biden wins, God, it's going to go on. Everyone is saying we're doomed. And 75% of each side says we're doomed if we go in another direction. So that's a kind of split that I don't think has been historically there. I don't think, people might say, I won't like it. Right. But we don't say, oh, things are, and as I say, 75%, that's a big split. So there's that enthusiasm that way that I may not go to rallies. I may not want to go, for example, I don't want to go to the airport and stand out in less than beautiful weather. With 70 degrees and we could play Frisbee and do all that kind of stuff. It's a fun day. It's a good outing. But I'm going to be cold. I'm going to be damp. And is the people next to me, are they wearing masks? Are they not wearing masks? What's going on? So I'm going to stay home. But at the same time, I'm really worried if my candidate doesn't win. It's much more consequential, I think, at least in the minds of people. Whether that's a reality or not, well, that's another issue. But in the minds of people, this is serious business. And there's a high level of motivation, whether it's to get your guy in or to stop their guy from getting in. There's a high level that's atypical. I think that's the best way to put it.
And, Doctor, do you think that at this stage of the game, were it not for the pandemic, would we be looking at this race the complete other way? Would we be looking at Biden as a challenger, an underdog, with President Trump rather securely looking at re-election? Do you think that the pandemic has had that big of an effect?
Well, sure. Because look at the economy. The economy was, by most reports and by most barometers, doing quite well, or at least better than it had been when he came into office. Now, the old saying is that like a quarterback in football, a president gets perhaps more blame than they should and more credit than they should when things go well. When the economy's good, well, the president's doing a great job. Maybe he or she isn't. Things just happen. And the opposite. When the economy tanks, well, it's not necessarily that person's fault for it. But if the economy is going well, which by most barometers it was, you've got higher employment rates in a variety of minority areas, which then showed some growing support for Trump, or at least acceptance of Trump, if not outright support, in various groups that traditionally are Democratic rather than Republican. Then COVID comes in, and the economy goes bad. Now, is it attributable, much like the economy, COVID, is Trump at fault for the COVID virus being here? Well, to some people he is. To other people, it happened. He happened to be at the wheel when the flat tire came. That doesn't mean he did it. So that's a question of judgment.
Taking a look at the economy, we've talked specifically about the stock market over the last week. It's plummeted. It was down at 1.950 points over the course of Wednesday. And a lot of stock market experts, we've been referencing this on our news station, they use something called the presidential predictor, in which they use the gross domestic product, the stock market, Wall Street, Dow Jones, whatever you want to include in there, to predict the president. But one of the things that they were noting is that it's so difficult right now because the stocks have been relatively even compared to where they were at in the third quarter. Do you see the stock market or the economy where it's at right now playing a big role, or even being able to possibly predict who wins the election tonight or down the road?
Well, it went up 650 points this morning. You
There's
know,
a live look
from
right now.
what I saw.
567 points up and counting.
Yeah, okay. So it went down 2 days ago. It was down 500. Now it's up. The volatility, I think, is reflective of the race that we're talking about. Who's ahead? Wait a minute, and then you'll find out. And that's the, does the stock market relate to? You've got people on Wall Street who are saying that, for example, Trump was good for the market, and then you've got other people who are saying, yeah, but the market doesn't really mean what's in the pocketbook of the common person, the ordinary person. And then you say, yeah, but when stocks go up, pension funds go up, and people have a better retirement ahead. So it does affect people. Even if you don't personally own stock, you've got money in some retirement fund, and they're based on the stock market. So on the other hand, how many other hands do we have? We get a bunch of octopi around here, because it's just, for every reason you come up with in one direction, you can come up with a reason to go in the other direction.
Sure.
Thomas Cronin, who is a presidential historian from Colorado College, he called elections for presidents, they were like antidote, that the president elected is an antidote to the one who came before, or at least the administration. So maybe for example, George H.W. Bush was not an antidote to Reagan, a continuation of that. But then when you go from that, then Clinton was an antidote to the Reagan administration. You swing that way. And then you go to George W. Bush, and you swing back and forth. And is this going to be that kind of antidote to Trump, where you've got someone who hasn't been in politics all his life? He's been in politics for 4 years. Officially speaking, he's been politically involved in his businesses, but he's been a politician for 4 years, versus someone who's been in national politics, Joe Biden, since he was 29, 47 years. Now, so that's an antidote right there. The pendulum swinging from one. Does it swing at this election, or does it maybe swing in another 4 years when you have something else? On the other hand, who knows?
Sure. Talking right now with Dr. Terry Warburton at Edinburgh University. Myself, Ethan Kibbe, we're continuing to roll along our election coverage you can count on. We heard from Veryl Selman. He's the chair of the Republican Party just a short while ago. So rolling in our guests as we continue along here on our election coverage. We'll have live guests, live updates throughout the way. Election between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, as well as some local races here on this Tuesday on Election Day here. We've been talking about the economy. One of the things that has been a critical issue, especially in Pennsylvania, is fracking. We know that this is possibly, arguably, one of the biggest economic arguments between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden has said at some points that he would ban fracking. He's then come on and said he wouldn't. He would just try to limit it. The president has been back and forth as well, but fracking in Pennsylvania is such a key aspect of this. To you, how important is fracking as a singular issue in the state of Pennsylvania when it relates to the economy?
To a lot of people it is. We talked about the split in what have been considered historically union support for Democratic candidates. That's a good illustration of that particular split, because you've got a large unionized labor force in the energy industry, and they are not going to be supportive of the Democratic candidate or slate. Whether, as Trump says, Biden said, I'm going to finish it, I'm going to close it down, or as Biden said, well, no, we're just going to phase it out and lower it. Either way, I don't think that's a comfortable thing. If I'm looking at my livelihood, depending on that, well, if you phase it out, that means I'll still have a job for a while, but eventually I won't. And so there's that Democratic bloc, analogous to what you might say the so-called Reagan Democrat. Back when Reagan was running, and a lot of union support went to him because of his policies and the idea of reducing regulation, eliminating that. With this, you've got Trump at least has a track record of reducing elimination. Biden does not. In fact, Biden's campaign talked more and more about regulation. We're going to have more of it rather than less of it. And to people whose livelihood depends on a more of an open market approach, like energy development. That's not a comfortable thing to hear from people. Even the suggestion, I said, well, I didn't really mean it, we're going to phase it out. Well, phase it out is the next step to ending it.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So, do you end it today, or do I wait a week until I get my pink slip? And so that's how a lot of people will see that in that traditional labor bloc. It's not a monolithic bloc anymore. And I think and especially in Pennsylvania, you're going to see that. Traditionally, it's a democratic, unionized state. But that union bloc isn't there as much anymore. Some unions are. I think we mentioned earlier. Teachers' unions are very supportive of Democrats and tend to be, although that's the official stance. That doesn't mean everybody who's in the teachers' union is necessarily supportive of what the leadership of that union wants to see. So, on the other hand.
And another thing on the other hand, and we're actually going to, I can hear you, Mitch. That's our director asking in my ear if I can hear. I'm going to give him the thumbs up because we're about to do an Erie News Now at 12:30 in progress, talking with Dr. Terry Warburton. We actually, in just a few minutes, we're going to give you a lowdown of fracking and kind of the explanation of it by Matt Knadler, our Washington correspondent, I should say. He's right now in front of the White House. He's getting ready to do a couple of hits with us. We're also going to bring in just a few minutes our Molly Samora. She was just at a couple of polling locations who said that they had some concerns with voting in the last couple of hours here as the polls opened at 7 a.m. So we have a lot still to get to. And Ethan, like we've been saying, just a lot of working out the kinks, if you will, on election day.
And that's it. And that's not something we generally see. You think 2000, of course, in Florida, some massive kinks to be worked out there. But things were pretty smooth. Even during the primaries here, things were pretty smooth. That has not been the case today at all around our viewing area. We've got reporters in the field breaking all of that down, especially in Crawford County, and we're hearing now perhaps in Warren County as well as we get ready for our hit here on Erie News Now at 12:30. Isaac, we're the young guys here, but we've got probably another 40 years in this business, and this might be the only time we see this.
It's very interesting. You mentioned the fact that it's the only time we might see this. Well, it might be the only time we're in the midst of a global pandemic, and that's.
Let's hope.
That would be the good.
That'd be real good.
And we've been mentioning at length just how different of a campaign it's being run. We've seen a flux in mail-in ballots, something that is still prevalent in elections, but not as much so here. And what we were talking to Dr. Warburton about was just the difference and the trying to fix things as you go, if you will, in terms of this election from what we're seeing. And we're still, though, even during a pandemic, seeing record vote turnout. So maybe the pandemic is at least good for something, being able to get a record vote turnout here on this Tuesday. But, of course, as we've been mentioning, still a lot left to go. 12:53 right now as we currently speak. We're going to take just a couple of seconds off the air. We're doing Erie News Now at 12:30 in progress. Give us just one moment. Yeah, Amanda, good afternoon to you here at the Alert Desk right now, talking with Dr. Terry Warburton, and we've been speaking on the economy here in the last couple of minutes here. Terry, you said the economy is such an important issue when it comes to voters in Pennsylvania. Give us a lowdown on what you've been hearing when it comes to the economy and the issues of voting.
You've got if we go again, on the one hand, you've got an economy that up until the pandemic was doing quite well for most people across the board. And you've got a very recent poll that said that 55% of the people polled said that they were better off now than they were 4 years ago. Under ordinary circumstances, that would be, if not a slam dunk, pretty good news for the incumbent in the White House. That's one of the barometers that people typically use. Yet you look at the polls, and again, the polls are saying this, it is very, very close. And the incumbent is actually challenged quite seriously or behind in a number of polls in a number of states. So it's showing that the economy alone under these circumstances is not as influential, and especially since it's dropped because of the shutdowns and the businesses being closed up. The other thing we had talked about is that an important element of the economy in Pennsylvania, at least in certain areas of Pennsylvania, is the energy-related issue, fracking in particular. And so you've got, just reading an article, why, for example, the economy in western New York is not all that good in comparison to the economy in parts of eastern Pennsylvania. Why? Because there's a significant anti-fracking movement in western New York, and there isn't that opposition. In fact, if not thriving, at least a fairly successful business in the fracking in that area of Pennsylvania. So that's a breakdown too. That's a conflict in the economy.
And Doctor, thanks so much. We've got all sorts of coverage here on Erie News Now Plus, on our Facebook page, on our website, on Twitter. We're going for at least 14 hours back here. Pray for us. Amanda, we'll send it back to you.
I should have gave, that was more 1 minute, the 1 minute sign, but we were fine. We had enough time. Made it work. All right. We are still on ENN Plus as we break from our Erie News Now 1230 newscast. So right now, it's us for the next 4 hours. So we hope you'll stick with us. Make sure to at least get some lunch or some food. Save some for us along the way here as we continue our election coverage. Resetting the table for you. Isaac Petcash, Ethan Kibbe, Dr. Terry Warburton of Edinburgh University joining us. He's been great so far for the first hour. You would think after 1 hour we would run out of things to talk about. Well, we still have about 1.5 million things we need to get to. But, Doctor, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes of rest here as we're going to bring in just a couple minutes our Molly Samora. Do, however, right now want to give an idea, an update in terms of fracking. We were talking about that right before we went on for Erie News Now at 12:30. The importance of how that specific issue has potentially turned the way Pennsylvania is voting. Our Washington correspondent, Matt Knadler, has actually been researching this and kind of giving an idea of just how important fracking is in Pennsylvania. And he has a report from Washington, D.C. Take a look.
He's going to ban fracking.
I will not ban fracking.
Where President Trump and Joe Biden stand on fracking could make or break their campaigns in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. The debate over energy policy has been front and center on the trail this week. So just what is fracking? Well, first, it's the common term for hydraulic fracturing, the practice of high-pressure extraction of oil and natural gas contained in rock and shale formations deep within the earth. Drilling companies have performed fracking for over 70 years, but it has become controversial over the last decade. Critics argue the risky practice has led to contaminated drinking and groundwater, but supporters argue natural gas is cleaner than coal and other fossil fuels, and it has created an economic boom in states like Pennsylvania, home to 20% of all U.S. natural gas production. Up to 10% of all the natural gas produced every day in the U.S. comes from Congressman Fred Keller's district.
When we're talking about helping families that are struggling or helping low-income people, saving $1,100 a year on their energy bill is one heck of a help.
While the president openly supports the oil and gas industry, his opponent's position has shifted. Vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris was one of several 2020 Democrats calling for a fracking ban, but she now says she supports Biden's transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. The Biden campaign says they would only ban new fracking permits on public lands.
More than 90% of fracking that takes place will not be affected by this policy.
Striking the right message with voters is crucial. 3 of the top 5 natural gas producing states are in play this election day. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce estimates that a fracking ban in Pennsylvania would cost up to 600,000 jobs and up to $260 billion in revenue loss through 2025, meaning this issue, like natural gas itself, is really heating things up. In Washington, Matt Knadler reporting.
All right, thanks, Matt, for that report. Fracking, again, such a critical issue in the swing state of Pennsylvania as we continue along with our election coverage. But we want to bring in Molly Samora. She's been reporting for the last 37,000 hours. No, just kidding. So she's a little tired, but we're gracious to have her with us this afternoon. Molly, you have been traveling to various polling places throughout the morning. Polls opened just over 6 hours ago at 7 a.m. Give us an idea of what you're seeing. The turnout, is it high? Is it low? What are we seeing?
Well, beginning of the day, I was at the courthouse before everything started, and people were dropping off their mail-in ballots like crazy. You kept seeing people come even before they were heading to work. We were there from 5 to 7 in the morning, and we saw probably at least 50 people at that time putting their ballots in at the courthouse. And then I headed over to Asbury Barnes, and that place was packed. People told me they were in line starting at 6:15. Okay. Honestly, there had been over 100 people waiting in line when I got there at 7 o'clock. Lines packed full of people. It seemed to go pretty smooth there. People were going in and out. But we went to also J.S. Wilson, and they had a crowd just as large. And they were having problems with their machine. The ballot machine that puts the machine and counts your vote was actually spitting out the ballots in one go. So they have to try a few times in order for it to go into the machine. So that was a little hiccup there, even with like the long lines. And then I was just at Grover Cleveland. They told me they had over 400 people voted so far. Wow. It was pretty steady when I was there. There wasn't a long line, but in the morning they said people were waiting 30 to 45 minutes. So that was a pretty long time to cast their ballot, and they said they're seeing double the amount of people at this time right now compared to past elections. And I can tell you, no one's been to Edinburgh yet, but that's where I voted, my hometown. There was a line of at least an hour and a half outside of McLean Church at 7 in the morning. So talk about the record turnout. It seems to be happening in Erie. Now, I want to ask you, Molly, we did field a couple of calls, some from Crawford County, some maybe from Northeast, that there could be some issues when it comes to the polls. Kind of give us a little bit of an insight of what those issues might be, if they've been resolved, and where we stand right now. I know our Elena Jonathan is down in Crawford County right now looking at that situation. We've taken a whole bunch of phone calls in the newsroom right now. I'm not sure exactly what is the problem. It just seems like the machines are not working correctly. And again, this is like the second time they've used those voting machines. They tried them out in the primary election in the spring. So I think it's just new machines. They're trying to get them going, but people are just having to wait a little bit longer lines, filling out their ballots by paper until they get those situations fixed. We're going to try to get our Atlanta Jonathan in here. Ethan Kibbe's joining us right now.
I've got some breaking news for us here as I mask up.
Breaking news from Ethan Kibbe on this election day. What else is new? Go ahead and give us an idea.
Courtesy of our John Leidick here, who's working all of this for us. We've got issues out in Northeast. We're hearing a scanner issue with the Northeast Township building. A tech has been dispatched, hoping to take care of that. But in the meantime, every ballot filled out there is being dropped into an emergency bin. You can't feed it through a scanner. It's not working. And instead, they're dropping those into a bin. They're going to bring them to the courthouse here in Erie County, and that's where they'll be scanned. So, securely transported to the courthouse, scanned there, and they're hoping to take care of the issue out in Northeast. Minor power issue out in Mill Creek. Scanner issue there. Power issue at the MLK Center in Erie. But they think they've got that resolved, or will soon. And some areas are running out of provisional ballots, but Doug Smith, the Erie County Clerk, says they're pushing those ballots out as needed. They have more of them. They just need to get them where they belong. So that's what we've got going on here throughout the day.
And Ethan, talk about the provisional ballots. I know at the polling places I've been going to today, they've been saying a lot of people are actually bringing their mail-in ballots that they applied for and surrendering them to the judge. So I could see why, they're needing more of those provisional ballots, because they say a lot of people are actually coming and wanting to vote in person and surrendering that mail-in ballot.
And that will, of course, make it interesting, especially after Election Day, making sure that ballots aren't counted twice. If someone brings in a mail-in ballot, or someone has a mail-in ballot, or even an absentee ballot comes in to vote on a provisional level, you have to consider that too. But again, information out of Northeast, courtesy of our John Leidick. And kind of going to what we were talking about, we have been seeing some voting issues. It seems, Ethan, that they'll bring those ballots back to the Erie County office and count them there.
Count them at the courthouse. Sorry, coordinating guests. I swear I'm fully engaged here, getting, hopping off, getting breaking news, talking to people. But that's what it's going to be like all day. And guys, that's what we've been living. Craziness, because nobody knows what to expect. Molly, any sense of normalcy out there at all? Anything like what you would have expected on Election Day?
I knew that the polls were going to be busy and all that, but I never imagined people would be, lined up down the road, across the building, around the building. People are just waiting in lines, especially this morning. And I was talking to some of the poll workers. They expect it to be like that maybe if you come after work, around dinner time, people are going to be waiting in line for at least 30 minutes to cast their ballots later today.
And again, those polls are open until 8 o'clock, so if 30 minutes is an accurate time frame, get to the polls by 7:30. They won't necessarily kick you out of line.
If you're in line, you'll get to vote.
But try to get in line as early as you can. Again, that early morning window and that mid to late afternoon window always seems to be that busy time in which the polls are getting overcrowded. So again, make sure that you take the time to be able to vote here. We have our Molly Samora on the desk right now talking about voting. We do have our Elena Jonathan, Brissa Bradfield, just letting us know that Elena Jonathan is heading back from Crawford County where there has been some voting issues there. She's going to join us here on the desk in just about 20 minutes to kind of break down what's going on in that area, as well as we continue to see some kinks that have to be ironed out here on this election day. Molly, did you get a chance to speak to any of the voters? I know obviously it's difficult on election day to get voters of that nature, but if so, what have you heard from them?
I was speaking to a few of them. I'm, asking them how long they've been waiting in line, and a lot of them, didn't mind. This one lady told us she's been waiting in line for 45 minutes, but she's like, I don't mind that. I want to cast my ballot. Everyone should go out to vote. It's a beautiful day. Everyone kept saying, the weather could not be more perfect to wait in line outside. People are wearing masks, social distancing, really taking those standards, too, to make sure that everyone stays safe. But voters are just excited to go out and let their voice be heard.
And, of course, very critical election in Erie County, a very critical election county. So is Crawford County. So any opportunity that these polls can get to get the ballots correct, that's important. Molly, we're going to let you go back here right now and get Molly Samora off the desk here. Let her get some rest on this election day, something that doesn't come fun to people like us. But again, we continue to bring you election coverage here on this Tuesday of Election Day.
Molly's fresh. She's only been in since the crack of dawn.
Yeah, she's totally fine. She'll be okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of voter issues, we have breaking news to get to nationally in terms of technical difficulties. Taking a look at NBC News right now, we just learned moments ago, polling locations in Las Vegas, Nevada experiencing technical difficulties. The article reading, including Las Vegas experiencing technical difficulties and have not yet opened, according to a tweet from the Nevada Secretary of State's office. Now, in Nevada, polls were scheduled to open at 7 a.m. and close at 7 p.m., but it doesn't seem like those polls have opened yet. So, Ethan, we're following breaking news in terms of, well, it seems like just about everywhere across the country there seems to be some concerns with voting. And as we've been saying, the further along it takes to get these votes counted, the lesser of a chance there's going to be we call a president tonight.
Oh, the odds of us calling a president tonight already
Slim.
Incredibly unlikely, but this makes it even more unlikely. Nevada's one of those key states where if the president doesn't keep Nevada, it's not looking good for him. That's a pivotal state. And to have things already gunked up in a crucial state, massive problem.
Again, Nevada was the state won by then Democratic challenger Hillary Clinton back in 2016, but as we've been saying, a critical toss-up state.
One of those toss-up states.
And if the polling is difficult, it's not coming in as we've been expecting, that could just add another chink in the armor when it comes to the Electoral College. Let's take a look at some other news we're finding here across the region right now. It seems like, as we take a look at polling around the world, country, I should say, this article just a few minutes ago, Atlanta polling places seeing shorter lines. So in Atlanta, Georgia, another swing area and a swing state. Fulton County seems to be running without problems. Some reports indicating wait times of less than 30 minutes. So in another critical state of Georgia, the voting seems to be running smoothly. We saw the issues in Nevada, and of course here in Pennsylvania, some issues as well. So the question then becomes, we already said the chances of calling a president, somewhat unlikely tonight.
Highly unlikely tonight, yeah.
Right. How long then do we take to count all the votes, and could it be a significant amount of time before we call a president?
It all depends, right? There are a couple things where we could call a president tonight. If Texas flips blue, that would do it.
Sure.
Game over if that happens. And Texas doesn't have no excuse absentee balloting. You have to, even for the coronavirus, you have to be 65 or older to get your absentee ballot, or you have to go through the typical absentee process to have a different reason. We may well know results from Texas tonight. We're expecting that to go red. If it goes blue, though, and it is only a light red right now, we would say, that would do it. But otherwise, it's a waiting game, and it's going to be a long waiting game because even once everything is counted, the second that they've counted votes here in Erie County, there's going to be lawyers knocking on the door saying, we're not so sure about that. This is heading to the courts, I think.
Coming into the night, the consensus among pollers were that there was 3 potential outcomes of this election if it was to get called tonight. A broad victory for Biden, a narrow victory for Biden, and a narrow victory for Trump. And it seems like as we continue to call or look at these swing states that are failing to get votes in at a rapid pace, that could be even slimmer that we get a call tonight. Taking a look at the map here of the Electoral College, what we've done here is we've made every state gray. So we're going to use this map as we get information tonight from outlets to give you an idea of who is winning what state. Now, we do want to make a note. We are going to be using the Associated Press for state updates. If the Associated Press makes a call for a state, we will then confirm it here on this map and show you where the Electoral College stands. We've been talking so much at length, Ethan, about the Rust Belt in the Sun Belt. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio is part of it, the Sun Belt, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. But now we're seeing out west states such as Nevada, which has voting issues, Arizona, which is a crucial
state.
Swing state, a state Donald Trump was able to win in 2016. So now it almost feels as if we're seeing 3 areas in the U.S. that are critical here in terms of who wins the states. The Rust Belt, the Sun Belt, and the further western states.
Absolutely. I mean, already, if you look at the way the map shapes up, a Democratic candidate generally is going to have a broader path to victory. They're going to have multiple options, and then a Republican candidate has got to have things go just right. They've got to take just the right states. Isaac, if we go back to the map here for just a second, if you would, one of the key states there, Florida, perhaps that's arguably the biggest swing state of the uncertains. If that goes blue, we may not be able to call a race tonight, but you can get pretty close to knowing what's going on. The path to victory for Donald Trump, if he doesn't take Florida, it's possible, but it's highly unlikely. Out west, though, Arizona, an increasingly important state, and that's what I know you wanted to look at here. 11 electoral votes and increasingly changing demographics. More and more people moving there, some younger people moving there, a greater Hispanic population. That's a traditionally red state that's getting kind of purple here. And take a look at the polling data right now. That's a statistical dead heat.
And again, within the margin of error, Joe Biden, according to the Real Clear Politics polling average, we want to know, the Real Clear Politics polling average takes a conglomeration of polls and combines them together to give the average. So even though you see a significant difference in a lot of these polls, this is the average of what this poll is. So right now you have Joe Biden, according to this average, as of last night, up about a point in Arizona.
That's nothing. That's statistically meaningless.
Is nothing. Yep. And if you take a look, we'll go ahead quickly and we'll pull up the race in Arizona in 2016. You're starting to see a pretty interesting trend. This is 2020 again, but regardless, it was still a close race in 2016. And we're showing that all of these states, even within the margin of error. So you combine the margin of error, combined it with voting issues, combined with a significant amount of mail-in votes, and what you get is just a hubbub of votes that really all of them need to be counted. You can't make the argument that, say in a state like Pennsylvania, 7 counties are going to be counting mail-in votes tomorrow. Pennsylvania most likely is not going to be a state where it's too broad of a victory to be able to call. You have to get all those votes in.
You have every single one. Yeah, I mean, what? 2016, 44,000 votes, less than 1%. Way less.
Right.
Of more than what? It's more than 6 million cast.
It ended up being a half a point.
Yeah.
Trump won the state by in 2016.
Think about that. If you're in a room with 200 people, you won your election by less than one person voting for you instead of someone else. That's how close it is here, so you've got to count everything. In California, you could declare the state before you have everything counted. It's going blue. You can't here. And so we in Pennsylvania, may be the state without results that makes it so we don't know who won tonight.
Yeah.
It's possible.
And remember, both candidates said without winning Pennsylvania, they may not be able to win the election.
There's a reason they were all here yesterday.
Those are strong words from the presidential candidates. Yep. I mean, you hear words from each candidate that we're going to win this state, we're going to win this state, we're going to win the election. But to say that without Pennsylvania, you might lose the election for certain, that's pretty incredible words.
Again, 24 hours before the election, who was in Pennsylvania? Donald Trump, Mike Pence, Jill Biden, Kamala Harris, Doug Emhoff, Joe Biden, Karen Pence,
Eric
Trump. Everybody was in the state. Pretty much everybody was here, let's be honest.
Right.
That's how important the state is. That's how important the western sector of the state is. Going from Erie down to Pittsburgh, that stretch of counties, That may well be what determines this thing, as well as your collar counties around Philadelphia.
And as we said, the eastern portion, the western portion of the state's very critical. I want to bring in really quickly a poll here from Monmouth University. Let's check this out. This was something we were referencing yesterday, but I want to bring your attention here to some numbers and to some trends that we're seeing as we can go ahead and look at these numbers now. Take a look at the polls compared to mid-July through November. What you're seeing right now, Ethan, if you take a look, I highlighted the numbers in green. These are the polling numbers that the Monmouth poll estimated in Pennsylvania. So you see in mid-July, Joe Biden owning a 13% lead. In late August, it was down to 4, ballooned back up to a dozen points in early October, and now back to 5 in early November. But here is where it becomes interesting. Take a look at this right here. Monmouth saying that the swing counties where the vote margins were the closest in 2016. That's 10 counties in Pennsylvania. Monmouth seemed to have swung again. Take a look. Last month, they gave the Democrats a 53 to 42% edge in those 10 swing counties. But right now, they say it's a little bit different. 49% for Trump, 49% for Biden. So if this Monmouth poll is anything fairly close to accurate, it could be that the president could be winning those swing counties, which would be critical for the state of Pennsylvania.
It absolutely is. He can't do it without those counties.
Right.
I don't think, again, there's a path that's highly unlikely that he wins the presidency without Pennsylvania. And he can't do it without the collar counties around Philadelphia and without us and areas around Pittsburgh. That's it. A couple around Scranton as well, Lucerne and Lackawanna counties.
Right.
But there's, like you said, about 10 counties. And that's the race. That may well be the presidency. Whoever takes those counties does it, because you know that Joe Biden's going to do incredibly well in Philadelphia. He's going to do well in Pittsburgh. So the president has to run up the score everywhere else. That's the key to success. You don't just win all the rest of the counties. You get so many voters there that they offset the cities. Or if you're Joe Biden, you do well in the cities, you do well in the collar counties, and the president doesn't stand a chance no matter how many other rural counties he takes. That's what this all boils down to. It's turnout, turnout, turnout.
100%. And Pennsylvania has been a staple state for a considerable amount of time. We've been talking at length how important it is. And the person who's in the middle of the state of Pennsylvania right now for us is our Capitol reporter, Cody Carlson. He's been the man that not only has talked about the presidential race, but the state races as well, how important those races are for Pennsylvania. What we want to do right now is we want to take a look at what he has to say with those races. He sat down a little bit earlier this week with our Washington correspondent, Matt Knadler, for a one-on-one interview just talking about the election and the importance of these state races. We'll leave you for just a second with Matt and Cody as they chat about the 2020 race.
All right, Washington Bureau Chief Matt Knadler with you here in Washington, joined by Cody Carlson, Pennsylvania Capitol reporter in Harrisburg. Cody, thanks for doing this with us. It's good to chat with you about what you're hearing for some of your big races. A lot happening here in Washington as well. I guess I'll just start by asking you, what are some of the big races you're following on election night, and tell us just kind of what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Well, first, Matt, thank you for asking me to do this. It's a good time. It's always good to talk to you. All eyes are on the presidential race that you've got covering there in Washington, but there's a lot of state races that could really spell out some serious implications down the line. First of all, there are, many races going on for seats, but let's just talk about the state legislature as a whole. Republicans have held the state House and Senate since 2011. And especially it was the state House since 1994. The Senate has been red since 1994. And Democrats, they do have a chance to flip both. It's going to be it's an uphill battle because, it's always tougher to flip seats than to keep seats. But Democrats need 9 seats in the House to get that 102 majority. And Cook Political just, put out, how they cover the state races and everything. They switched the state House from leaning Republican to a toss-up. So that's definitely something we're watching on election night to see who keeps the majority or if the majority is flipped. And then over in the Senate, Democrats need to flip 4 seats to tie the majority. And with Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman presiding over the Senate, obviously a Democrat, that would essentially give Democrats the majority in the Senate there. So a lot's on the line when it comes to just the state legislature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny you mentioned your state Senate, the state Senate you cover in Pennsylvania, needing only 4 seats from Democrats to flip it. Same in the U.S. Senate. I mean, the presidential race is getting a lot of the attention. We'll chat about that in a minute. But the U.S. Senate is the same way. Republicans right now, it's a 53, 45, and 2 majority, right? Republicans have that basically a 4-seat majority here. The 2 independents in the U.S. Senate, Bernie Sanders, of course, is one of them from Vermont. Angus King of Maine is the other, and they caucus with the Democrats. So when you do the math, it's a 4-seat majority. It's going to be interesting to see if and how Democrats can switch that here in Washington. A couple of the key races we're following are in some swing states as well, where President Trump, I think, if he wins, I think those seats, I think whichever way the presidential race goes, those seats go with them. Because voter turnout's going to be huge, right? So,
yeah, well, Matt, speaking of the presidential race, and Pennsylvania as a whole, it may be the most important state in this presidential election. I was speaking with Lieutenant Governor Fetterman the other day, and he's been saying for years now, and it seems that a lot of political pundits are starting to agree that Erie is actually the county that's going to decide the presidential election, whereas whichever presidential candidate Erie picks, that candidate's going to win the state, and that candidate is going to win the country. So a lot of pressure on the Erie voters.
I know. You know, it's interesting too. When I was up there after the debate in Cleveland, I was working in Erie for a few days and did some stories up there. And just in my travels between Erie and Crawford County, I noticed a lot more signs for Joe Biden now than I saw 4 years ago for Hillary Clinton in places. The traditionally red part of Erie County, Crawford County, which is traditionally Republican. So one of 2 things, I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but I think that the ground game is a little bit better for Democrats this year. They're getting out. Voters are more enthused about Joe Biden than Hillary Clinton as well. I'm also wondering if the president is losing some of that support, right? Like, I don't know if quite how that's happening, if it is happening at all. But it's interesting to see the shift in the heartland. I mean, farm countries where I saw these, right? It was really interesting to see. So that's good. And to the Lieutenant Governor's point, I think that's exactly right. Erie County is the bellwether for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the bellwether for the country, I think. Not going to.
I probably have to agree with you.
Florida. Not going to overshadow Florida or Michigan or North Carolina, Wisconsin, but we know this state, and it's huge.
And, all eyes nationally could be on Pennsylvania when it comes down to actual election night, because as I've been reporting, I think, maybe for every day for the last week here, now more than 3 million Pennsylvanians are voting by mail this year. And with some counties coming out yesterday that they're not even going to start counting those mail-in ballots until Wednesday morning, the day after the election, it could be a couple days before we truly know who wins Pennsylvania. Unless it's not a close race. If one candidate blows out the other, I think that'll become apparent on election night. But if it is a close race, Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar has said that we probably won't know. The overwhelming majority of ballots won't be counted until Friday at the earliest. So, all eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania, whereas if this race comes down to the Keystone State, I think the whole country is going to be waiting to see what happens.
I'm interested in North Carolina as well, and this is probably one of the more underreported dates right now. North Carolina, they're going to wait 10 days. The election is on the 3rd. They're going to give enough time, over a week, for those mail-in ballots to come in, make sure everything was postmarked correctly before they open mail-in ballots in North Carolina for the presidential race. Well, overall, but of course a big implication for the presidential race. Because North Carolina this year looking like a swing state, a big Senate race there as well. I just, on Thursday here, on Friday I should say, talked to former Pennsylvania Governor, Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge. He's working with it's a bipartisan group known as Vote Safe. Basically, it's a voter, it's an initiative to get voters out, predominantly focusing on mail-in voting because of the pandemic. We had talked earlier in the summer the significance of mail-in voting and the high turnout because of the pandemic. And he told me back then, he says, and confirmed it again on Friday, basically said, look, we're not going to know the results on election night. It's important that we sit back, just be a little patient. That doesn't mean that there's fraud or abuse. It literally means a surge, 80 million plus mail-in ballots as of Friday. Like this is it's a big election. It's going to take a little bit more time than we're used to, for sure.
We should probably move on. We're talking a lot about the ballots here, and it's a big topic. It is a big topic, and I was just going to add that the messaging is the same from the Wolf administration. Just because we probably won't know the results on election night does not mean that there's fraud. It means that they're taking the time to count the ballots accurately and as quickly as possible, but accurately first.
Perfect. I want to move on. We'll talk about a couple of the other races we're following. Big state Senate race in Erie this year. Just give us some insight on what you're watching here between Jan Laughlin and Julie Slomski.
Yeah, one of the biggest Senate races, I think, that might be going on across the state, and that is with Republican incumbent Dan Laughlin, Senate District 49, being challenged by Julie Slomski, who has some experience in the state government, specifically working for Governor Wolf and his administration. So she's definitely gotten some support from him and from Democrats across the state. Matt, you probably know more specifically about the history of the 49th Senate district seat. And how long has Dan been in office, and has it been red for a while?
So this was his again, he's a first-term incumbent, so he won in 2016, defeated then incumbent Sean Wiley, a Democrat, who was also his first term at that time. So this has gone back and forth a little bit lately, but it's not unprecedented. I mean, I know it was held previously by, there was a four-term Democrat in the 49th, and the district has changed a little bit, but generally speaking, city of Erie County. This is one of those races, though, that I think if you're in Pennsylvania, this could determine, much like the presidential race, Pennsylvania could determine that. Erie County, the 49th, could determine the makeup of the Pennsylvania Senate moving forward as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And the two have had some debate. They've had at least one debate. Erie News now hosts a debate between the two candidates. And it'll be really interesting to see what happens on election night, because again, a lot of the polls they're calling it a toss-up, whereas maybe when the race first started, it was leaning Republican, but now it's a toss-up. So it'll be interesting to see how close that race is and who comes out on top.
Yeah, one of the other races we're following here in Washington is the race for Congress. Incumbent Mike Kelly seeking a sixth term in Washington, challenged by Christy Ganibas. And I think her, again, she's a political newcomer, 36 years old, literally half of Mike Kelly's age. So there's not only a generational difference, but a true political outsider coming in against an incumbent with a pretty big war chest as far as politics goes at the congressional level. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking to see. I don't know quite if she has the traction in district to actually upset Congressman Kelly, but it is interesting to watch because there's a lot of momentum in this race. She does have a pretty strong grassroots game. She goes to county every weekend. So, and the congressman, of course, tied up a little bit here in Washington with all this coronavirus relief talk. There's just a lot happening that has limited some of his campaigning, but he's still out there as well. So I think the congressman can pull that off and still hold the seat, but it is going to be, I think, a bit of a closer race than some people give it credit for.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen an upset to that magnitude. I mean, we think back to 2018 when a couple seats in the House were flipped, not even just in Pennsylvania, but across the state, that, we didn't even think that would happen. So I've been hearing that, Mike Kelly is likely to take the race, but don't be surprised if his opponent actually comes out on top.
Yeah, perfect. I think it's good. One thing I want to follow up with you before we wrap, just to talk about, again, we're based in areas that are outside of our coverage area, and I think a lot of
tough challenge sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting too. I live in Virginia, just outside DC. I've learned a lot about Virginia politics in the last 2 years. Big Senate race down here. This is a really blue state, right? Like, this is not a toss-up. I'm born and raised in Pennsylvania. I know how purple the state is. Down here, much more blue. Just give me a sense of what you've learned in the last year or so, year plus, covering Harrisburg politics, living in Pennsylvania. Because I know central Pennsylvania enough to know that it's fairly red, but big congressional race in your area as well.
Yeah, there is, and between current Auditor General Eugene DePasquale, and he's been on Erie News Now plenty of times. I've covered his events going up against Republican incumbent Scott Perry, and that race is also heating up, and that race has also been called a toss-up, and that could have implications to the makeup of the United States Senate. But Pennsylvania is such a unique state. You have the majority of the population out in Allegheny County and out in Philadelphia County and their surrounding counties, even up in Erie, there's quite a bit of people up there as well. And they're mostly, for the fact, blue, Democrats. Erie has that interesting makeup, and that's why they've been called the bellwether, because they do have that interesting makeup of, Democrat, Republican, middle class, lower class, higher class. The makeup of residents in Erie is so interesting, and it's kind of mirrors that of Pennsylvania. But like I said, the majority of those residents in Philadelphia County and Allegheny County are Democrats, and holding that blue. But then it seems almost everywhere else throughout the state you have Republicans. It's red, but there's more people concentrated in those areas, whereas the rest of Pennsylvania is really rural.
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting to see. It's been really interesting covering this election, and it's hard to believe that Election Day is already here.
I know. It is, of course, Election Day, and we'll have more coverage here throughout the day as well. Cody, good talking with you. Good stuff, good insight.
And that is Matt Knadler with Cody Carlson here. Our Washington, D.C. correspondent is in Washington, D.C. right now, so let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. Matt Knadler is joining us here in Washington, D.C. live today. Matt, I am sorry you're going to be asleep on the White House front lawn in about 30 seconds, but until then, give us an idea of what we're seeing out there.
Yeah, hey, no, this is going to be this is the calm before the storm right now, Isaac, for sure. This is one of those things that I think a lot of us are just kind of waiting and feeling it out, and a normal election day, I think we'd be waiting for those exit polls. Basically, it's when you get the feel for voters who come right out of the polling booth. You would ask them basically, who did you vote for? What are the big issues that concern you? This year, exit polls don't matter as much, I think, because a lot of people, around 100 million early votes now between in-person voting and mail-in voting. So this year's a little different for a lot of us here, as well. And I want to, if we can, photographer Mike Prince is with me. I want to see if we can get we will here in just a second, but there's a lot of press and other reporters here as well. I want to see if we can get a quick shot and just a look around here, a quick pan. Foreign news agencies, of course, the major outlets here. A lot of folks already set up and ready to go today. This is one of those things that I think when we ourselves in Pennsylvania, we knew how big this is an election this would be. This is one of those things that everybody around the world is keeping an eye on tonight. So we're here in kind of a media row of sorts, just outside the White House on the West Wing driveway. And I want to, kind of paint that picture for you a little bit. Some of the news crews I saw in Cleveland at the debate, they're here as well. Some folks from Australia. I mean, it's a global event, and I think that's one of those things we're going to be kind of watching as a world tonight, Isaac. Not just the folks here in Erie, but around the world.
And so, Matt, one of the things that we've been talking about is just the importance of, you talked about it being a worldwide event, but we've also seen record voting here in 2020 and just how important that has been with so many people coming out to vote. I know you're at the White House right now, but have you been seeing that from D.C.? Have you heard enthusiasm from the voters? What have the voters in D.C. right near the Capitol building said during the course of this election here?
Yeah, well, I'll give you that firsthand example. I voted early. I was one of those people that went a couple weeks ago, my polling place in Northern Virginia, just outside of D.C. here, and I waited in line for about 45 minutes that day. It was definitely something that, it wasn't, I don't think that's a long wait. I'm pretty patient when it comes to voting. I will do whatever it takes, but I know for some folks in line, it was definitely a bit of a challenge. I've talked to some people today as well who have said that, they were surprised how long the lines were. I talked to my mom and dad who voted this morning, and they said this was worse than 2016, and when they said worse, they mean longer, better in a sense because more people are participating, but it was like, wow, we didn't expect this at 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning when the polls open. So
from Pennsylvania to Virginia to here in Washington D.C. I think a lot of people are keeping keeping the lines moving today. I don't think it's going to be quite what we had expected, but it's still busy. It's still very busy all around the country.
Yeah, Matt, last thing I want to ask you is we've seen such a influx of voting, and that, of course, has led to some voting issues. We've seen back here in Erie already, in Crawford and Warren County, some issues with voting. We've seen in states like Nevada and Georgia some slowing as well. Talk about, to me, if you would, the chances you think we'll hear a president called on election night. The chances were slim, we knew to begin with. Do those delays even further decrease the chance we get a president called tonight? And what would be your thought behind that?
Yeah, I don't know if we ever fully expected an official call tonight, Isaac. I mean, personally, I did not. Due in part to places like Pennsylvania already coming out and saying, hey, we're going to be delaying some of these results, essentially, and we won't get everything in until November 6th. I will say this, though, places like Florida that have experienced this before, they've prepared for a large turnout in this early voting. They've already started the process, some of these ballots, and some of these other states have as well. So there's a chance that we could, depending on how the states go. I mean, it's one of those things, if President Trump or Joe Biden, if there's a clear-cut winner in certain states, the dominoes start to fall in Florida and Georgia, and Joe Biden starts to overtake the president in states he won in 2016, maybe we do end up having a result tonight. But I do think it's going to be too close to call in some of these states, and because of the mail-in voting delay, for lack of a better word, the delays that we're going to see in places like Pennsylvania, it might take a little bit. I personally think it'll be by the end of the week. Just a hunch. I don't think it's going to be quite as bad as we expected, where it's going to be weeks, but I would never rule it out. Let's put it that way.
And by that time, you might be able to get some shut-eye.
I told, I forget who it was we were chatting with here in recent days. I said November 4th. I think it was Ethan Kibbe. I said November 4th, I'll get some sleep. And I was wrong. So here we go.
Hey, well, Matt, we appreciate you taking a couple minutes with us. We're going to check back with you in the next hour, but for now, keep us up to date, and we appreciate you taking a few minutes.
Sure.
All right, that's our Washington correspondent, Matt Knadler, as he takes a little bit of a break here. We're still rolling along, though, on this election day as we continue on our coverage here. We have people all across the board, like we've been saying. Our Matt Knadler at the White House, you can see in Washington, D.C. We also have our Capitol reporter, Cody Carlson. He's continuing to bring us updates. We heard from Molly Samora in the last half hour about voting concerns in Crawford County and in Northeast. Ethan Kibbe just had a chance to bring us some information on that. Some slowing at the polls, and it seems like for some polling precincts in Northeast, we're going to see those ballots be brought to the Erie County ballot box where they'll be counted there. So we will see some differences, if you will, in terms of counting those ballots here in 2020. But as Matt Knadler just mentioned, as we look and see this, of course, the race for the White House tonight, the race to 270 votes, we're seeing that there could be some delays in potentially calling a president if there is a presidential call tonight. Of course, no guarantee that will be the case. But again, right now, there is some significant delays in several states when it comes to the voting process. I want to thank you for joining us here on this Tuesday. We're going to continue to bring you coverage today. We heard from Veryl Salmon, the chair of the Erie County Republican Party, and now we have Jim Wirtz, who's going to be coming from the Erie County Democratic Party. So we're going to get Jim in here in just a second. We're going to go ahead and mic him up really quickly as we are continuing a steady stream and flow of guests. Taking a look at the White House here, you see on this camera angle as well, so many polling individuals, some polling volunteers, just trying to get those ballots in because there is a record turnout compared to what we've seen in previous years. And somebody who's at the head of this all, looking at the numbers diligently, is Jim Wirtz. He's the head of the Erie County Democratic Party. Jim, it's been a few sleepless nights for you, I'm sure, in the last few days, but thanks for taking a few minutes here.
Sure, no, happy to be here.
All right, Jim, so the first question, obviously, is looking at the polls, what we've been seeing both in the presidential and the local races. We saw the polls tightening a bit in Pennsylvania, tightening in some swing states. In your outlook, what do you see right now? What level of confidence do you have, and where do you see the polls in your mind at the moment?
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic. I've been watching those polls as well, and we all know that after 2016, we take the polls with a grain of salt and kind of work the plan that we've put in place. Certainly the tightening of the Pennsylvania polls over the last couple of days, in addition to the unprecedented turnout that we're seeing today at polls around Erie County, really does lead us down an unknown path at the moment. We have nearly 50,000 or just over 50,000 mail ballots at the Erie County Courthouse. It remains to be seen how many of those will be valid at the end of the day. And then we have precincts both here in the city as well as out in the suburbs and parts of the county that have had more than 100 people in line and upwards of 90-minute waits since 7 o'clock this morning. So if that continues at this pace throughout the rest of the day, I mean, we are looking at historic turnout here in Erie County.
One of the things that there has been a consensus on is that early voting would go in favor of Democrats. There was a belief that the turnout during the day of Election Day would be for Republicans. What do you make of the early turnout from what you've seen? And if so, do you think you'll be able to keep any lead you might have had here on Election Day, knowing the record number of turnout we're seeing in Erie County?
Well, we do have a significant advantage in terms of party affiliation in that early vote. We have to believe that folks that believe in the mail ballot system and are using that system, who are registered independents or maybe even registered Republicans, might also be leaning in the direction of Joe Biden. Again, the question becomes how many people might have a technical error on their ballot that prevents that ballot from ultimately being counted at the end of the day. We hear a lot about naked ballots. If somebody forgot that security envelope, their ballot's not going to be counted. And so there's just a lot of unknowns in that realm. What we do know about the turnout here is that from precinct to precinct, it varies greatly. Some lines we're seeing heavily favored toward Donald Trump, and then in some of our suburban and rural precincts, in addition to the city precincts, we're seeing a strong turnout for Vice President Biden.
Getting Ethan Kibbe here on this interview as well, but Jim, I want to ask you, we talked about earlier with one of our experts the importance of energizing the base. That involves rallies, that involves events, and we saw Dr. Joe Biden come to Erie, as well as other Republicans as well. Do you feel as if the visits by Dr. Jill Biden and Joe Biden will have an effect on Erie? And if so, we saw the candidates coming back to Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. Does that to you signify that this arguably could be the most important state in the election?
Well, I think it is the most important state in this election, and in part because it is still one of the great unknowns. Even with these more narrow margins, you're kind of within a margin of error. And so a lot of people, international as well, there's a lot of international attention on Erie, Pennsylvania. It's been a really interesting couple of weeks talking to those folks, seeing how they interpret our election, and then helping them to navigate this to figure out what Pennsylvania might look like. I do think that the visits from the candidates and their surrogates were important here. Certainly, we hear it a lot here in Erie County that in 2016, everybody remembers that Hillary Clinton did not come to Erie, Pennsylvania. I think the Biden campaign understood that inherently. I certainly have been in touch with the Biden campaign since very early on in the primary process, as well as the other candidates throughout that primary, but continued to communicate with the Biden campaign about the importance of Erie County. Everybody talks about how important Erie County is, and we wanted to ensure that the voters here in Erie County were shown that love. And when Joe Biden came to town on October 10th, I think that was an important punctuation to the end of a very kind of community-centered and advocate-based campaign.
And after seeing the county flip red in 2016, and then, of course, you took over the party in terms of running it, what was your biggest change as you saw, hey, we lost this one 4 years ago. How do you get it back?
Well, look, I think it was important to reach out to various constituencies throughout Erie County, try to rebuild some of the traditional bases that maybe we didn't tend to so well over the past couple of decades. And so it was important for us to be out in the county more, to talk to those folks, as well as continuing to build our base here in the city and really devote some time to specific constituencies and open pathways for people to engage with the party. That's what our caucuses have been about. And I think think that we've done a good job. And then you saw as we went into this election cycle, we opened offices in Union City and in Northeast and in Mill Creek Township. And each of those offices provided us an opportunity to have a special kind of contact in those communities and to allow Democrats in those communities to know that they weren't alone in this election cycle. It gave them a place to talk to one another, and it gave them a place to really show off their support for Joe Biden.
I want to talk more about that because that's one of the many things that ended up flipping the county, the state, the country for Donald Trump was those voters who felt forgotten. People who traditionally had been Democrats but felt that the party had drifted away from their concerns. What have you done to toss out that lifeline, to send out the olive branch and say, listen, we're your party, come on back?
Well, listen, I've spent a lot of time on the road in the last 2 years around Erie County trying to talk to different groups. We all know, too, that the rank and file members of organized labor are also split these days, but we maintain very strong relationships with union leadership. And so trying to talk to those rank and file folks, trying to reach out to rural communities and make sure that they know that we're not just an urban party, even though we have a headquarters here in downtown Erie. We wanted to take every opportunity to reach out to them and to communicate where they're from, reach them where they're at. And so last year we spent a lot of time at the Erie County Fair, working tables there, trying to communicate with folks who were attending. We did meet some new Democrats. We did recruit some folks out there last year, and it was the beginning of a cycle that ultimately, through our debate watch parties and having people interact with us throughout the county, that we ultimately ended up with these satellite offices. And I can't tell you how great the enthusiasm has been at these satellite offices and the number of people that we've had come through, some Democrats, some Republicans, saying, look, we're not ready to change parties, but we're glad you're here. We're glad to be here with you to support Joe Biden.
Jim, I want to ask you a question about the young voter turnout. In 2016, I was in college. The enthusiasm about the vote in the college-age students to younger voters was not there. Whether it was for the Republicans or the Democrats, there was a lack of college and younger votes, especially in the key swing states. What have you done to be able to try to build up the base in terms of younger voters? And what are you hearing from the younger generation, people who might be voting for the very first time in 2020?
Well, so it wasn't just younger voters who were not showing up in 2016. There didn't seem to be a lot there for them. I think right now there's a bit of an existential crisis in this country that particularly impacts young voters. And so they're taking an active interest in this, and we're seeing that throughout early voting. Many of the early voters that we have here in Erie County are younger voters, and across the country we're seeing record proportions of youth vote, 18 to 24-year-olds in early voting in many states. And in fact, in a lot of those states, the youth vote has already exceeded the total turnout from 2016. So I think that young voters really understand what this election is about and recognize that 4 more years of Donald Trump is not going to be good for their future.
How important is that for you because here in Erie County, if you want to win the county, it's easy. Just get all your members to vote. You outnumber Republicans.
Sure.
So, again, in theory, piece of cake. Realistically, a lot harder. How do you build that enthusiasm and get people to say, listen, not only are you a registered member of the party, we need you to actually go vote?
Well, it's not always just about turnout here in Erie County. Certainly, if we could turn out every Democratic voter for every Democratic candidate, we would have no problem in holding down Erie County. But what we see is that we have some very competitive primary races here, particularly in municipal election cycles, that gets folks who are naturally more conservative and tend to vote Republican in federal election cycles staying as registered Democrats. Now, since 2016, we've seen that shift, and you see that in voter registration numbers for the Republican Party. But if you look at the voter registration activity that we've had since October 1st, it has been leaps and bounds ahead of what the Republican Party was doing. And the fact that we have that late enthusiasm, the fact that we've been reaching out to voters, and quite honestly, the fact that there's a lot of moderate Democrats and moderate Republicans out there who just want a return to some sense of normalcy, want to put an end to the chaos, and want to restore the world's faith in America and want to restore America's place in the world, I think is going to be a major impact in this election.
Difficult to let you go without talking about the local races as well. I wanted to just quickly touch on the two that we're talking about specifically, the big one is obviously the Dan Laughlin versus Julie Slomski in the state Senate. That has been contested considerably down the line for this election. Mike Kelly, Christy Ganevas also fighting for a spot as well. Give us an idea of what you feel with those elections and what the numbers and voting might tell you in terms of what you think that race will end up being come the end of election.
Well, we have two great first-time female candidates in Christy Ganevas and Julie Slomski. And in many ways, these two races are very different. Christie's success, I think, is going to be dependent upon Joe Biden's success, not only here in Erie County, but throughout the 16th district, which trends redder as you get further south. We've known this all along. She's known this all along. And so she spent a lot of time in the southern part of the district really working down there 3-4 days a week, working with voters, talking to voters, meeting new people from both sides of the aisle, trying to talk to them about what her experience is. The Slomski-Laughlin race is a much different and perhaps a much more competitive animal. We've all gotten the multiple flyers in the mail every day. We've seen that this has taken a bit of an ugly turn, but I think that this is going to be one of our tightest races of the night, perhaps even tighter than the presidential race. That remains to be seen. Dan Laughlin has some crossover appeal, but I think that Julie Slomski did as well with particular groups who looked at her time in the governor's office as something that they could count on in the state senate as well. What's it like to see a race like that, a local race, and have almost $4 million spent on it? It is a wild sight, certainly. All of the money that was pumped into that race really is indicative of the money that's being spent on elections nationwide at all levels. I expect that should Joe Schember have a challenger next year, that would be an expensive race as well. We're seeing more money being spent in our presidential elections than ever before. So I think the fact that we're so media-centric, the fact that campaigns are trying to reach voters through every single channel, and every channel costs a little bit more money, makes it all the more necessary to really have a great war chest in these super competitive races. Here's a hard question for you here, but you're a smart guy. You can handle this. So if you're looking at your down ballot races, what are the ones you look at and you say, that's going to be the trickier of them to win? Well, I think all races, particularly when you're challenging a sitting incumbent, are tricky races to win.
Is
That's
everything.
right. Yeah. So an incumbent brings the force of incumbency with them, and challenging them is always a difficult task. But I think our candidates have done a great job. What I'm looking for when I'm looking to candidates who are going to challenge incumbents is all about contrast and authenticity. How are they different than the incumbent, and how real is that difference? And I think in both of these candidates, you have a significant amount of both contrast and authenticity in their pursuit of higher office. Let's talk about your time running the party here in Erie County. Biggest thing that you didn't expect when you took the job? You thought, ooh, didn't see this coming. Well, I think, political parties are a little bit like families, and so you get around the table and you have differences of opinion about certain topics or about certain directions, but at the end of the day, you come to some consensus. You all have to live with each other, and really, I think it makes the party stronger. And for me, that's been one of the most positive things. The other thing I have to say that it was not a surprise, but has really been one of the great blessings has been the number of volunteers we've had who have come out to work with this party in 2019 and 2020. By the end of this election cycle, by the time we go home tonight with the people that we have at the polls today, we'll have engaged over 1,000 volunteers in this election cycle, and we've really only been operational since June 1st. So the fact that so many people have poured out to take a shift down at headquarters, to deliver signs, to drop literature, to knock on doors, all of those things really make for what I think is a special moment in the Democratic Party, a special moment for Erie, and hopefully it ends up being a recipe for success for our candidates as well. And speaking of those candidates, how much tougher is it, especially when you're the challenger, to run a campaign where retail politics are thrown out the window? You can't go shake hands. There's no events to go see people at.
I mean, if you want to talk to people, you've got to knock on every single door and hope they open up.
Yeah, I think that was a challenge for all of our candidates this year. Some of our candidates, I'll point to Kristi Ganibas in particular. She's a younger candidate, somebody who's a little more social media adept. She was able to use that very effectively. Certainly we know that campaigns aren't won on social media alone, but listen, she's masked up and gone out, and every time there was an invitation for her to meet with a group of people, she's been there, she's met with that group of people, and I think that there's a waterfall effect, right? 6 degrees of separation to the 16th district, we hope. And so for every person she's met, that's a couple more people that get to know her. And so I think there has been a lot of retail politics in this election. It just looks a little different than it has in previous years.
Let's look at that race a little bit more. You look at someone like Kristi Ganibas, you expect her to do very well in the city of Erie. Not only is she from the area, tends to lean Democratic there, somebody they know, it's an Erie County resident, looking very good. The further south you go, the further removed from Erie you are, the further removed from large Democratic populations you are. How do you sway those voters? How do you get them to say, listen, this guy you've had, you want this woman instead?
Listen, I think it was the first thing that Kristi Ganibas did was to go to the southern part of the district, meet with those county chairs, meet with the state committee members, the people who are influential within the Democratic Party in those communities, and create a real base of support among them. The other thing is, it's not hard to run against a guy like Mike Kelly, money aside, because a guy like Mike Kelly, he hasn't voted to condemn QAnon. He's made misstep after misstep, including mocking Vice President Joe Biden the other day on a press call. These kinds of things are resonating with voters. Voters in the 16th district know what kind of person Mike Kelly is, and we'll find out tonight whether or not they're endorsing that behavior in the same way that they're endorsing the man that he enables so much in Congress.
Well, we do appreciate it, Jim. I apologize for stepping out there, but Jim, we appreciate you coming in. Obviously, a busy night for you tonight.
For sure.
So we'll let you go and get some rest, hopefully at least a little bit, and again, see what happens here as we move through the evening.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The man who always does an interview. We should point that out, that both
Right.
Chairman Wirtz and Chairman Salmon, who we had on the phone earlier, anytime we ask these guys for an interview, they go out of their way to give us one, and
Very
that is
gracious.
incredibly rare. That alone makes them worth listening to, and they're smart and nice guys.
Yes.
So, Chairman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Chairman Jim Wirtz, we're going to take a quick look at the White House and let him get unmiked here and be on his way. We just want to set the scene for you here on our Erie News Now live stream on this Election Tuesday. We have a lot going on in the next hour. We, of course, still have our expert, Dr. Terry Warburton of Edinburgh University, is on standby. Our Elena Jonathan has just come back from Crawford County talking about concerns with voting in that area. She's going to be here as well. And Eva Mastromattio, who's going to be at the Board of Elections tonight, she is going to be talking about the importance of the election, what she knows right now with the election, and of course, where Erie County stands in the voting process. So fairly light on the docket for the 2 o'clock hour.
Yeah, not too much going on. No, we've got everybody out and about.
Forgot to mention Matt Knadler will also be joining us at 2:30 here as we continue along with our election coverage. We're going to go ahead and Ethan's got to have somewhere you have to be.
Well, I think I always have somewhere I have to be, but I think I'm all right here. Should we
Okay.
wrestle in Elena Jonathan?
I think we should. Let's go ahead and Brissa Bradfield, who is, we have to say, has done an amazing job for us, just making sure everything is set in stone. Our Elena Jonathan's going to be joining us in just a minute here. We've talked about the concerns with voting, and it looks like now in Crawford and Warren County that could be the case. But really quickly, I want to go back to something that Jim Wirtz said that I found very interesting. He said the enthusiasm's up, and he said he believes that his party will be able to convert those votes. And like we said, if everyone voted in Erie County, it'd be a Democratic city all the time.
Right, it always would be a Democratic county. That's what it's all about, right? Turnout, turnout, turnout. Prime example, Butler County, which is in that 16th district. In 2016, 80% of registered Republicans went to the polls. That is astronomical turnout. And for the president to win that county, for the president to win the state, he's going to need turnout like 90%. That's the only way to do it, because you've got to offset those losses everywhere else. And so the question is, can the Republicans get enough turnout? Can the Democrats get enough turnout to do this thing? Who knows? It all comes down to who gets the most people at the polls. If the Democrats do that, they'll win. They have the advantage here. They have the advantage in the state. But you got to make people vote.
Voter enthusiasm has to be on the rise. We are seeing record numbers, and we're also seeing some issues at the polls, and that's why we're bringing in our Elena Jonathan. Her and Molly Samora have been out and about in Crawford, Erie, and Warren counties this morning and now into this afternoon. Elena, we're just going to throw it straight to you. What are we talking about with these voting issues? What do you know?
Well, this morning we were kind of getting phone calls coming in just about ballot issues when you're putting it into the machine. So what was happening was these people were trying to put the ballots in the machine.
And this is Crawford County?
This is Crawford County, specifically Vernon Township. All of our phone calls were coming out of. And they were putting the ballots into the machine, and the ballots weren't getting counted. And the poll workers were kind of at a loss of what to do. I mean, it's 2020 election, it's high stakes, historical kind of thing. So they kind of put the ballots into an envelope and told these voters that, just hang tight, we'll figure this out when, we know. And these voters were really distraught because they're like, well, how do I know if my vote counts? So I headed down there, and it just turned out, a simple problem of just the ballot getting stuck into the machine and stuffing it. So now these poll workers are having to pull out the ballot box pretty much and shoving it down kind of thing.
Oh, geez.
But it's like it's something that should be kind of flawless, but it has turned into a manual thing. So the one woman I talked to was just like, it's only noon, and now I'm having this trouble, and she's like, it's an uphill battle. The polls are open until 8 o'clock, and she feels like she's going to have to keep doing it for...
And I would imagine that extends the wait time for people who are waiting to vote. What was the wait time when you were there?
Well, when I went to specifically Crawford County, the lines weren't long, but when I spoke to this one specific woman on the phone, she said it did extend the lines, obviously, because then they're trying to fix the machines and that sort of thing. So it definitely, stressed out the voters.
So we're dealing with basically the equivalent of a paper jam, a jammed printer,
yes,
every single time somebody casts a ballot.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they figured out the problem once I got down there, because I got down there like an hour and a half after the fact. They figured it out, but they were having it as a reoccurring issue where they were having to keep refixing that. So.
Gotcha. And in terms of just the voter enthusiasm, we talked to Molly Samora, and she was telling us how everyone was still patient. They were willing to wait to make their vote. Would you say the same was the case when you were there?
Oh, absolutely. And, especially with the social distancing aspect and the mask aspect, I don't think I saw one person without a mask, and everyone in Crawford County, I could say, was 6 feet apart at the polls. I mean, I got video of it, and they were all socially distant and, very patient. I think everyone just feels like this is so important that they're willing to wait because it matters.
Now, we've heard news that some of the ballots will be moving to Erie County, the ballot box to be counted. Did the poll workers give an idea or an estimation as to when this issue could be, if at all, it would be resolved?
No, I don't think that the poll workers really know. I think they're just kind of playing it by ear, you know what I mean? Like, they're figuring it out as they go. And I think that's the case for everybody. It's just figuring it out as they go on.
And we should absolutely note, if you run into your polling place having issues, don't blame the poll workers, for Pete's sake. These are volunteers. They're making next to nothing to do this, trying to make sure that our elections here run smoothly. Don't put this on them. Please give them the utmost respect and courtesy, because they have a thankless job right now, and it's brutal out there because they didn't, they've gone through all this training. Things work perfectly. You run it all through. All right, dry run, test run, everything's good. But now it's now it's the performance, and all of a sudden things aren't working so well.
And specifically Crawford County, I saw a lot of younger poll workers too. And I asked the one girl at Post 52, and I was like, "How are people being?" And she was like, "They're actually being great. They're understanding." I think everyone just wants their vote to count, so the thought of it not is alarming.
Oh, it's terrifying. Yes.
Yeah. Anything else that we can think of for Elena before we let her go?
Elena's only been in since, about 3 this morning?
Yeah, only 3.
You're fresh.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great.
She's only 11 hours into her shift. She's fine. No, Elena, get out of here. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us and catch up on what you're seeing out there.
Good to have Elena.
Thank you. Good luck with the rest of your shift, guys.
Sure thing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Elena Jonathan joining us, and we won't let that guest seat stay empty for very long, because our Eva Mastromattio and Dr. Terry Warburton are going to be joining back in just a couple of seconds here. Eva's standing by. We're motioning her over to the desk as we are at 2 o'clock on our Erie News and Now live stream, just giving you an idea of what we're doing here on this election day. We're bringing you wall to wall to wall to wall coverage.
All the walls. It's an octagon. There's 8 of them. We're touching on every wall.
The Berlin Wall, I should say, or the Great Wall of China, whatever you would prefer. In terms of our election coverage here on Erie News Now, we are live on Facebook, Twitter, or social media platforms. and Erie News Now Plus, which is a great feature that we have here on this Tuesday election day. 2 o'clock, we've got plenty of time left to go, and that's because we're bringing in Eva Mastromatteo. She is going to be field anchoring from the Board of Elections tonight as we get set for our coverage on Election Day. Eva, the excitement obviously palpable regardless of who you're voting for. Yeah. Set the scene for us of what we can expect a little bit later on here.
Well, I made contact with some of the folks at the Board of Elections earlier today, and they are in it for the long haul, of course. We know earlier President Judge John Trusilla had given his blessing, to those that were going to be opening the mail-in ballots. So that is just the start, of things to come. It has been a very busy office for many, many weeks, in Erie County, and such a focal point in this election. The road to the White House, as we've been saying, comes right through Erie County. So we'll be talking to some of the county officials. We've heard for a long while now that Erie County Executive Kathy Dahlkemper has maintained that going to the polls will be safe today throughout the rest of the day until the polls close. Cleaning crews have been doing their work before Election Day. They are continuing throughout the rest of the day. We'll be talking to her a little bit just about the moves that are being made to ensure a safe and also secure election as well. We'll be talking with the sheriff in Erie County as well coming up tonight. So a lot of ground to cover, as we'll be giving you kind of an up-close and personal look right from the Erie County Courthouse, the hub of Election Central in the county.
It really is, and it's becoming more so as we're hearing reports in Northeast of scanners not working. They're putting those ballots into bins and taking them to the courthouse to be counted. So it's going to be a mess down there, at least busy, let's put it that way. I guess we shouldn't say a mess, but it's going to be a hectic scene down there. Fantastic that you're going to be down there for us, taking it all in. When you went to vote here, what have you heard from people likewise, other people who had voted? We've been tethered here for a little while. What are you hearing out on the streets?
Well, I actually personally did mail-in voting this year.
There you go.
Yeah, and so...
Something you probably never would have considered before a pandemic and everything else.
No, and like many of you that have done the mail-in votes, you get the question when you are applying for a mail-in ballot, do you want to have ballots mailed to you from here on out? And I chose not to do that. But who knows? I can always change that.
Exactly.
Of you. Right. So that was taken care of. I knew today was going to be a busy day, just a busy work day. So I did not go to a polling location today, but I have been, of course, listening to all of our reports, seeing Elena Jonathan, as you had just spoke with her too, about the woes in Crawford County as well. And we kind of knew that there were going to be some snafus.
We didn't know what, but we knew they were coming.
Yeah, for sure. But, been watching Facebook and different social media outlets as well, aside from us, as people have posted that they are going out there, they're doing their civic duty for those going to the polls. And, when it comes right down to it, we're all Americans. And whoever we vote for, it is our perspective if we're going to do it, mail in, or go and stand in line. And I know a lot of folks, too, wanted to kind of beat the crowds today, seeing posts out there, hey, I was in 7th in line and I got in at this time or what have you. And I think, for a lot of people, too, that was a way to avoid the crowds, just getting there almost when the polls opened.
Our John Leidick was in line at 6:35, 25 minutes before the polls opened, and he was 9th in line.
Yeah.
That's what we've kind of seen. Just because crowds are so big.
Right.
Eva, you've been part of our boots in the ground coverage. We've mentioned the big crowds. We know that this is a year of potential record voter turnout, especially for those in swing states. We've already seen Texas up over 100%. Florida's nearing that as well. Pennsylvania could be there by the end of the night. In your mind, from what you've heard from voters, what's the reason for the higher voter turnout? Is there a specific increase to enthusiasm, or are there a specific set of reasons that you've heard that would lead you to believe people are coming out in record numbers?
Just historic. This is history in the making. It's been a very contentious election season as well. And the hype, especially in our state, is just it's just growing.
When
it really has been.
Candidates tell you that they can't win without Pennsylvania,
right.
That gives you an idea.
Right. And, even last night when the president was in Kenosha, Wisconsin, he was mentioning Pennsylvania,
right.
And so, we're getting spoken about, just outside of our borders. So you could just tell how our eyes are the eyes, I should say, on Pennsylvania are just so focused, so zeroed in.
That they are. It's specifically on Erie County, a couple other counties around Philadelphia, a couple in the Scranton area. That's what's going to swing this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight you are in the thick of it. Where the rubber meets the road, where all of this happens, the swing county and the swing state, to decide who wins the presidency and who controls the nation, perhaps, for the next 4 years. And our Eva Master Patio will be right there. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, I will do my best to bring you the most up-to-date information, and I know that the elections officials have their job to do, and we don't want to disrupt them from the flow that they have. But we do, of course, want to give you that inside look and talk to the people that are making it happen, that safe, again, and secure election process in our county. So I'm happy to be on board tonight to do all that. And I know that you guys have so many other people that you're going to be talking to throughout the next 10 hours or so.
About 12, yeah.
We got some time, but it's important to note as well that even though the polls close at 8 o'clock, that does not mean that the poll workers stop at 8 o'clock. They will be working around the clock into the wee hours of the morning, and that's where the boots on the ground coverage comes in. The big question will be how quickly will they be able to get those ballots counted. Eva, you were talking about a safe and secure election. That really is the biggest part of this election cycle, making sure that everything is correct, pinpointed to a T.
Right, and I do want to note as well, for those of you that have not gone to the polls and you need a ride to the polls, because I took a few calls yesterday in the newsroom about that from someone saying, hey, I've called the Democratic Party headquarters, I've called the Republican Party headquarters, I've called the Board of Elections, and all I've done is left messages, I need a ride to the polls. Go ahead and do just that. You might not get that pickup and somebody saying hello on the other end. Leave your name, leave your number, leave your address if you need a ride to the polls. Someone will get back to you. That's what I have been advised to say. So, that, I'm going to just put that out there, too.
Words of wisdom from Eva Master.
I don't know about that. Just on the vehicle for relaying some information here. But appreciate both of you. And like I said, we'll bring you as up-to-date information as we can from the Erie County Board of Elections starting at 5 tonight.
We are looking forward to it. It's part of our wall-to-wall coverage. And again, when you have such a contentious election as this, you need every helping hand you can get. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Eva, get ready, because you're heading out here in just a little bit.
Sure am.
See you in just a little bit here. Thanks for taking a few minutes, and make sure to at least stay rested at least a little bit.
I've already had a couple cups of coffee.
Oh, she's good.
I packed my snacks, so I'm in it, as we all are for the long haul.
Eva, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks.
That's Eva Mastramadio. We take a look at some national voting here. You saw poll workers 2 hours ago at this location. You see poll workers now. Right now, of course, as we are seeing a continuous count of ballots on this Tuesday. 2:10 p.m. on our election coverage as we continue from the alert desk. Isaac Petcash, Ethan Kibbe. And now we can bring back the ever-patient Terry Warburton, professor at Edinburgh University. He's going to join us back on the desk here. We have been having great conversation with him over the last couple of hours, and we're going to bring him back here as he is here for a little while longer just to continue with our election updates, and so much still to get to on this Tuesday as the polls remain open in every state. Some will close at 7 p.m. Pennsylvania will be part of the ones that close at 8. Some at 9, 10, and 11 p.m. on the West Coast, including the Golden State of California, which will fall into Joe Biden's category most likely with 55.
I think we can safely say that, yeah.
Yeah, we can
that
make
would
that
be
prediction.
one heck of a change if we didn't see that.
We would be in, but you know what? I will say this, Ethan, it's 2020.
That is true.
You never know anything. For sure. One thing we do know for sure, though, is that Dr. Terry Warburton's joining us back at the desk. Terry, we've been talking just continuously about Erie County, the importance of the election, but now that we've heard from both the Democrat and Republican chairs of Erie County, you heard both of their messages. Do you feel as if there's maybe, after hearing them, a more confident party right now in Erie County as we're hitting 2:15?
I think Jim Works probably hit the right tone, and I think it's really applicable to both. They're cautiously optimistic. I think there's reason for both parties to feel good about where they are. It may be wish fulfillment in some respects on the part of some people. Say that people talk about so-called confirmation bias, that we have a tendency to see what we expect or want to see. And so you are looking for signs that, well, our side is probably got a chance of doing better than we expected. And especially if you have just about all polls showing that the results are within the margin of error. Now you throw that in, that margin of error, then the Democrats can say, oh, well, we typically have an edge in online, but not online, mail-in and absentee ballots. So that's good. If it's tight and we have that typical margin and look at how many people are doing it, that's good for us. The Republicans, on the other hand, can say, you know, there's been this tendency, and there's nothing to disprove it, that people underreport their support for Donald Trump to pollsters. A lot of them don't even want to have anything to do with them. It's almost that anti-establishment notion that the many Trump supporters tend to have, whether it's wearing masks at gatherings or whether it's responding to a pollster who calls in. And so the Republicans can say, look, if we're in a dead heat and the tendency for our supporters is not to acknowledge pollsters and not to respond to it, that takes us out of the margin of error. So again, both sides have something to be cautiously optimistic about.
And Doctor, do you think there's any way tonight, I mean, there's a way for everything, but realistically, do you think we're looking at a blowout tonight, or do you think we're looking at a close race one way or the other?
I'd be surprised at a blowout. And I know I'm probably getting too close to saying something I don't want to say, which is anything definitive.
Oh, no, we know anything can happen.
Things are so ambiguous right now. It's kind of like, it's sort of like you're in a dark room and you got a flashlight, and you shine that flashlight in a corner of that room. Well, where that flashlight is shining, you can see everything with great detail, but you can't see anything else in the room. And there's no guarantee that everything else in the room looks like that place where you're pointing the spotlight. And that's sort of when you look, we started out 2-3 hours ago saying on the other hand, and that's just another one of those, if there's a slogan for this election cycle, it's on the other hand, that you can look at one thing and then you can find something to counterbalance it. And when you look at that, you find something that flip-flops back again. We're talking about a pendulum-type tendency in general elections and national elections, and the pendulum here is much more accentuated. It's much more accelerated, maybe because of social media, which accelerates just about everything, but that pendulum goes from day to day, that you get the results and you say, oh, it's swinging in favor of this candidate. Oh, now it's coming back in favor of that candidate. And when the votes are finally counted, what votes are counted, how much they're counted, where they come from, maybe that's when the pendulum will finally stop on what side it's going to. Maybe we'll know then. And then, as with all political processes, the second an election cycle is over, the next one begins.
Right.
So you're going to say what's going to happen is, for example, if Trump wins, does Kamala Harris then become the leading candidate for 4 years from now because of her familiarity and her image that has been enhanced considerably, especially at the beginning of election cycles? Name recognition, visibility are critical.
Or is she toxic for being associated with a losing campaign if that were to happen?
That's exactly right. And the same thing then, and if Trump moves aside, then who moves up in the Republican circles? Is it Pence? Is it Ted Cruz?
Do we go back establishment? Who knows?
Let me ask you a question. I found very interesting that Ethan had mentioned that is it possible that Kamala Harris, let's say if Joe Biden weren't to win tonight, that she loses potential credibility? Do you feel as if Joe Biden, potentially as the Democratic challenger, is getting credibility because of the fact that he was the vice president in an establishment with former President Barack Obama, who is now campaigning on his behalf? Do you feel like that's a helping factor for him?
Whether he's getting credibility for that or not, he sure as heck is trying to get it. You sometimes think that he has got a new hyphenated name because he refers to the Obama-Biden presidency for 4 years, 8 years, and so it's was he adopted? The Obamas now have 3 kids, one 77 years old. That he's certainly tried to play on that association, because remember some of the differences. The turnout for Obama from young to old, broke all sorts of records. And then one of the reasons that Trump won over Hillary Clinton, was that the turnout for the Democrats wasn't as strong, wasn't as great as it was for the 2 elections previous to that. So his attempt to associate himself with Obama is certainly to be understood. At the same time, there's a certain bit of irony because why did Obama endorse Hillary Clinton 4 years ago and not Joe Biden if he was such a great running mate for the last 2?
Right.
He was not to be seen on the Biden sidelines. Now he is. So, people would say, well, wait a minute, how important a player was he in terms of the Obama legacy, if you will?
Really quickly, I want to get to something that we're seeing. We've been following on social media here some of the live updates in terms of political analysts here. I want to take a look at a tweet from Peter Alexander. He's the White House correspondent for NBC News. A couple of tweets in the last hour or so relating to the state of Pennsylvania. The tweet's reading here, early concern inside the Trump world about Election Day turnout activities in Pennsylvania. Peter Alexander saying, a person with direct knowledge of the campaign's operations tells me, quote, the team in Pennsylvania was not as prepared as it should have been in a state that could decide the presidency. Then 12 minutes ago, a second person with direct knowledge of the Trump campaign operation says what's happening today in Pennsylvania is, quote, not ideal. Again, those are just words that we're hearing from Peter Alexander at NBC. But again, developments in what could potentially be the key swing state, and just goes to show how closely these national outlets are also monitoring our state.
There's no doubt that there's a spotlight on Pennsylvania. It is because of its 20 electoral votes and the unexpected turn 4 years ago. Where does it go? And if we talk about paths to the presidency, and the path for Trump is narrow to begin with. And I think, Ethan, you were talking about that earlier. There are certain states that maybe Biden doesn't have to have, but there are very few states that Trump doesn't have to have.
Trump basically has one path. Biden has 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's it. So to change courses a little bit, when we talk about margin of error, Trump has very little margin of error. You can say, well, 1 or 2 states, maybe you can lose, but when you're this close on the national, the general vote, the popular vote, you don't have that type of space to fiddle around with the electoral. How you get to 270, there are a lot of different ways, but Trump is, you look at the map in general in terms of leaning red, leaning blue, and the purple states, you look at the far west, you look at the northeast, okay, those are pretty much going to be blue. That's it. And then the so-called flyover country. That how many of those states and where fall into the Trump camp, how many of them don't, and if he loses 1 or 2, and Pennsylvania is going to be critical about that. First of all, 20, a lot of votes to lose, and secondly, that was part of his path to victory last time. I don't think he has developed any new alternatives. I think basically he's got to repeat pretty much what he did 4 years ago to get there. If he doesn't, like you say, Biden can maybe knock off 1 or 2 because you know certain things he's going to have. And you're looking at, I think you'd mentioned that earlier, Isaac, the idea of the Rust Belt section, that the industrialized area, that's where that, we talked about union votes before, and you're looking at a lot of the idea of, for example, Detroit and the United Auto Workers and the Biden agenda, again, depending on how much you believe him or other people, what he said, what he meant, what he didn't say, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Any change in energy policy, what's that going to do to the auto industry? You say, oh, they'll move to electric, but how do you charge those batteries? You know, you still got to have fossil fuel, and if you've got people who are saying, we're going to phase it out, again, we mentioned earlier, how quickly do you phase it out? And phasing out means it's going to end.
Right.
And how soon? And people who are working there are saying, I'm going to get a pink slip. Now, is it in 2 years? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Or does somebody expect me to start learning how to install solar panels when I've been working in fracking?
Right.
And I've been a pipe fitter for 100 years and years, and that's what the tradition. I'm going to change career paths now? I don't think so.
As you said, fracking and so many other economic issues critical in Pennsylvania. Here's a look at where the swing states were in the last election. We just kind of gave you a synopsis of where the states were in 2016, the swing states. You see here, as Dr. Warburton was mentioning, the Rust Belt was won by President Trump in 2016. He took Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa. Down in the South, it was a bulwark with North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. For Joe Biden to get the victory tonight, a lot of poll experts saying he will either have to flip Pennsylvania, he'll have to flip Michigan, or he'll have to flip Wisconsin and possibly one other one of those southern states. Arizona as well, a contested race too. So a lot of possibilities here on our possibilities board, and of course we're here with expert Terry Warburton to break that down. But it is 2:23, and at 2:30 we're going to bring in our Matt Knadler, our Washington, D.C. correspondent. We were talking just moments ago about the importance of fracking, and Matt Knadler has had a chance to talk with a national congressman about the importance of fracking in this election. And before we get to him, we're going to go ahead and give you an idea just of how important fracking is. Here's Matt Knadler right before we take him live here in our next segment.
Congressman, thanks for the time. Good to see you again.
Well done.
Again, like we talked about off camera, this is one of those things when I hear natural gas and fracking, I think of PA-12 in the northeastern part of the state predominantly these days. If you could just take me through how important this is to the economy of your district and the northeastern part of the state as a whole.
Well, natural gas development is so important because it puts family-sustaining jobs. You look at what people can earn in the natural gas industry. Susquehanna County has people after 2 years earning $50,000-$60,000 a year coming right out of a 2-year program. So when you look at that, when you look at the economy that comes, or the money that comes into the economy for our counties, for our municipalities, for our Commonwealth, and then put on top of that the national security implications of being, this is a huge benefit. Also to mention that it's a fact that the average family in Pennsylvania, because of our energy, saves about $1,100 a year on their energy bills. So when we're talking about helping families that are struggling or helping low-income people, saving $1,100 a year on their energy bill is one heck of a help.
I think it's interesting, as you have mentioned before, and I'll bring it up again in the story tonight, up to 10% of the natural gas drilled in the U.S. on a daily basis comes from your district. So just take me through, as you said, what would happen if this went away or there was a ban on fracking? What impact would that have on your district?
Well, it would have a huge impact, and you look at what the hundreds of millions of dollars it puts into the Pennsylvania economy, tens of thousands of jobs across our Commonwealth. And as you mentioned, on any given day, up to 10% of the nation's natural gas is produced right in PA-12. So that's the implications it has. And when you have the former vice president, quite frankly, pandering to people, and that's really what he's doing. He's saying one thing to one group of people, and then he comes to Pennsylvania and pretends like he likes us and calls us chumps. Quite frankly, he did that when he was in Pennsylvania. So please give us a lot more credit than that. We're thoughtful, hardworking people, and what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to support our families, support our local communities, support our Commonwealth, and we care about America. And that's what natural gas development means to the people of PA-12.
Talk about what you're hearing from voters on the ground. I mean, I think this is a pretty significant issue. It is a key battleground state. Do you think are voters kind of in the same line as what you're saying? They think that Joe Biden is pandering. They don't necessarily believe it, and they have a real fear. Is there a real fear on the ground right now that these jobs could go away?
Well, absolutely, because I spend a lot of time traveling across PA-12, seeing the great work that happens from all the people. And the thing that the former vice president is missing is the people that live and work in America. They're smart, thoughtful, intelligent people. He should give them more credit than that. I certainly do. And where I'm getting my viewpoint from is from traveling around, talking to the people that are going to show up on November 3rd and cast their vote. And what they want is they want somebody that's going to be honest to them. They don't want to hear somebody. I'll even go to another thing when he was asked about court packing, and now he's going to have a commission. They just appreciate the fact that he can give them a straight answer. on any issue, and he's been unable to do that.
On the flip side, I know you're a big supporter of President Trump. He's a supporter of yours. Just take me through how do you see the fact that the president has had the same message on this issue for, let's say, 5 years now, since he first campaigned in 2015. I mean, he's been pretty consistent on this. How do you see that paying off in the state this year?
I'll say one thing about the president. He's been consistent back into the 80s. I saw him as a private individual when he talked about putting America first and he talked about making foreign governments pay for their security that we provide around the world. He finally got NATO to do that. The president's message has not changed. And that's what people like about the president. They like about the president is he stands up for America's families, America's jobs, and America's interests, number one every day. And his message has not. That's who we are in America. We look out for each other. We want to support our family, and we're proud of our nation. We're proud of our heritage. The fact that we have the best nation on the face of the earth. So, and the president's defended that and put that first in everything he does, and that's what we see as Americans. If you go across Pennsylvania, we're talking about Pennsylvania as the battleground state, and you see the support for our president, and you can look at, I know a lot of people say signs and things don't vote, but look at the people that have taken the time to make their own signs. And come out to the rallies. I've had people tell me, they say, Fred, I'll go and I'll stand at a rally. I don't care if I don't get in. I'm with all the other people there, and we can watch it on the big screen outside of the event. They just love the fact that there's a president that is sticking up for their values and putting their well-being first and not just saying things to get elected. He's saying them because, and I've been with the president on several occasions. There's two words I can sum up about the president. He cares.
And that was our Matt Knaler talking about the issue of fracking in Pennsylvania. And speaking of Matty K, he is joining us live right now from Washington, D.C. yet again. Matt, continuing to hang in there. It's good to talk to you. I want to ask you, though, first about this interview. We know how important fracking is in terms of what both candidates have said in the state of Pennsylvania. Just give us your thoughts on both the interview and how much you've heard in terms of fracking in our state.
Yeah, Isaac. Well, I'll tell you, I think fracking is one of those issues that it's a big issue because of the state it's in. First of all, Pennsylvania is one of the biggest swing states in this race. Fracking and energy are one of the biggest job creators and economic drivers in certain regions of the state, and one of those is where Congressman Fred Keller's district is in north and central Pennsylvania. It's a big issue. It's a job creator. Now, also, we've seen some counter studies from the Biden campaign and Democrats who've said, look, renewable energy, green energy in its own right has the opportunity and the prospect of being a job creator. So that's partly why this has become such a big issue, because fracking and natural gas drilling, hydraulic fracturing, all of that is what exists right now. And so taking that away, according to the Trump campaign, is what Joe Biden will do. That is a real threat, right? On the flip side of that, Joe Biden saying, look, we're not going to take anything away. The Biden campaign stance is a ban on new permits for public land drilling, right? So, it's just a back and forth in this campaign, but it's really put Pennsylvania in the spotlight in this particular industry. So that's why we wanted to talk to Fred Keller. 10%, as he said, 10% of all natural gas drilled in the United States on any given day comes from his district.
And Matt, we know in addition to fracking, the economy has been one of the key talking points in Pennsylvania as well. Have you heard that from voters, too, that a lot of their voting concerns are based on the economy? Or what would you say, for Pennsylvania in particular, the biggest voting issues are, what they're voting on?
Sure. I think when I came back to Erie a couple of days here after the Cleveland debate, so the end of October, or the end of September, early October, and I had a chance to catch up with Trump supporters from 2016 to see where they stood now. And those who told me that they were still supporting the president said, yeah, a large part of this, for their reason of supporting the president, was due to the economy, was due to the fact that the 401ks, the stocks were up. There were a lot of things that they felt just comfortable with in the economy. On the flip side, some of those folks we talked to in 16, or at least we met, who voted for the president in 16 and said they would not support him now and instead vote for Joe Biden, basically said, yeah, look, the economy is not good for us. And so they're voting the other way on the economy. It's a big issue, not just because of the coronavirus and the recovery that is still ongoing, but
where it was before. Farmers were impacted negatively by these tariffs in a way until they got a little bit of a kickback here from Washington. And I think they're ready to just kind of move on from some of those policies here from the Trump administration. So it's a big issue on both sides.
Let's keep on the nature of the economy and farmers. I want to talk specifically about the USMCA. That was the new agreement that was designed to replace NAFTA. We know the rural areas of Erie County are inhabited by a lot of farmers. What was their reaction to the USMCA, and do you feel like policies like that have maybe swayed them in one way or another in terms of farmers when it comes to this election?
Well, I can tell you from the trade groups and the folks I talked to here in Washington, most of them were pretty excited that would have been actually impacted by the USMCA. They were pretty excited about the prospect of this deal. One of those was was a dairy trade group here that they basically represent dairy farmers and some of the companies that produce dairy products, milk, cheese, all of that. And they were very excited for this because they said finally there were some, and without getting too deep in the weeds on it, there were some regulations in Canada that allowed their milk and dairy products to be produced at a cheaper rate, a more customer effective cost than what you had in the United States. And that was a big concern for local farmers and, of course, especially those impacted by the Dean Foods consolidation a couple years ago. They were trying to get their product into other markets, places where they could make a profit. So I think a lot of people in our area were excited by this, or at least the prospect of that deal. Now, we'll see, as this trade deal actually gets implemented here. It's only been about, again, this is the first term. A lot of it's still being rolled out right now. I think we'll see the impacts of that, but heading into this election tonight, the idea that trade deal in NAFTA was reformed, it helped farmers in a lot of ways.
Lastly, Matt, regardless of who candidates are voting for, there has been a belief that the economy might be able to round the turn after the election. The COVID pandemic has, of course, brought it to a standstill. Do you get that feeling from people you've talked to, voters you've talked to, that regardless of who gets into office, the economy might be able to rebound as we round the end of the fourth quarter here this year?
I think there is some optimism from voters. I mean, just those I've talked to, and primarily on the Hill, even some on Capitol Hill, some lawmakers who say, yeah, look, whether it's the president again, whether he wins and they're negotiating with him, or if it is Joe Biden, I think there's some optimism. You could almost get some fresh starts on a coronavirus relief package, perhaps jumpstart the economy in areas that's been stagnant, get folks and Americans across the board another $1,200 stimulus check. I think there's some optimism, economically speaking, and as far as that coronavirus relief deal goes, that once you get through the election and the partisan politics here that we've experienced for the last few months, that some sort of extra relief could be on the way. Because again, I mean, if the president wins, you're working with him for at least 2-4 years with what could be a Republican-controlled Senate once again. I mean, there's a lot of politics at play, and I think that's partly why it took so long to get here now. Also why you might actually get a bit of movement starting in January, or perhaps even in the lame duck.
We didn't even get to the stimulus package, Matt. I completely forgot about that, but that's another key part of the economy as well. If you have a couple of minutes here, let me just ask you the last question. Is the stimulus package, the lack of the stimulus package, also a big factor on people as well? We've got a ton of stories on it here in Erie. People are frustrated. What would you say a lack of a second stimulus package has been on the effect of voters? Because there isn't one that's been in place, even though the first one ended months ago.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I'll tell you, Isaac, I think your coverage on that has been great, too. I know there's sometimes on the Hill when I can't get to that story that day. A lot of other things are happening here in Washington. Your coverage has been very good as well locally. I got to tell you, I think there's just been a frustration among voters about this, why this hasn't been passed at this point. And even talking to some lawmakers we cover, not just Congressman Kelly, but I mean across the board, I think that there is a frustration on Capitol Hill. A lot of lawmakers wanted something done by the election. I think a lot of voters wanted something done by the election. And we'll see, I brought up exit polls last hour. I would love to talk to some voters as they're coming out of polls today and say, does this bother you? Did this impact your vote? Do you want the incumbents out and do you want some new voices in? I think those are the kind of things that we'll hear from voters in the next day or so as we talk in our local coffee shops or hear from them on our air. It's going to be interesting to see if that's a big indicator for them. But I think it is in some way for sure.
Man, that stimulus package, the first one, of course, helped for so many Americans, and the second one has been negotiated for a long time, still nothing passed. And again, Matt, we appreciate you taking some time with us. We're going to talk to you in the next hour here, but until then, continue to get some rest, and we're getting closer to those polls closing, so we'll talk to you in just a bit.
You got it. Thanks.
All right, that's Matt Knadler, our Washington, D.C. correspondent, of course, joining us graciously. He has, get this, folks, 60 live hits between today and tomorrow. So that man is doing an exceptional job here on our coverage, and we do appreciate the work that he is doing across our coverage here from Washington, D.C., our correspondent, Matt Knadler. We're going to go ahead and pause the stream just for 1 second to go ahead and refresh it. We're going to be back with you in just about a minute's time here once we get this stream pulled up. You're watching Erie News Now, wall-to-wall election coverage you can count on as our day rolls on here on Erie News Now. Give us just 1 moment. We'll go.
With coverage you can count on. This is an Erie News Now election update.
We are back with you, taking a look outside the White House on this gorgeous Tuesday afternoon, 2:41 and counting on the East Coast on this election day. Our wall-to-wall election coverage continues here on Erie News Now Plus, as well as our social media channels, as we are maneuvering around some issues with voting in Erie County, issues with voting around the country, but still expecting a wild ride of a night, roller coaster, if you will, on this election eve. With me is Ethan Kibbe. To my right on the far side is Dr. Terry Warburton from Edinburgh University. He's been gracious enough to spend some time with us here for the last few hours, and we're going to squeeze the last 18 minutes out of him here. And Doctor, again, continuing our election coverage. We'll let Ethan kick this off here just as we continue along.
Oh, a couple things we need to note first, and that is that Dr. Warburton was here early, which never happens for live guests, and we need to give him kudos
Right.
for that. It was magnificent, and he's taken the better part of 3 hours now with us to break this all down because he's so much more knowledgeable than either of us. So we're going to tap into that knowledge a little bit more. Doctor, as we look at Pennsylvania in particular, specifically Erie County, we're often referred to it as a bellwether county. Can you explain to viewers what that means, why it is?
I think a couple of factors come into play. One, because of its traditional Democratic strength, at least in registration. The typical voting pattern, which has been consistent with that registration advantage for the Democrats. But last presidential election, we saw where that wasn't the case. And we're seeing that also in terms of the congressional race within the district as well. That the strength lies to the north of the district or in the urban area of the city. And it's sort of a microcosm of what, or I should, the other way, it's representative of the microcosm I saw as I drove in from the western side of the county. You saw lots of Trump signs. The closer you got to Erie City proper, the fewer Trump signs you saw and the more Biden signs you saw. So it was almost like a gradual trend from one to the other. Happens the same way if you're going south, that you go from a Democratic or Biden-based strength, and then you start going down to a more Republican-based strength. And that's really similar to what the state is like, that you've got those urban bases of voting strength for Democrats, traditionally at least, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. And you've got the urban, I should say the rural areas in between. It wasn't meant to be complementary, but I think, I'm blanking on his name now, but Mary Matlin's husband,
James Carville.
Yeah, right. He referred to Pennsylvania as Pennsyltucky, because you've got the urban, sophisticated, cosmopolitan bases at the two ends, and then you've got all the in-between, which is, again, sometimes referred to as God's country, sometimes referred to as quite the opposite. And so you've got
I grew up in God's country, Pennsylvania, yes.
Yeah, and so you've got this spread, this diversity, and the idea of Erie having gone traditionally Democratic and then flipping to Republican. Where that goes is not only going to be, I think, indicative of how the race in general is going to go for Pennsylvania, but in many respects nationally as well, because you've got the same areas of strength that you play. you had the map up a little bit earlier, and you see the two ends of the country, which tend to be relatively blue, and we anticipate them to remain that way. And then you've got the in-between. And so how does the in-between respond to this? Do we have people who have, for one reason or another, become dissatisfied with or alienated by Donald Trump, whether it's his personality or whether it's his policies? Do you have enough strength there to flip many of those states over to Biden? Or do you have a situation where, as we were talking earlier today, if it was today, I think we were talking about it earlier today, the idea that 75% of each party views dire times ahead if their candidate loses and the other party's candidate wins. That's going to drive turnout, because if people feel that, oh my gosh, the future is that bad, if someone else wins, I better get out there and vote for my person or vote against the other person. And so that's part of the dynamic that we're seeing, both here in Erie County, in Pennsylvania as a state, and in the country at large.
But in 2016, that was the argument as well. There was a lot of people who chose not to vote because they didn't like either candidate. They felt like they were voting for the lesser of two evils. So what then makes the difference between 2016 and 2020? If the mindsets are the same, what drives up the voter turnout?
Because both sides have seen what can happen. Both sides have seen. Those who supported Trump can see. He promised he was going to knock regulation down. He did. He promised he was going to appoint certain kinds of Supreme Court justices. He did. He promised he was going to change the tax law. He did. The same things that energizes Trump's base drive the other side crazy, because that's the exact opposite. We're no longer talking about issues of degree, how much we do this or how much but that you do it at all, that you start doing something or stop doing something. From letters, for example, in higher education, certain requirements that the Obama administration put in place in terms of Title IX, and certain ways that universities can, or in some respects must, investigate allegations of sexual attack, sexual assault. And many of those requirements were changed significantly by the Trump people, Trump administration. Now, what made some people happy, saying now finally people can get legal representation if they're accused where they couldn't get them previously under Title IX, that makes one side very happy. That's the way it should be. But it also goes completely opposite. So we're dealing not with shades of differences. It's heads and tails. And I think that's that polarization we're talking about, that we have differences. But my differences, what I like, is what you really dislike. It's not so much the in-between. The in-between is becoming less. And I hate to use that distinction, but right or left, or however you progress it, conservative, whatever you want to say, as I say, the in-between, if you look at the traditional bell curve, it's not there anymore. That's not it, and you've got two bumps on either side. That's where it is. And I think that's what's energizing, infuriating, inducing anxiety, if you will, with a lot of people. And that's part of what's going on.
And Doctor, you've been studying that and studying politics here for a few years or so.
A couple, yeah.
And so, looking at that through your lifetime, just how much have you seen that increasing polarization where, 20, 30, 40 years ago, definite differences between candidates, make no mistake, but not what we see now, where you've got President Trump, who tends to cater toward the far right wing of the conservative, or of the Republican Party, and you've got, although Joe Biden tends to be portrayed as a moderate, Kamala Harris was rated by some nonpartisan groups as the most liberal senator. So have you seen anything like this before? How bad has it gotten in your lifetime of going from everyone's in the middle and some people are on the fringes to everyone's on the fringes and the people in the middle are kind of forgotten?
Well, I think the last time we saw this explicitly, at least, was probably when Barry Goldwater was running back in, what was that, 1964, I guess that was.
Yeah.
And so that's you're going to take my word for it,
That's
right?
Goldwater Johnson. It's 64. Yeah, no, it's spot on. And, yeah,
I have to
Goldwater
be careful
of Arizona
when I refer
and Johnson.
to the last century.
Yeah.
My frame of reference is a little bit different. But where you had Goldwater, who many people say that if it was not for Goldwater, who was, I think, won one state, If it was not for Goldwater, there never would have been a Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan made a speech buttressing the Goldwater candidacy right at the end of the election cycle, and that brought Reagan to people's attention. But Goldwater was soundly renounced by people. The country just didn't want him, and Johnson was the guy the famous Daisy commercial, which was only shown once, but in every textbook for negative advertising, that's usually Exhibit A. When you look at it nowadays, it wasn't really all that negative in comparison to the stuff that's going out over the airwaves now. And not just over the airwaves, if you look at some of the stuff that's going on social media and focused solely on that, it's even more vitriolic on both sides. And it just, everything has changed, and as I say, it's because that in the middle is less and less. And it's on one side or another. You know, you're with me or you're against me. And that's it. There's very little, less and less room for compromise. The story that Tip O'Neill was recognized at that time, a liberal Democratic Speaker of the House, would call everybody names, but then go out and have cocktails with his opponents. I guess he went out and had cocktails with just about everybody, his opponents as well. And there was a degree of a camaraderie and shared sense of a vision of the United States and what we're all about. And I think we have very different visions at play nowadays. And that's pretty much it, what the government should or shouldn't do, or what the government should be involved in or should not be involved in. And there are even debates on who makes an American. So it's not the same thing. It's a different public debate that's taking place now. And it's much more existentially focused. It's really, what are we about? Not how we accomplish things that we pretty much agree on, but how do we accomplish what we want that you are in opposition to, and vice versa?
The question then becomes, off of that, Dr. Warburton, is looking toward the future. You mentioned how there's a growing divide in the left and the right and their views, their ideals, and how they view the other party. Does that mean, as we continue along the election path for 2024 and beyond, that you'll see more polarizing candidates at both sides? Or would you envision a potential shift back toward the middle for the 2024 election, regardless of who were to win this year?
That's you rub your crystal ball and you look into that and say, what's going to come around the corner? I would think that it's more strategy than policy, or to stick with what we mentioned 3 hours ago, personality versus policy. If there was some person who could bridge that chasm that exists between the two political camps, to bring up the idea that, you know what, we may not agree where we're going, but we've got to agree we're all in the same boat. And so we're all going to end up in the same place, whether we want to get there or not. And as a result, how can we look for it? It's like mediation. When you have a mediator dealing with the negotiations, labor negotiations, one of the first things you try to do is to find things that people can start or something like that, because people have been locked into that spiral of saying no. It's like an argument you have with your wife or girlfriend, or God forbid, not both. But the idea that you have, so a mediator tries to find things where, let's start saying yes and see if we can get locked into that cycle. And it have to take a very special person, I think. And do we have one? Yeah, we've got them. I mean, let's face it, I don't want to take any sides this way, but are Donald Trump and Joe Biden the best people out of 340 million people who could run for presidency? Some people will say yes, but I think a lot of people might say, maybe not.
I can tell you from speaking with voters, I don't think I've bumped into anybody who says yes. Those two are.
Now, you just throw that out. It's more of a rhetorical question. And say, think about that. Are they the two best? And why not? Why are some people, as opposed to working in opposition to each other? When Jim Wirtz was in here, what did he say? $4 million spent in this area on it. That's unconscionable.
That's unbelievable. Right.
Think of what you could do with that money.
What is so valuable in an office that induces people to spend that kind of money on it? What are they getting out of it? I'm spending that kind of money to get a $75,000 a year job?
And you see the same in the national race, the parties bragging about the fact that they've raised more for their presidential candidate than the others.
Yeah, and why? When you say, what do they get out of it? Is there, there's more underneath the surface than there on the surface. As you guys know, I mean, you're reporters. Oftentimes, it's the backstory that really matters.
Right.
It's what's not said that is much more important than what is said. People say it because they want you to know it. I want to find out what they don't want me to know. That's real reporting. That's really getting.
That's how you know you're a good journalist. If people are a little upset with you, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, if they're trying to keep something quiet, that's what should be known. There's a reason for that. So why does people spend that much money? Why do they spend that much time? Why do they spend lifetimes looking for something? Is it ego? Partially. No politician is Mother Teresa never ran for office.
Right.
So ego, lack of ego is not. They've got an ego. They've got who wakes up in the morning and says, you know what? I think I should be president.
You got to have a heck of an ego to be the president.
You have to really think.
So I think one, it's partly it's because who's going to put your family through the ringer, put yourself through the ringer, have to raise so much money. The notion of politics today is a lot different from when George Washington was first president. It was a lot different from when Franklin Roosevelt was different. Partly because of the media, partly because of the intensity, and partly because of the stakes. Because there are not too many politicians who've been in office for a number of years who retire broke.
No.
Good call.
Or with less money than when they came in.
Or without incredible job offers waiting for them.
A congressman, a senator makes what, $175,000, $180,000 a year, but they retire millionaires.
As lifetime pensions.
And they've got to keep two, residents in Washington or residents in their home state.
Odd how that works.
You don't get a lot of money to save with 180. It sounds good to people, but basically, when you look at expenses, how do they end up accumulating millions of dollars over 20 years when they retire?
It's a never-ending question, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We are getting down to the final few minutes with you, Doctor. Again, we appreciate you taking some time with us. The last thing we want to ask you is a simple one, but a broad question. If you're a voter tonight, what would be your message to the voter, to the person who might be watching this stream, not just for tonight, but the years down the road? What would be your message if you had to give one as a political analyst and a political expert for a voter in Erie County, just talking about what we know and what the thought process is moving forward?
I think the first thing to do is to take it as seriously as the people who have devoted their lives and in some respects given up their lives to protect our ability to have it. That franchise means a great deal. And for people to throw it away or to never exercise it, you see some of the news videos of people in different countries when they come out with a purple thumb or something, and it's a badge of honor because it's the first time they've had to do it in 20 years, or a generation. First chance they've had to do it in their life. And we basically say, it's raining out. I don't think I'll vote today. I think we, take it too casually and don't recognize that every vote makes a difference. And if you win or if you lose, at least you're getting in that boat that we talked about. If you're standing on the shore saying, hey, you're going the wrong way, you kind of lose your credibility in doing that. If you want to say, well, that's not the way I want it to go. Maybe if I get on board, I can eventually, me or people like me, might have a little more influence on it. And setting a course, seldom does setting a successful course mean you go to one extreme or the other. And a lot of people, I think, see it as going to one extreme or the other. And rather, it's the principles that people who found it, who fought for it, who defended it, who took it seriously, and I think sometimes not enough of us do.
Well, Doctor, first of all, we appreciate more than words you taking your time with us this morning and this afternoon. We know how critical of an election this is, and your expertise and wisdom are well beyond what the two of us could scrounge together and put in our capacities. So we appreciate you taking a few minutes few hours,
Few
I should
hours,
say here. See, we're so tired we can't even say the time right here. But we appreciate you taking a little bit of time with us.
It's been enjoyable, as I said.
It is. It's exciting.
You guys are doing a good job. I appreciate that. It's nice to see it. Several much younger fellows doing it. In a very
3 or 4
capable,
years.
professional way.
We're getting there.
So that's good. I think that the media organizations, they also have to bear a responsibility. I don't want to get off on that harangue.
No, but we are partially guilty.
Too
yes.
many of them have frankly become cheerleaders. Too many of them have become rooting for one perspective or another, and to me that's not reporting. And the more, when I say voters have to take it seriously, I think people in the news have to take it seriously as well.
That's why we bring in the experts. It's not our job to tell people what to think or what to do, but we know people who know an awful lot, and you're certainly one of them. So
you want to get them to think, and you want to get them to do. So that's the important part.
And might I say, your bow tie is probably one of the most exciting that I have seen.
Well, that's good. My battery is dead, otherwise I'd have it twirl around.
It's one of those hats where you get the spinners on the top and whatnot.
That too.
Doctor, thank you so much.
Guys, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. It's been an enjoyable day.
Thank you.
Super enjoyable. We'll look forward to the rest of the day. You can look forward to at least some shut-eye for the remainder of the day, at least in maybe in the waning hours of the evening.
Okay.
That is Dr. Terry Warburton. He's joining us from the University, Edinburgh University, I should say. We're going to let him go here and be on his merry way as we take a quick look outside of the White House. And again, just talking about the importance of the election and how critical it is to be able to get that information from the experts and everyone else as well as we continue along here. Isaac Petcash joined by Ethan Kibbe. We are continuing our election coverage today. Ethan, we are hitting the 3 o'clock hour. Still a lot going on.
A ton going on, and there's going to be throughout the day. We're getting updates here through our area, polling issues in Crawford County, a little bit out in Northeast. We'll break all of those down for you coming up. Of course, our Matt Knadler has been joining us from Washington, D.C. We've got you covered. I mean, we are everywhere. We've got crews on their way to Warren right now, crews on their way to Crawford County, people all over Erie County, Matt Knadler in Washington, D.C., Cody Carlson in Harrisburg. We are round-the-clock coverage everywhere that you can count on. That's what we bring you here on Erie News Now. And believe we have another visitor here, although we've got to get into some programming, or should we bring in a visitor? It's up to you.
It is up to you. Let's go ahead and bring in the visitor, shall we?
Why not?
Why not? We might as well do that here on this.
The first man I ever interviewed on Erie News Now, Dr. Joe Morris.
There you go. Joe Morris,
Mercyhurst University.
Joining us, of course, speaking of political experts.
Yes,
this is
no one better.
Creme de la creme of them here in Erie County. Joe Morris is joining us here today, a political expert. Like you mentioned, Joe, your life has been fairly busy the last couple of months, but we appreciate you taking a little bit of time with us. Let's set the scene right now. It's 3 o'clock. What have you been hearing from voters? What have you been hearing from the political parties? What's the scene right now in Erie County and the rest of the U.S.?
Well, I think things are pretty busy. We had no doubt that today was going to be an exciting day, and given the fact that we have so many lines at so many polls suggests that it is going to be every bit as exciting as we thought.
Definitely, especially here in Erie County and, of course, throughout our area as well. Now, we know you weren't able to do any polling this semester because of COVID, but what's reasonable to expect here in terms of both Pennsylvania and then maybe the general election? Are we looking at the possibility of a blowout tonight, or are we looking at probably a close race one way or the other?
Well, I'm always hesitant to suggest that there may be a blowout because usually there's not. I mean, most presidential elections are relatively close. In this election, we may in fact end up with a blowout nationwide in terms of the popular vote. But every bit of polling suggests that in the critical states, those swing states, people are evenly divided as to whether they're going to support Donald Trump or Joe Biden, and that includes Pennsylvania. The polling right now is essentially within the margin of error, and given the fact that we have such a large turnout today, I'm hesitant to even think that those polls are accurate at all, and something very different may happen.
Wow, especially from someone who understands polls arguably better than anyone else in the county, Dr. Joe Morris. And so, Doctor, as we look through this here, we talk more about polls, we talk more about Pennsylvania and swing states in general. And maybe I'm crazy here, but you can almost feel the race tightening over the last few weeks just from rhetoric, from hearing people talk. Am I crazy there, or does it feel like in our area that race is tightening up?
No, I think you're absolutely right. This is normal. We polled back last spring, and we had something like a 14-point lead. Biden had a 14-point lead over Donald Trump here in Erie County. And I told people then that this isn't going to last. The race is going to tighten up. And so if you're feeling a sense that the race is tightening, you're in fact correct. Every poll in swing states across the United States has suggested that we are in fact is going to see a very, very close race in all of those swing states.
Now, we've heard from other polling experts per se that the most accurate polls, the polls that specific pollsters trust, are the ones a week to a few days before the election. Of course, the polls tighten, like you mentioned. Would you agree with that? Would you say that the most accurate or the most quote-unquote trusted polls are the ones just before the election? Or could you say that the ones that came out today on Election Day are also somewhat accurate?
Yeah, so polls are a snapshot of a moment in time. So if we have a poll from 3 weeks ago, it's a poll of what was happening among voters, how they were thinking 3 weeks ago. And a lot can change in 3 weeks. So in political science, I teach my students that we should distinguish between election forecasts and election predictions. Forecasts are long-term projections about how an election is going to turn out, and we do those months in advance of elections. Predictions are more short-term, and we tend to rely on polls. Obviously, the closer you get to election day, if polls are just a snapshot of a moment in time, the more likely that poll is to reflect what's going to happen on election day. So the fact that we've seen these polls tighten, the race tighten in polls, suggests that that's exactly what's happening out there.
And Doctor, as we look toward that race to 270, for Joe Biden, a few more paths than perhaps the president. Can the president, obviously there's always a way, but realistically, can the president do it without Pennsylvania?
It is very difficult to imagine how that will happen. For Joe Biden, I think it can be done. It can be. I mean, there's reasonable paths to the presidency without Pennsylvania. But if Joe Biden manages to stop Donald Trump here in Pennsylvania, that's pretty much going to be the end of the road for him. Not a guarantee, but very, very likely. I don't know if any candidate really absolutely needs Pennsylvania to win, but my guess is that whoever wins the White House is going to win Pennsylvania, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
Other ways to do it, but realistically, if you take this, you're going to win the thing. Because you're going to take the other states, too, because we're similar.
We're similar in many ways. Joe Biden, I think, could stand a lot more damage in this campaign than Donald Trump. And by that I mean he can lose a lot more states that he hoped to win and still come out on top. I was just playing with the Electoral College map this morning with some of my students, and we actually found a reasonable scenario that puts Joe Biden at a victory with just 270 Electoral College votes. So anything is possible tonight.
Now, that specific scenario, I would assume it would involve the second congressional district, potentially in Nebraska, maybe Maine as well. But to you, what would be the most plausible path for both Joe Biden and Donald Trump to win the election, if we're talking just specifically the swing states?
Yeah, the easiest path for both of them comes through Pennsylvania and includes Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota. If you remember back to 2016, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, part of that blue wall that votes reliably Democratic, a big giant hole was blown through that wall in those states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So Joe Biden, I think, is really hoping, and the easiest path to victory for him is to patch up that hole and to win those 3 states. And Donald Trump is hoping to do well in most of them and sees a path to victory there.
Yeah. And of course, so many paths to 270 that we've talked about. If you had to list, I know it's difficult, we've talked about Pennsylvania being a critical swing state. If you had to list in order, let's say your top 3 swing states that the candidates desperately need tonight, what would they be?
Well, for Donald Trump, that would be Florida, Pennsylvania, and then he needs to do well in at least one other of those blue wall states. For Joe Biden, I think there's lots of ways that Joe Biden can win, but I think Pennsylvania would be a wonderful prize for him. holding on to Minnesota and retaking Michigan and Wisconsin, I think are a dream come true, virtually guaranteeing him the presidency. But I tell you, the state that I've been paying a lot of attention to, because I think it's going to be a really good indicator of how the rest of the night's going to go, is the state of North Carolina. North Carolina is one of those states that began processing and counting their ballots weeks ago. And that means that in all likelihood on election, the end of the night tonight, we're going to have pretty close to the final results in that state. This is a race where the president and Joe Biden are neck and neck. The polls have them at a tie. So we're going to get a real good chance to see which way how well the polls are catching the late changes from one party to another. And we'll also get a chance to see whether or not Joe Biden or Donald Trump really did well at the end.
And right now you're looking at the Real Clear Politics polling average in North Carolina. As Joe mentioned, 47.8% for Trump, 47.6% for Biden. As we said, a virtual statistical tie in those states. I want to ask you, going back, Joe, to 2016, in your mind, what about the polls? I know you say, obviously, that the polls sometimes they can be trusted, sometimes they can't. What did the polls get wrong in 2016 that you think might be along the same lines or different in 2020? Because there were so many swing states. The consensus was in 2016 that Hillary Clinton would narrowly win each of the swing states, but that, of course, ended up being mostly the reverse. I know there's a margin of error, but what did the polls get wrong back in 2016 that they might be able to either correct or possibly get wrong again in 2020?
Well, in 2016, what it looks like we had happen was that pollsters underestimated certain groups of people that ended up turning out on election day. So public opinion polling is part art and part science. The science part we have down well. We know how to do random samples. We know how to write good questions. We know how to be objective when we conduct interviews. But the art part is kind of mysterious. And that requires us to figure out what the electorate is going to look like on election day. We need to figure out who's going to turn out to vote. And in 2016, what it looked like we had happened was we underestimated the number of people who turned out to vote who did not have a college education. They were high school educated. We saw huge numbers of people turn out, and in 2016 that was for Donald Trump, and we just totally missed that. So most of the state polls were off by 2, approaching 3 points. One of the things that we can expect this time is that pollsters should have taken that into consideration. Every indication was that this was going to be a high turnout election, lots of people voting, and I would be quite surprised if they underestimated any group too much. So I think the polls are probably going to be more accurate than they were in 2016, but like I said, in many of these swing states, it's just too close. We're within margins of error.
And it just depends, in 2016 we also had sort of the silent Trump voters who didn't pledge their allegiance to the president, then went and voted for him. Do you think that bloc still exists, that group of voters still exists at this point, or 4 years into his presidency, does pretty much everyone who's going to vote for the president freely admit to that?
Yeah, that's the question of the day. We have a pollster out of the University of Southern California who's running the Survey Research Institute there, who swears, he's been on television all week long, telling us that most polls have gotten it wrong because most people who are going to support Trump are not going to tell you they're going to support Trump. This has everything to do with something we call social desirability, and we've known about this for decades. If you are trained in survey research, you learn about social desirability. People have a tendency to try and please the interviewer, and they answer questions in ways that they think they'll find to be acceptable. In this case, the hypothesis is that some voters, a significant percentage of voters, are saying they're not going to vote for Donald Trump because it's not the socially desirable thing to say. So this pollster out of USC has claimed, he's staking his reputation on the fact that all of the polls that are out there, with the exception of his, are underestimating these people who are behaving in socially desirable ways. So does that answer your question?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Kind of a roundabout.
No, that's brilliant.
And it makes a lot of sense, considering, again, in 2016, we saw that several voters for Hillary Clinton were adamant. They wanted to show that they were for the Democratic candidate. And again, the silent, that Trump calls it the silent majority, ended up being there for the president. And I guess the question then becomes, do we see that happening again this year?
Yeah, we'll see some of it. Although, based on what I see around town, there's a lot of people that most people don't see it ashamed at all to be supporting Donald Trump.
Much more mainstream.
Right.
Yeah, it's acceptable in the way that it wasn't in 2016. And it was acceptable in 2016. It just wasn't the socially desirable thing to do. So I don't know that we'll have as many of those, but the chance is always there. And as a political scientist, one of the things, someone who does polling as part of his job, I'm really anxious to see how well our polling data from the last few days matches up with the election. Because if there is great disparity between polling results in the last couple of days and election results today and tomorrow, we really have to rethink what we're doing as pollsters. And it's going to be fascinating to see.
One of the things that will be fascinating as well is watching the vote count come in over the next few days. Many experts have said there's no guarantee we'll get a result tonight for president, depending on where the polls stand, how many votes are left to be counted. What's your thought on that? Do you think we could get a result tonight? Do you think it might take a few more days, a few more weeks? Where do you stand on when we could actually have an official result?
This all depends on how quickly those states that were permitted to begin counting early manage to count the ballots. And we have to be very careful and be very patient as states report all of their ballots. There's, in all likelihood, what we will probably see, depending on how votes are reported, is that some states are going to appear to be solid Trump states. Maybe this will happen in Florida, maybe North Carolina. But people aren't going to pay attention to the fact that there's still a large number of votes out there that are mail-in ballots that just haven't been reported. So in terms of how long it's going to take to really figure this out, I suspect that in many of the important states we'll be able to have results tonight or early tomorrow morning. But this is an election that requires patience above all else, and we have to make sure that all of the votes that are legally cast are counted, and it may take some time to do that.
And speaking of taking time, we've been seeing some delays in voting in Erie, Warren, and Crawford County. We actually have an update we want to play for you really quickly. It's from our Haley Potter, who's in Vernon Township there, with an update at the polls.
Hi everyone, Haley Potter here with Erie News Now. I'm in Crawford County at Vernon Township right now. I'm kind of taking over if you saw Lane and Jonathan here earlier. I am here with, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Mary Sherritt.
Okay, so there were some issues today, as you know, here at this election center with the first few ballots, a little bit of a paper jam. Can you kind of explain to me what was going on? You can kind of show me like you did maybe?
Okay. Previously, they had a sticker on there that said to put your vote through, and that sticker came unlodged and went through with somebody's ballot and got stuck on the roller. So we realized that in the first 10 ballots.
Okay, and then you're telling me that after that you were able to, recover those ballots, nothing was miscounted, everything?
All of them were counted in there.
Everything was...
Our numbers matched.
Okay, good. And so whenever this happened, there was a lot of people here, you tell me.
Yeah, we had a line of probably 60 or 70 people.
Okay. And how many people have you had here already today?
543.
543, and everything's gone smoothly since then?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We will keep you updated throughout the day here in Crawford County and all throughout Erie, Warren, and Crawford County, so stay tuned.
That's our Haley Potter reporting here from Vernon County, Vernon Township, talking about the voting issues that we've been seeing, and that kind of brings back you and Joe to this conversation. The longer that we see these votes waiting to be counted, there's an opportunity for people to claim either voter fraud, voter suppression. We've heard that on both sides. What's your thought process in your mind? The longer that votes wait to be counted, is there a possibility that there could be some votes that not intentionally but are accidentally either counted twice, not counted, or there is some concern with that?
Yeah, at this point, we have no reason to be concerned about that. I think we need to trust our election officials, and there's a long history in the United States of elections being run very, very, very well. In fact, the instances of voter fraud in the United States that are documented cases are all relatively minor, and they can be counted essentially on one hand. So I think we, in this election more than any other, we really have to sit back. I know a lot of people are like me. On election night, we like to get a bag of Cheetos and a 2-liter of Diet Coke, and we sit back and we enjoy the night and see what happens. You can still do that, but there's not going to be a conclusion to the drama. You're going to have to just be patient and relax for a couple days and wait till this process is complete. The worst thing I think we could possibly do is declare a victor before there's a victor, an official victory. And that would just create chaos that we don't need. We'd be back in 2000 in Florida, and we'd have problems.
And are we still allowed to have Cheetos and Diet Coke on the following days, or is that just election then?
I think that Cheetos and Diet Coke are good at least once a week.
Once a week, there it is. He's a doctor, you got to trust him.
Right.
So, no, Doctor, as we look here through polling data, as we look at swing states, Pennsylvania being among, if not the most pivotal state, explain to people why it is that Erie County holds such significance, why we're one of the 2 or 3 counties, maybe 5 counties in the state that could swing this whole thing and maybe swing the whole election.
Oh, yeah. Erie County is an interesting one. Most people are aware that we have a long history of voting for Democratic presidential candidates. And in 2016, Donald Trump managed to win Erie County by just a handful of votes. And it really raised the question as to whether or not counties like Erie, those that once were really strongholds for manufacturing in the United States industry, are still Democratic at their core. And Erie County has received attention from national news media almost monthly for the past year. Everyone from the New York Times to Fox News to the Today Show to MSN, CNBC, they've all been here, even international media. As a matter of fact, just the other day, I talked with an individual from the Netherlands. He's from Amsterdam. He described his news organization as the Dutch version of 60 Minutes. And this is not uncommon. And that's because I think really what's going on here in Erie captures the essence of this change that has been occurring for decades. And if we can understand what's going on in Erie County, then we can understand a whole bunch of other places in the United States, particularly places in the Midwest that look a lot like Erie.
Explain a little bit more about what that change looks like and how that change has been progressing over the last few elections.
So in Erie, we used to have a very, very strong Democratic base that was supported by all sorts of really good blue-collar jobs. Often those jobs are associated with unions and union membership. Union membership has been really another way of putting their members of the Democratic Party. Union membership and Democrat go hand in hand. There are still unions in Erie. Some of them are very healthy, but the jobs that they used to provide simply aren't here in the way that they used to be. The jobs have changed. They're different types of jobs. So we have a large segment of the Erie population that is about my age, in their 40s and 50s, looking at things and saying, you know, this is nothing like the life that I had when I was a kid. My mom and dad did much better than I'm doing, and what has this Democratic Party really done for me? I've been a Democrat my entire life. Maybe it's time for a change. So I think that's what might be going on here in Erie County, and it might be reflected in what we're seeing in terms of voter registrations in the county. We've had a surge in Republican voter registrations, and so we're really anxious after this election to see if that change is going to be permanent. Are we becoming a more Republican county?
As we look at down ballot races, how important are those, how dependent are those upon the presidential race? Is it sort of a case where if, say, Joe Biden does exceptionally well, Kristi Ganebis and Julie Slomski are going to do very well. Likewise, if the president does really well, Dan Laughlin, Mike Kelly will do well. Or do you think in our area that those are kind of independent of the presidential race?
Mostly independent. And the reason for that is, I mean, if we take a look at the Kelly-Ganebis race, that is a race to represent Pennsylvania's 16th district. And this 16th district stretches from the shores of Erie County all the way down to Cranberry Township, just north of Pittsburgh. So The Cook Political Report has this district rated a Republican +8 district, which means it is a heavy, heavy Republican district. So even if Joe Biden manages to win the statewide vote in Pennsylvania, that very likely will not translate to a Democratic vote majority here in the 16th Congressional District.
Gotcha. Okay. Hey,
So
we're learning things here.
I mean, again, this information stuff that you wouldn't necessarily be able to get as just a plain Jane voter. And again, we appreciate Joe Morris coming in here and giving us the lowdown on what we know. Talking about the Electoral College, the importance of the Electoral College. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to get our Matt Knadler back at the bottom of the hour to talk from Washington, D.C. But before that, let's go ahead and hear from Matt as he speaks on the Electoral College and exactly what that means. Him and Joe Morris continue to take us along here on our election coverage.
The Electoral College in the United States is broken down by state, and the number of electoral votes is determined by the sum of each state's congressional delegation. For example, as you see here, larger states like California and New York have more electoral votes than, say, Hawaii or Wyoming. The college was founded in the U.S. Constitution, and what some people don't know is that college is actually a group of people known as electors.
The electors then meet in their state capital a few weeks after the election, and then they cast their ballots, and then they transmit those to the U.S. Congress. They are then opened in the new year on the floor of the Senate.
That means on Election Day, while you are voting for your choice for president, you are also essentially casting a ballot for someone to formally vote on your behalf. For a better explanation of that, we went to Todd Belt, a political science professor at George Washington University here in Washington, D.C.
I've heard some folks say, why do we need the Electoral College, that they're just going to vote how they want. Is that possible?
It is certainly possible. This is the phenomenon we call faithless electors, and we had 7 of them in the last election in 2016. They voted against the wishes of the people in that state. There are some states that have laws that say you can fine an elector if they vote against the wishes of the state, and the Supreme Court recently upheld those laws.
Now, it is pretty rare for that to happen, so here's what you should be watching for as the results come in on election night and why your vote matters. Each presidential candidate needs 270 electoral votes to win the race. And while the candidates can reach that threshold any number of ways, the race often comes down to key battleground states like Pennsylvania, Florida, and North Carolina, nearly a dozen in all this year, where no one quite knows how voters will decide. In 2016, we saw how significant the Electoral College was in the presidential race. Although Hillary Clinton won the popular vote nationwide, Donald Trump won the Electoral College by winning longtime Democratic strongholds, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, by just 78,000 votes combined. Top that off with a win in Florida by another 113,000 votes, and Trump captured 75 electoral votes in those 4 states alone. He defeated Hillary Clinton by 74 electoral votes to become president. All of those states are back in play this year and are worth watching on election night. In Washington, Matt Knadler reporting.
And as we've been continuing throughout this election coverage, our Matt Knadler is joining us here from the White House here in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and get him up in the double box. Matt, thanks again for taking a couple of minutes with us. I want to ask you, we just heard your package about the Electoral College and how slim the margins were in 2016. When you look at the polling, it's virtually the same within the margin of error in 2020. What states specifically are you looking for? We talked about Pennsylvania, but what ones would you keep an eye on that could potentially kind of tilt the tide of the race early on here?
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Isaac. I think there's a couple things to watch related to this Electoral College. First, obviously, the states themselves. I think Florida is very important. Pennsylvania is very important. Personally, I have a bit of a concern. If I was the White House, if I was the Trump campaign, I would be a little concerned that Michigan and Wisconsin might go back to blue. Pennsylvania possibly, but some new poll numbers out show that this is within about a point or 2 in Pennsylvania again. So I think those are the states to watch early, even though we might not get all the results tonight. One of the other important things to note here, too, is the time that these polls close. This is very significant because places like Georgia, which has become a key battleground state in this race, polls neck and neck there between the president and Joe Biden, those polls close around 7. Florida, which has had a surge of those absentee, early voting, mail-in voting in that state,
they close around 8 o'clock. And from all indications are in the Sunshine State, a lot of those results might start coming in early despite that large surge in early voting. So there's a couple states there I would keep an eye on tonight, particularly those, and also, I'll add in Arizona as well. I think Arizona has a chance because it would be 7 o'clock out there when those results come in 9 Eastern. So that's another state I would keep an eye on.
Now, let me ask you, we've heard some news out of North Carolina about the fact that polls might be open a little bit longer because of some delays in voting. How does that work for specific precincts? Are polls allowed to stay open longer, or is it just the fact that they'll accept people as long as they're in line by that designated time? How does that work?
I think it does depend on state. I mean, that's one thing that's unique about the presidential election. It's essentially 50 elections in one here, each state with a bit of a different twist on some rules and things like that, and timing as well. With North Carolina, that'll be interesting to watch, too, because there's a key Senate race to watch there. There's a key, of course, that's a battleground state for the White House, and so I think that's one of those states when it comes to the voters actually being in line by the time that they want to close the polls there, that's probably the main rule. I'd have to look into that to get a better answer for you, but I want to say that would be the real indicator there. But again, that is a key swing state we're going to want to watch tonight, and knowing that the delays in the polls could delay results even farther. I think that's also why we've said for a while this will be election week and not election night.
Going back to what we're talking about, key state races, one of the things that is helpful for the presidential candidates is either campaign rallies and getting enthusiasm by rallying up the base. We've talked about during COVID-19, those rallies haven't been as prevalent. Does that help or hurt the candidates knowing that they can't do as many campaign rallies as, say, they would have liked to in 2020?
I think it has hurt both of them, even though the president has still gone out and held a number of rallies across the country. We've seen them in Erie. We saw Vice President Pence in Erie yesterday. So, I mean, that's one of those places that they've still been getting out on the trail. They're still making their voice heard. But Joe Biden, for years, was known as kind of the retail salesman of politics. He loved going to the diners, talking with people one-on-one. We saw him at the town hall what was supposed to be the second debate, and each candidate held their town hall. At the very end, Joe Biden was in the audience talking one-on-one with voters until literally every last voter left, right? I mean, so that's his brand of politics. I think COVID has hurt the campaign that way, that they can't actually either be close with people, have that one-on-one interaction, even if it's 10,000 to 1 at a Trump rally, right? I mean, the COVID has impacted campaigning. I think the one thing about COVID, though, in the Trump administration is it has kind of either rallied their base or rallied against their base and is driving out voters here. So rallies were important, but also the fact that this is such a polarized time, I think that's also given voters an idea of what they support and what they don't.
And another way to drive up enthusiasm is political candidates, high political figures coming out and showing their support for one of the candidates. One of the people, which was kind of a surprise for Joe Biden, was Cindy McCain, the wife of the late John McCain, who ran for president as a Republican in 2008. You had a chance to have a conversation one-on-one with her. What was her thought process behind choosing to vote for Biden, and what did she have to tell you in that one-on-one?
Well, the big thing she told me, Isaac, and this was something that I was not surprised to hear, but it was interesting to hear from her, and she said that the report that the president had called troops and members of the military, quote, suckers and losers. The McCain family, obviously we know John McCain's story, but his and her children and their extended family, all in the military. It's a big military family, and she said that really stuck with her. One of the other things to the other part of your question here, these high-profile Republicans flipping over. I mean, Erie's own Tom Ridge, former governor of Pennsylvania, Homeland Security Secretary, a number of Bush appointees and those who served in the Bush administration have done the same thing. They've all flipped and said they're going to endorse Joe Biden. And I think that, to one hand, that actually should shake things up in this race. That should make certain voters look and say, wow, this is, Republican establishment does not support the current Republican president. But at the same time, that plays to President Trump's base. When he talks about draining the swamp, those are the folks he's talking about, longtime Republicans who have been here for years. And that's a really important thing to look at. And so our conversation with Cindy McCain, we appreciate her time as always. And it was really interesting to talk with her about that. And lastly, Isaac, she did predict a clean sweep for Democrats tonight in Arizona, which is really becoming a swing state in its own right.
Yeah, that's a critical swing state as well. The last thing I want to ask in terms of those swing states, we've been talking about how the Rust Belt's been critical, the Sun Belt's been critical, but there are now a couple of swing states that we're seeing out in Nevada and in Arizona. In your mind, if you're looking at those three specific areas, what area would you say is the most critical to win? That Rust Belt with Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Sun Belt with Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, or that Arizona-Nevada corridor out west?
That's the best question I've gotten in a long time. You know, I would have to say the way the population is changing, I would say the Sun Belt down, and, well, I guess it'd be the Gulf part of the Sun Belt down there, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. I mean, population is leaving places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It is moving a bit farther south. And because the way the reappropriation here of electoral votes will go after the census and some of these districts are redrawn, I suspect those states, and Texas as well, keep an eye on Texas in 2024, some of those states will get a bit more representation in Congress. It will shake up the Electoral College, and I think that that's going to be something that down the road could have a big impact in the presidential race. But for this year, you know, if you're watching tonight, I think winning back, let me rephrase it this way, winning back the Rust Belt for Joe Biden is important. Keeping the Rust Belt is very important for the president on his path to 270.
Of course, you're playing to these sunny, warm areas. Go figure, Matt. It's almost like you're in some 40-degree weather in D.C. or something like that. Goodness gracious.
You know, the sun was out. It went away. We were fearing rain for a minute, but I think all in all, we're supposed to be in for a dry night. So fingers crossed.
Well, the last thing we want you to do is get soaked after your multiple hits here tonight. But Matt, we'll talk to you in the next hour here. Thanks again for joining us.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, that's Matt Knadler, our Washington, D.C. correspondent. He is actually at the White House right now, and he will be there for the long haul as we continue our election coverage you can count on. Well, Matt was talking to us a little bit about that interview with Cindy McCain and how really it's important in his mind and for McCain's mind for, you know, some establishment Republicans, establishment Democrats to endorse the other party so that way they can potentially draw some swing voters. We're going to go ahead and play that interview right now for you. It's Matt Knadler with Cindy McCain, wife of the late John McCain, who ran for president in 2008. Take a listen.
Well, thank you again for the time. You know, I will start, since this is our first conversation, just give me a little background about why you're supporting Joe Biden this year and why you made the switch. And maybe party doesn't matter as much this year, right?
Well, I am a Republican, and I'm going to remain a Republican. But with that said, I, like everybody else, have watched and listened to and talked, you know, with my friends and my coworkers, et cetera, about just what was going on with this administration and just a number of things. I mean, this was not one single issue that drove me over to really consider Joe Biden, but it was just watching this administration really not do well and really not be sensitive to the needs of this country. And the final blow for me was when we found out that the president had called our troops losers and suckers. And as you can see behind me, I have children in the military. And so it was that point. At that point, I said, if I don't stand up and do something, then I shouldn't be complaining. And so I decided that I was going to support Joe. And, you know, we've known Joe and Jill for almost 40 years. So to me, it was very important. He's a man that has great empathy, great compassion. Of course, his character and integrity are incredible, and he shares the same values we do. And those are just some of the things that I find not only necessary in a leader, but something that Joe Biden exhibits so well.
I'm curious for your thoughts here. How have you seen the party change since your husband ran, since even in the last 4 years? How have you noticed the party change?
Well, you know, in the early years, and I'll start with the Reagan years, that's how old I am, and come forward a little bit, but our party was always the party of inclusion. It was the party of kindness and compassion, some of the things I mentioned. And we have changed from that standpoint. We no longer are inclusive. It's almost as if you have to pass a test to become a Republican now. And it's a party now that doesn't allow disagreements or compromise. And that concerns me a great deal. But with that said, I also believe in the pendulum, the great pendulum. I believe we will swing back. because we've gone so far out right now that the only place to go is to come back.
You're on the ground in Arizona. I'm curious if you can help illustrate what life is like there as far as the campaign goes, because I mean, the way I looked at the numbers, Mitt Romney won by about 9 points, the president 3.5 last cycle, and now Arizona's a toss-up. So what do you make of the change in your state?
I think it's a representation of what's going on in Arizona. Obviously, we have a great transient state in that people move in every day from other parts of the country. So I think you're seeing a great change in Arizona. But also, with that said, we also have a party here, a party apparatchik here that is not inclusive. The hateful speech is part of what they practice here. The kinds of things that I look at and say, that's not my party, they don't represent me, is how I feel and what's going on right now. And I think Biden's going to take Arizona, which it'd be wonderful for us, but it'll be the first time in a long time that that's happened.
That was my next question. If you had a prediction, what makes you think he can really take it this time?
I just have seen the numbers like everyone else. Excuse me. We've had a huge voter turnout here, like every other place in the country. And we've also, we've had a lot of new people, an influx of new people coming in. And I think a lot of Republicans are frustrated with what's going on. And although they may not be completely comfortable voting for Biden, they can't vote for Trump. And so I think there's a lot of things going on right now. And I hope that by me supporting Biden, that they will follow me or see that, okay, if she can do it, then I can do it.
Perfect. One last question for you, if I may. Just wanted to get your thoughts on all of that and early voting, the significance of all of this that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, early voting, I mean, in Arizona, for instance, we've been doing early voting for 40, 50 years here. This is not a new process for us. So it's quite safe and it is not corrupt. All the things that that our voting process has been accused of. I think it's a wonderful thing to see, 61 million people as of today that have early voted. I've never seen that before. And I think I not only do I think it's a wonderful thing, but I also think it's nice to see now that by having early voting, that more people can and will participate in the process. And that's what this is all about. No matter what party you're with or what candidates you're with, everyone needs to vote. And that's what's happening now.
And that was Cindy McCain, of course, the wife of late John McCain, did run as a Republican, talking about just the fact that voting for Joe Biden, the importance of wanting to make sure what she says is to keep democracy and keep things as level-headed as possible. Before we get to our next interview here, I want to read a quick update. This is something we are just getting into our newsroom this afternoon. From what we are hearing, there are some claims going around on social media regarding election workers discarding ballots in Erie County. We have a statement from the Erie County Board of Elections Chair Carl Anderson, who we'd like to issue and tell you that right now regarding those claims on social media. Carl Anderson says, quote, Erie County has checked into the unfortunate claim being shared across social media by someone saying they are working as part of the Erie County Board of Elections and throwing out ballots. The person making the statements does not work in any way for Erie County or have any part of Erie County's election process. In fact, that individual is not a registered voter and is not believed to be a resident of Erie County, PA. Erie County Board of Elections takes the integrity of the election process very seriously, and we are proud that the people working on behalf of voters in Erie County do so in a nonpartisan, fair, and unified fashion for the betterment of our community. I have spoken with Sheriff Loomis to verify if this person is a resident. Because this is now part of an ongoing investigation to pursue potential criminal charges, no further statement will be made on the matter. So again, Election Chair Carl Anderson making the note saying that this claim on social media that someone is throwing out ballots is unequivocally false, and there are going to be investigations pending relating to that. So we want to give out that piece of information to you here as we continue our coverage on Erie News Now. Election coverage continuing to ramp up. We've had guests all across the hour. We're going to get another one in just 2 seconds here, but I want to quickly go to Haley Potter. She's been roaming around the area here, just talking to local pollers, local poll stations, just to see how things are going on. We find her now in Sagertown, where the lines apparently are 3 hours long. Take a listen.
Hi everyone, I am back. I'm in Hayfield Township right now, where I am at a polling place here in the township, and the line just wraps around and around and around. It goes right inside this building. I talked to some of the poll workers here today, and they're telling me that it is going smoothly, but there's been a consistent 2.5 to 3 hour line since the beginning of the day here today. So this has been just a crazy day here. And I'm here with the treasurer of the county. So go ahead and tell me, you said this is something like you've never seen before.
I've never seen it like this before.
And you've worked a lot of polling stations?
I've been at a lot of polling stations. Over 20, 25 years I've been working at these, and I've never seen it like this. This is crazy.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. So yeah, as you can see, the line just keeps on going straight into the doors, and at least it's a nice day, so nobody's being stopped from being out here and voting. But again, just 2.5 to 3 hour lines here in Hayfield Township in Sagertown.
We can confirm, by the way, that Haley is not at Cedar Point waiting in line for the Top Thrill Dragster. She is actually at a polling location in Sagertown. I know the waits might seem that long, but she is indeed in Sagertown at polling locations. 2.5 to 3 hours of a wait, according to our Haley Potter here. Just goes to show the incredible voter turnout that we are seeing in the area, both in Erie, Crawford, and Warren counties on this election day. Polls are set to close in Pennsylvania in 4 hours, and one of the key issues that we've been hearing in terms of how people are going to vote is the economy. A lack of a second stimulus, a concern in economic downfall due to the pandemic. All of that's culminated into one big bubble of economic struggle for so many. We've been reporting it myself through the Economic Hardship Reporting Project, and others as well, the small business owner, the worker, everybody who's had a difficult time being able to stay afloat during COVID-19. So we wanted to reach out to a professor of economics who works with the Economic Hardship Reporting Project and knows exactly how economics and elections go hand in hand. That man's name is Gerald Friedman. He works with the University of Massachusetts, professor in economics. We had a chance to sit down with him in a long-form interview to talk economy, what that means for the race, and who he thinks might be better served to serve the economy if they're elected president. Let's take a look at our interview now. It's a one-on-one with myself and Gerald Friedman at the University of Massachusetts. You know that it's been so difficult for small businesses during this pandemic, and I just want to get your thoughts from what you've seen on how difficult economically this pandemic has been for businesses, business owners, and just workers in general.
Yeah, well, it's been hard for everybody. I mean, the economy is probably at a peak right now, but that's still almost 4% below its level of a year ago. And we're heading into further economic troubles coming from the rising COVID caseload. So things are probably just going to get worse for a while. But for small businesses, they're particularly hard. For one thing, small businesses are often in industries that are very sensitive to personal interactions, like restaurants, small retail stores. These depend on personal service, and that's particularly problematic with the virus. Also, small businesses have less access to capital. So if you're talking about redesigning your workplace to have lots of plastic shielding, you have to get money to do that. And that's harder for small businesses because they just don't have as good a relationship with banks. They are seen as more risky because they're smaller and they're located in one location. So there's more variation in what's going to be happening for them, and banks are reluctant to lend to them. And small businesses generally don't have the accumulated cash flow. They often operate on month-to-month basis. So all these things make it harder for small businesses. In the town of Amherst, they're particularly affected because we're a college town and the college students didn't show up. So my friends who are running local businesses here are, in big trouble. But it's true in general for small businesses compared to large businesses.
Take me through really quickly a couple of things that you were talking about. You mentioned how it was difficult for small business to transition during the pandemic. You mentioned some had to transition their sales altogether. What did that look like, and how hard was it on owners to have to, in essence, change their entire game plan, in essence, 1 week from when they were maybe thriving?
Yeah. Well, take restaurants, because those are the classic small business. There are chains, but a lot of restaurants are locally owned small businesses. From 1 week to the next, back in March, people stopped going. And then the next week, there was the statewide lockdown in Massachusetts and throughout the country. So what are you going to do? They tried to move to takeout. But there was a lot of concern at first, and that's mostly been allayed, about the virus spreading through surviving on paper and cardboard. So people didn't want to do takeout either. So that was, nobody's going, for a while, nobody was buying from restaurants. They've moved. People are more comfortable with takeout now, but still you have to find a way to get people to pick up the takeout order or to deliver. And restaurants always had some takeout, but it was generally a very small part of the business, and they didn't necessarily have any delivery service. Now there are delivery services all over the place, but they charge the restaurants a fair amount for access to their services. And many restaurants didn't have a website where you could go and pick out what you wanted to get on takeout. So they had to get up a website. They had to get access to some delivery service. They had to have a way for people to pick up curbside. All this took a lot of thinking on the part of people whose focus was on cooking pad thai, or whatever it is. And they also had issues for themselves about the safety of what they were getting delivered, the food that they were getting delivered. And so it was a very difficult period for a lot of restaurateurs. And keep in mind also that a lot of the small businesses are owned by immigrants. And they had language issues as well in getting access to the technology or planning. Now, chambers of commerce tried to help, at least judging by what happened locally here, tried to help and provide information and advice. But it was a very difficult period, and it often required that they have access to capital to change make the organization of their facilities, and also to carry them over during periods when they weren't selling anything, or they're still selling well below what they used to. So they need support, and a lot of these the profit margins on a lot of small businesses is really, really narrow. They were having troubles already competing with, say, local bookstores competing with Amazon, or everybody competing with the mall. Now, that's one area, by the way, where they've done okay. They've benefited because people are more reluctant to go to malls because of the circulated indoor air. So small businesses located in downtowns do benefit from that. The competition with the mall is less.
So it sounds like to me that the difference between being able to stay open and thrive versus potentially shutting down and closing for good is how much capital you've had invested, how much money you've had backed up and saved, and a lot of that category falls in the small businesses struggling and the big businesses doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big businesses have much more easier access to capital. They can borrow at lower interest rates. They have established relationships with banks. And keep in mind that, the old saw that if you owe the bank $10,000, the bank owns you. If you owe the bank $10 million, you own the bank. The banks that had already invested in large businesses had an interest in keeping those businesses afloat. If you show up at a bank as a local restaurant or a local bar or a local bookstore or a local stationery store, classic small businesses, or a small manufacturer, if you show up for the first time at a bank, and the bank has no interest in your survival. And the big businesses are located in multiple locations, which helps them carry over if one place is having troubles. A small business in a college town is hurting because colleges are not bringing, even those that have opened for students are bringing fewer students, and they're often locking the students down on campus. The town of Amherst, for example, Amherst College has brought its freshman class in, but they are not allowed to leave campus, and they're not allowed to get takeout food except from 2 Amherst College-approved restaurants. So local businesses in Amherst, that's everything they've got. If you're a chain with 1,000 locations and Georgia is open and doing okay, you can carry your place in Hadley, Massachusetts, or Erie, Pennsylvania. And of course, they generally have been more profitable in the past, so they have more cash flow accumulated to help them through. So all of these are advantages that big businesses have, and it's a real serious concern that we'll be seeing a rise in what economists call concentration, or what everybody else would just call monopolization in many industries. If local restaurants don't survive, you'll just have the chain restaurants. If local bookstores don't survive, you'll have to buy your books from Amazon. Yes, and that will give even more power to big business.
Let me ask you quickly then, you're talking about how small towns have been impacted by this as well. So it's more of a conglomeration of areas more so than it is just a singular small business. What would it look like economically for small towns? Say, we have Edinburgh here, your Fairview, your Mill Creek, your Union City, your Corey, all of those little towns that rely on the small businesses. What would it look like for them financially? What would change if all of a sudden it was specifically chain restaurants and chain big box stores that inhabited the area? What would it look like?
It would be a serious problem. First of all, people will have to drive further to get anything, or they'll have to rely on delivery services that charge and are owned by a few large tech companies. So for the small town, if people are doing their shopping at the mall 2 towns over, then the small town's losing its tax base. It's losing jobs. Small businesses often provide entry-level first jobs for young people. Big businesses, their labor force tends to be older. They pay better. But the small businesses, if you're in high school, your first job may be dishwashing at a local restaurant. It may be as a sales clerk at a local stationery store. And if those small businesses aren't there, those jobs won't be there for kids and for young people. And between the loss of tax base and the loss of jobs, tax base, real estate tax base, small towns will have a huge problem surviving. Their governments will be starved, and their kids won't be able to get jobs.
Let me ask you then let's shift a little bit to how this impacts the election. You're, of course, an in Massachusetts, which has traditionally voted Democratic, but Pennsylvania here is a swing state. It's been going back and forth for the last couple of elections here. How, in your mind, do you believe this economic crisis will impact the election? And do you surmise that the economy could be one of, if not the deciding major factor in who wins the presidency?
Absolutely. As James Carville said 30 years ago, he was an advisor to Bill Clinton. It's the economy, stupid. This time around, there are other important issues, COVID being, probably the most important issue, and the president's behavior in general. But people vote their pocketbook, and a lot of people in small towns, in rural areas, in small businesses are hurting. And these often include the people who supported Trump in 2016. So I think he may be hurting his base more than, who's done well? The people who've done well are the high-tech people who had stock in Amazon, people who design websites. These are Democrats, people, in Silicon Valley. Who's been hurting? Small businesses in small towns, and those are the people who voted for Trump. So ironically, it's not just the aggregate economy, which is doing badly enough, and that should hurt the president, but it's particularly the people who supported him in the past who are suffering.
What, in your mind, I'm not sure how much you've looked at the two candidates in terms of their economic policy, but what are the differences that you see in the economic policies that could potentially shift the election one way or another? Is there something maybe one candidate has that the other doesn't that you see that could potentially help the economy from what you do in your studies on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, absolutely. It's night and day. One candidate thinks that we should just give up on COVID. And even if no state and no local government had regulations about mask wearing or lockdown, people won't go to restaurants and bars if they're afraid they're going to get sick. We saw this back in March when restaurant reservations plummeted before there were any regulations. We can't get an economic revival with close to 100,000 daily cases of COVID, over 90,000 daily cases in this week. So the first thing to help the economy is to get COVID under control. And Biden has a plan for that. He actually is probably the best person that we could have in the White House for that, because he was deeply involved in the Obama response to Ebola and SARS, and his chief of staff was head of the Ebola response, which was very successful. Complete contrast to what's happened with COVID. So the first thing is programs to control COVID. Biden has them, Trump doesn't. Second, we need a transition program. Basically, we need to put the economy in a coma for two or 3 months to get the virus under control. And that requires massive support for people and for businesses, large but especially small businesses, to carry them over this period so that they can pay their real estate taxes in the next quarter, even though they're closed because of COVID. And Biden will do that. That's what we started doing back in April with the CARES bill, which was pretty well designed. And Biden will take that step. The Republicans have decided that they don't want to help the economy. I really don't understand their resistance to any disaster relief bill.
Let me ask you really quickly. You had talked about the fact that you would hope that large corporations would be able to help small businesses during this time as well as the government. Do you see that happening though? I mean, both sides have been unable to reach a deal. Of course, there have been issues with both Republicans and Democrats, but neither side has been able to come to a conclusion. Do you really feel like that might be able to happen?
A serious disaster relief bill out of Congress. It will only happen if the Democrats capture the Senate. If they don't, then we've seen the House passed a good bill I have some issues with the healthcare part of it, but the House passed a good bill months ago. And I think initially it was $4 trillion, and they compromised and they said, okay, we'll cut this, we'll cut that, we'll go to 2.2 trillion. And then they came down some more. But the Senate, McConnell and Trump have refused to budge from zero. So,
well, on the other hand, though, the Senate has said that it's the House that's refusing to budge or work with them. But you feel like it's more so the Senate than the House.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they can say what they want, but the House has come down and it's come down, and the Senate hasn't budged. Look, the Senate hasn't passed a bill. If McConnell and the Senate were serious about helping the American people, they would have passed something. They could have passed a $600 million bill or $600 billion bill or whatever. They could have passed something and then gone to a conference with the House and worked something out. But they haven't done that. They're so afraid of deficit spending. I really don't understand. Do they think that if they pass a disaster relief bill, it's admitting that COVID is a disaster? Well, wake up. 240,000 Americans have died already. This is a disaster. I really don't understand what's going on with the Senate.
What in your mind needs to be in a COVID relief bill? We've seen proposals by the Senate, proposals by the House. Evidently, they are on two different ends of the spectrum. What do you believe needs to be in a COVID-19 relief bill and a second stimulus bill in order to truly help the economy, in your mind, from what you've seen?
I'd rather not call it a stimulus bill. I think this is more disaster relief. First, $500 billion for states and localities. States and localities are hemorrhaging money. And local and state public services are essential because they are the front line of public health. And schools need money to redesign so that we reorganize so that we can get kids back in school safely. We can't just say, oh, throw everybody back in the school. Countries have done that and they've had to close down very quickly. So $500 billion would cover the current state and local deficits, according to the Brookings Institute. We need extended unemployment insurance and higher unemployment insurance rates because we want people to be staying home. We're going to have to lock down for a long period, and it's going to have to be a serious lockdown. We had, some public health person said we had a 50% lockdown, and it helped a lot. But some countries, like South Korea, had a 90% lockdown, and they really got the virus under control. We need a serious lockdown, and we need to give people the money to live while while everybody's being isolated. We need a serious program of relief for businesses, especially small businesses, but big businesses are hurting too because they have property tax bills. And if everybody's staying home for a month or 2 months, whatever, I'm not a public health expert. I don't really know exactly how long it's going to be, but I think it's going to be long. France just locked down for a month. They had a lockdown for, I think, 2 months back in the spring. And they got it under control, but they they relaxed and it came back. I think we'll probably need something on that order. And it was a much more serious lockdown in Europe than we had here. So we need to give people money. We need to give businesses money so they can pay their bills while nothing's coming in. Basically, the CARES bill in April was pretty well designed. It gave people money, it gave unemployment insurance money, it gave businesses money so that they could go through a period of lockdown. And then the House, like I said, passed something that was very close to just a renewal of that in July, but it's died. So people are really, really hurting now. We also needed an extended eviction moratorium so people aren't thrown out on the streets. And that has to come with support for landlords. We can't just say, oh, you have to keep people, while the landlord's still having to pay his property tax and his mortgage. They need the money, they need the support too. So if we're going to put the economy into a coma to get the virus under control, we need to support everybody while they're doing that. retail food places and delivery services probably won't need the support, but they're the only ones. And the hospitals.
And the last question I want to ask is, how quickly do you believe that will need to get passed? We've heard the Senate and the House say they're done talking until after the election day. How quickly do you believe that bill should get passed after the election ends, regardless of who is president?
Well, it should have been passed yesterday. I don't think that anything's going to happen under the current administration. They've been incoherent, moving around, back and forth, saying they're doing things and not doing things. The Senate has, I don't know why the Senate's acted the way it has, but I think we need, realistically, and I think McConnell has said he's not going to pass anything during any lame duck session. And the Senate went home after they approved the Supreme Court nominee. That's the only thing they wanted to do. So I think that we're going to have a very, very tough next few months. The virus is surging. The flu is coming. The intersection of the virus and the flu is very possibly going to be truly god-awful. And we're not going to get any economic support until January 20th. I hope that they will pass COVID relief on January 21st.
So you think that's the earliest that they would pass it?
I think so. I don't think it's going to happen unless the Democrats control the House and the Senate. The Republican, I honestly, as I've said, I don't understand why the Senate hasn't acted. I don't know what they're thinking. They've said that, we're worried about deficits. It's like, Christ, people are dying, and businesses are dying. Are they really hoping to destroy small business throughout the country to help Amazon and big business? I mean, if you destroy if local restaurants and bookstores and stationery stores and bars all die, then what will be left will be big chains and Amazon. Is that really what they want to have happen? So 3 years from now, all we'll have will be big box stores and big box restaurants, and we'll get our books from Amazon. I really don't understand what they're thinking, because if we don't get serious relief, we'll have probably millions of Americans dying, and we'll have a purge of the American business, so that the only businesses that survive are really big chains. And that's going to be a much less interesting America than we have now.
And that is Gerald Friedman, the economic professor at the University of Massachusetts. He was a great interview, again, talking about the economy, the difficulties that many people have had, and what it means for the election. Taking a look right now at a quick NBC article to give you an idea of how important Erie County is, in case you think Ethan and I and Jill Morris and everybody else are lying. Some key counties to watch tonight, according to NBC News. You look at number one, Erie County, Pennsylvania is the first listed county on the list of counties to look out for in this 2020 election. We are just a few hours away from getting our first round of exit polls. We're going to bring you that up-to-date data across our timeline here on election night. But right now, we're rolling with the guests. And joining us right now is from the Erie County Board of Elections. That's Brian Shank. You yourself have had a pretty busy day, my friend, haven't you?
Well, the word is amazing. I got up at 6 o'clock, coffee bagel. I hit the road. I get to my polling area from the building to the street. I was just looking online, and Harbor Creek, they've got them wrapped around the building. This is just historically amazing.
Yeah, we're hearing 3-hour waits in places like Sagertown, Crawford County as well. Give us an idea of what you've been seeing at the polls.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a great group down there, volunteers, paid, per diems, the staff down there. They're just a well-oiled machine. We made some mistakes in the primary, having, to deal with the write-in ballots. We fixed our mistakes. We're rolling. It's a well-oiled machine, and numbers are just flying. We don't have anything. I think they officially opened 10,000 ballots. I think they got like 7,000 unofficially scanned. And again, those are just numbers I've heard. There's nothing official yet.
Right,
yeah,
we don't have numbers until 8 o'clock tonight. Our Lisa Adams or Eva Mastromedia was down there, rather. And so
Getting a quick text, just want to say this really quickly. Eva Mastromatio saying she just talked with members of the Board of Elections. 11,000 ballots opened, 33,000 collected thus far.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Which
These
is
are amazing numbers.
Gigantic amount, right?
So as we're looking at all of this, fair to say we may well see record turnout in the county?
I'll tell you what, we talked to Doug Smith, our captain, the guy that keeps all the ship together. He was talking even an 80%.
Whew.
Wow. Those are huge numbers. And if we hit 80, man, I think I'm buying the first round.
That's not even looking, we can get partisan in the moment, and goodness knows we will. But just across the board, seeing that kind of turnout, regardless of political affiliation, just seeing that many people involved, practicing their right there is special.
I look at it as another tool. Life was full of tools. And we open up our toolbox and we need a tool for a screwdriver, a hammer. And now we have these write-in ballots. The legislators and the government put this in our lap. All right, let's use this tool. I know my mom and dad used it. They didn't feel 100% comfortable going out in the polls. Guess what? They filled it out and they mailed it out. They won't tell me who they voted for, but they said they'd put them in there for it.
And that's awfully special, and especially as someone who has fought for our country to make sure that we all have the right to vote. What's it like for you to see that when you see that sort of turnout?
Democracy in motion. It's that simple. Our forefathers put this in motion. Our veterans secured it. We have a constitution that demands these rights, and it's a privilege to be part of it. And as an elected official, being on the Board of Elections, it's just wow factor to watch all these moving parts come together and make this democracy work.
We've seen a few hiccups in Northeast, a busted scanner out there, and they had to bring some ballots to the courthouse. But it seems, by and large, across the county, pretty smooth day. Is that what you're seeing and hearing?
We're going to have the mechanical issue. We know we can't factor the mechanics. We can take care of the people. Someone doesn't show up, we replace them. They had a little issue with the scanner. The staff were trained. They knew what to do. They did exactly what they were told to do. It was just a momentary issue. They got it up and running. They're scanning. You barely even noticed.
Pretty incredible stuff there.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting because when you go inside the mind of a poll worker, there's just so much to think about on election day. Talk to us about the preparation of being a poll worker gearing up to that election day, and then once it happens, kind of what it looks like to be a poll worker and what you can expect on a day like today.
Comfortable shoes and dress warm. That's how you set it in motion. No, and just joking aside, it's an important deal. The poll workers are the unsung heroes. They're the ones making the magic. They're the ones making sure you're registered. Make sure you get a ballot. If you have a hiccup, they take care of it. They're the ones that guide you in through the door. They get you out the door and make sure you have that privilege taken care of.
Realistically, you're talking about poll workers and the importance that they play. We know that if there's a record turnout in Erie County, it could take a while to count all these ballots. How late do you envision yourself and other poll workers staying up tonight?
Well, if I had a crystal ball, we'd all be millionaires right now. So this is tough. I mean, this is really tough. Do the math. We've been doing this since 7 o'clock this morning. Look at the numbers where we're at, and we've had 30,000 returned. It's going to be a couple days. I mean, we knew it was going to be a couple days, and that sets the stage for the presidential race for the 271 magic number we're all looking for.
And we just saw that on an NBC article here, Erie County, Pennsylvania, the #1 ranked county to look out for here on election night. Does that put any more pressure on you guys knowing, obviously you do a great job of making sure everything's kind of correctly, but does that put an increased amount of pressure knowing how important Erie County is here in 2020?
This county is so important. I met Ethan on his very first day, working the streets, doing a story. And, I've been interviewed from a Japanese newspaper to a Swedish firm. Guess what? We are important, and we're in play, and everyone's paying attention, so we better get it right.
Talk to me about that. There's so much fear about mail-in balloting. But here in Erie County, it seems, across the board, regardless of where people lie on the political spectrum, on the Board of Elections, everybody tells me, we got this. Calm down. Would you explain that to voters who might be out there who are a little nervous?
It's real simple. I understand everybody wants to look behind the corner and look for a conspiracy. Is there going to be fraudulent voting? Sure. Once those things hit the mail, we don't know who fills them out. We have to trust the people that open that ballot, fill it out properly. I just looked at a stack of mail-in ballots that weren't filled in properly. They didn't sign it. That signature is important. That's an affidavit. You're saying legally this is my ballot. So now we have to sit down and we have to go through those and decide what to do with them. They're going to contact the owners of those ballots. They're going to try to get it resolved today. But if not, unfortunately, that's where the judges step in and we have to make some harsh decisions. And I hate to throw out a vote. I hate it. I don't want to do it. But unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and we have to play by the rules.
And you're someone who's voted for members of both parties, so it's not like
Yes.
you're sitting there, ooh, we don't like how that ballot looks, and yeah.
Right. And that was it. I was a registered Democrat. My dad was a retired GE guy, union Democrat. That's how it rolled. I got a little bit older. I started seeing things different. The Democrat Party kind of changed. I didn't really kind of follow where they were taking us, and I didn't like it. I changed. And matter of fact, when they asked me to run, I said, I can't run as a Republican. They're like, why not? So, unfortunately, with technology, we could fix that real easy, and we did. And, I ran, and where now I am as a Republican.
Did you expect these kind of increased voting discrepancies when it comes to not signed mail-in ballots, things of that nature, knowing the nature of the pandemic and the number of mail-in ballots, the sheer volume you've seen?
It's in the cards. People are people, and they make mistakes. They get confused. They didn't pay attention. They didn't read it right. But it's really simple. I mean, when we put these together, we try to make it almost idiot-proof. But unfortunately, there's that human factor where they just forgot a signature, they forgot a phone number, they didn't have an email address. And, that's why we try to sit back and try to vet these and get them through and get it corrected by the end of the day.
What do you think is the biggest hang-up here in Erie County? What's going to be, if anything, aside from just needing to count all those ballots, if anything slows us down, what's it going to be?
That's a tough question because there's that factor you can't factor. Look at the polls right now. Like I said, we're out in, I saw a live feed from Harbor Creek. They're talking 2 hours out, easily. It's wrapped around the building. I think your station's out there covering one of the stories right now in Harbor Creek, so that's pretty good. And Harbor Creek's is a player. It's a big district. There's Democrats, there's Republicans. The numbers show it's right down the middle. So you can have a Democrat go to a Republican flip to a Democrat. So, you get out a little bit in Northeast, they're solid Republicans. So, Harbor Creek's a big player, and our supervisors put together great plans. We work with them to get the polling stations clean and make sure they're sanitized. And I think we got a good plan throughout the county, actually.
And that was one of the things that was important, especially for this election. When people sometimes think of Erie County, they think of Erie City specifically.
Right.
It was those outside towns, the Harbor Creek, Girard, Fairview, Edinburgh, things of that nature, just on the outskirts of the county, arguably rural areas that you're also, from what we're hearing, seeing a high vote turnout as well.
Right. My numbers aren't going to be 100% on, but I think we have a little over 200,000 registered voters in Erie County. The population of the city of Erie is, 96,000? There's your differences right there. Once you get out of the city of Erie, you definitely see more Trump signs. In the city, you see more Biden signs. I was asked by a reporter, what are your thoughts? I said, listen, this is real simple. If the election was based on road signs, once you got out of Erie County, President Trump would be first, pumpkins would be second, fire would be third, and Joe Biden would be last. Of course, that's a joke. That's not real. But you got to laugh at this thing, because if you don't laugh at it, take it way too seriously, you get angry and then you don't have friends anymore. So it's not worth it.
Well, wise
really
advice there. Now, let's talk about this for a moment, because we talk about the disenfranchised, the disenchanted, rather, Democrats who switched from voting for Obama to vote for President Trump. You're Exhibit A, and are now arguably the biggest supporter of the president in the county. So we move away for a moment from your role as an official member of the county council and the Board of Elections. Just personally, as someone who has become something of the face of the Republican Party in the county, what gives you optimism today, or what gives you fear about what you're seeing and your hopes for who takes the White House?
Wow. Boy, you got really good questions. That's a tough one. But, as Brian Shank, I look at my country. I look at my neighbors. I look at my district. I look at the Pennsylvania. I see a certain lean one direction, that the Democratic Party is leaning that way. And not on my watch, and not with my vote. That vote to me is very, very precious. A lot of people sacrificed a lot for that vote, and I take it very seriously. So when I cast that vote, it's going to be for the right guy. Do I believe in everything Donald Trump says? No, absolutely not. I wish I could pick up the phone and say, hey, Don, Brian Shank, Erie County, put the Twitter down today, please, and just do your job. So, I don't always agree with them. But, philosophically, there's a lot of things it does make sense. And I look at the other side of the table and I go, no, that's not what I want. That's not what my peers want. That's what my neighbors want. So that's where I come from.
Let me ask you, this kind of goes into Brian Shank, and Brian Shank as a member of County Council Board of Elections. We saw the president win Erie County very slightly in 2016. That translated to a very slight victory in Pennsylvania in 2016 as well. Do you envision the same thing happening? In essence, whoever were to win Erie County could potentially also slightly edge out the state of Pennsylvania?
Well, I tell you, depending what news media you look at, they talk about Pennsylvania as the gateway to victory for President Trump. And I think that's the gospel there. I mean, we proved it in 2016. The Clinton folks didn't even bother coming here. They sent Kane up here. Basically, 30 people showed up. And guess what happened? The people remembered that. And they just didn't particularly want the Clintons in charge anymore. And they voted very clearly and very loudly.
What do you think as we move on from tonight and into the next few days, once we have results? Do you worry about the country, the county, not being able to come together? How do we do that? How do we move past a bitter, bitter election and not hate each other come Friday or Saturday?
We will prevail. You know what? We're Americans. You know what? I can be mad at you. At the end of the day, we're not going to be mad at each other. We're going to get through this. We've been through worse. I mean, this is just an election. It's an important election. There's a lot of philosophies and directions in these voting. We're going to get through it. You know what? Some people might have lost some friends over it. Neighbors might put up some new fences because they're mad at their neighbor for their direction they're voting. Sad, because it is just that. It's important, and it does set the tone for our country. But, we will get through this. Man, we got through 9/11. We can get through an election.
Well said. Wise words there from Brian Shank as he joins us here from the Board of Elections, a county councilman and one of the more prominent Republicans in Erie County now. Brian, we're going to stop wasting your time and let you get out of here. Although we should note he also has one of the better flat tops in Erie County. That is vital to note.
The level of jealousy here at the work desk is beyond compare.
But thanks for checking in with us, giving us an update here in Erie County, where again things seem to be going, for the most part, really, really well.
Oh, thanks for having me out. Information is crucial. You guys, it's a similar relationship. We have to have a good rapport with the media. The media has to get information from you. We have to trust you guys to give the right information out to the folks. You guys have done a great job. I met him when he had a flat top, and it was tight.
Hey, I would like to see that battle. If we could have a side-by-side portrait frame of Ethan Kibbe when he started at Erie News Now. And Brian,
there we go. We'll work on that later tonight.
We'll get a judge's score out of 10 for all our reporters here at the station. But we got to work on that first. We got to let Brian get out of here and get back to the Board of Elections.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the time.
Brian, as always, thank you. Much appreciated. We're going to take a look at the White House right now as Brian is on his way. Speaking of updates, we had Brian talk about Erie County and the vote. We now want to get an update on Warren County. Our Elspeth Meisner has been traveling, as well as Haley Potter, around that area. Elspeth has an update here from Warren County. Let's take a listen.
Hello everybody, happy election day. Elspeth Meisner here with Erie News Now. Today I'm out in Warren County and we're going to be checking in on different polling places across the entire county, just seeing how they're doing with this election day. Right now I am at a church, Holy Redeemer Church in Warren County. This is one of the polling places for people to come out and vote here in Warren. I just finished talking to a few of the people, of the poll workers inside, as well as catching up with the Board of Elections office, who's also the commissioners for Warren County, just to see how today has been going so far. They said so far it's been a good day, a successful day so far. Granted, it's only 3:30, so there's still time to get out and hit the polls if you haven't yet to get out and vote. But they said so far it's been a good day. They said in the morning there were some issues, just trying to figure out the new machines, the mail-in ballots, and the election board did say that they had hired some new people, so just ever getting into the groove this morning, just trying to make sure they're all on the same page, learning all the new things this year. But they said so far it has been a successful day, good day so far. When I came to this polling place here at Holy Redeemer Church, they said it's been a successful day. They said they have a lot of people waiting earlier in the morning. Earlier in the day there was a lot more longer lines, but as you can see outside, no lines outside. However, once you get in, there's a little bit of a line waiting to go in to vote, but outside no real lines. You can see some people lingering in and making their way inside to vote, but right now not too many crazy lines or anything. I did speak to a few of the poll workers inside. They said, it's been a good day so far, very successful, and there's still a few more hours left until the polls close. So be sure to stick with Erie News Now for the rest of the day as we continue to bring you more updates from
And that was our Elspeth Meisner reporting from Warren County. We are going to go to Washington, D.C. in just one moment here as we're getting set to check in with our Matt Knadler. But before we do that, I do want to go to one more Facebook Live video here. This is with our senior reporter, Paul Wagner. Take a listen.
This is for Mill Creek's 3rd district, and there are a lot of people in line. I just counted about 75 people in line. I'll step aside as you can see the long line going up to the Asbury barn, and people are waiting about an hour. It varies. Some people, they told me they waited about 45 minutes. Others waited a little bit over an hour. But you can see the line stretches all the way back to the end of the parking lot here at the Asbury barn. People are actually parking across the street at Asbury Park. Now, I asked a couple of voters who've voted here for many years. This is always a busy and a large polling place district. Have they ever seen it like this? And they said no. They've waited sometimes 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, but an hour is unusual, even in a presidential year. A lot of interest in that. I went inside and I talked to the judge of elections, and he said it's been like this here at Asbury Barn in Mill Creek in this 3rd district ever since they opened at 7 o'clock this morning. There were a lot of people waiting to get in. It has been very steady and a line all day today. So that gives you an idea of the interest in this presidential election, especially here in Mill Creek Township. Of course, we're going to be updating you all through the night on Erie News Now, so stay tuned as we update you on this presidential election this year.
So Warren County, Erie County, Mill Creek Township, all townships right now with record turnout. You just heard from Brian Shank talking about how incredible this turnout has been. And we, of course, know that that affects the race in Washington, D.C. At there now is our Washington correspondent, Matt Knadler. He has been the man with the plan here in Washington, D.C. for a considerable amount of time here today. He joins us now live as we get him in our double box this evening. Matt, we're seeing record turnout here locally in Erie and Pennsylvania. My question is this. We saw that in 2016, a lot of pollsters said that Donald Trump won the election because of a lack of a vote turnout. Does that mean that increased voter turnout could prove to be beneficial for Joe Biden, or what would you say on that?
I think so, Isaac. I think there's a chance that the higher voter turnout does pose well for Joe Biden tonight. But, I will say, and we know in our area as well, Northwest Pennsylvania, you and I are both from here. We know how strong the support is for the president in places like Pennsylvania. So, I think a lot of voters are just enthused overall, and that's partly why I think some of these states are too close to call. But I think it really does help Joe Biden overall, as you said. Democrats have had 4 years of motivation, essentially, here to elect their nominee and their person here for this big night. So it does help him a little bit more, perhaps.
Here's my next question to you. In 2016, a lot of the comments were that this was a referendum on the candidates, right? Hillary Clinton, a lot of Donald Trump supporters were voting because they didn't want to vote for the other candidate. The same was true for the Democratic Party. Do you see that's the case in 2020, or would you argue that a lot of the voters are voting based on what they've seen from their candidate, Joe Biden as the former vice president and Donald Trump as the incumbent?
Well, I do think that the referendum component that you mentioned is true. It's interesting to watch this because I think we did see 4 years ago there was a distaste for Hillary Clinton, right, especially in places that the president was able to flip, places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I think there was just the elitist factor, right, or someone who perhaps didn't campaign there essentially forgot about those voters, and the president was able to capitalize on that. But this year it is a little bit different. Voters do know what they're getting, with Joe Biden. He does have he's campaigned before. He's met with some of these folks in these states before as well. Not that Hillary didn't, but it is a bit of a, if you, there's that, let's put it this way, there's a test here essentially. Who would you like to have a beer with, right? I think if you were to put it Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden would win that, and that's going to be, even more important here tonight as you look at that. Who would it rather be, the president or Joe Biden? Those are the kind of tests that you almost like to have to play at home for this type of thing as well.
I'm curious, we've been talking to political experts throughout the evening. One of the things that they said is there are a lot of factors that contributed to Donald Trump winning Erie County by 2,000 votes in 2016. A lot were saying it was because of the economy. It was some of just a dramatic shift. In your mind, what led the president to winning Erie County in 2016? And what would lead whatever candidate to win Erie County in 2020, in your mind?
As far as the economy goes?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, too, because in 2016, the president was playing with house money, essentially. He could make a lot of the promises to bring jobs manufacturing jobs specifically, to places like Erie, perhaps Youngstown, Ohio, the Rust Belt, and the Heartland. And now he's got to back that up with 4 years. And in some ways, he has shown that. Of course, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, he's touted that a lot. That is something that has benefited some companies, not only in our area, but across the country. And more importantly, I think moving forward, his response to the economy on the coronavirus has been, to some respects, okay and good, but it also is going to be important to remember that the unemployment rate is right around 8% still. It was about 4% pre-COVID, 4%, and so that's important to remember for some voters who go to the polls who might not have a job right now or didn't benefit from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to begin with. So that's something that, again, in 2016 he played with house money. Now he's got to back up 4 years of what some call successes, what others may call a failure.
In addition to the presidential race, there are other races as well, most likely for the United States Senate. That's a very big battle. Democrats trying to flip, the Republicans trying to hold. Give us a preview of what you see happening tonight and the outcome for the U.S. Senate.
Well, it's interesting, too, because I think that the impact of the presidential race, whether that's turnout or who ends up winning certain key states, will have a down-ballot ripple effect on that Senate, the outcome of the Senate. Some key races, whether that's Iowa, Joni Ernst, Susan Collins in Maine, North Carolina, Tom Tillis, these Republican incumbents who are having a bit of an uphill fight in their reelection bid. Does their alliance with the president actually help or hurt them with these voters? That's something that we're going to be watching tonight. If you're looking for a prediction, I do think Republicans keep it, but I think it will be a much smaller margin. Now, here's partly why. You have that race in Alabama, Doug Jones. He might lose that race. Michigan, Gary Peters, incumbent there, Democrat, also in a tight reelection bid. Turnout, and I think Gary Peters might keep that seat. I'd have to look at some of the most recent polling here from the last few days, but just what I had been tracking over the last week, it seemed like he might do well. John James, the challenger up there, a pretty well-known Republican. He ran in 2018 as well, so he's got some name recognition. There's just a lot to unpack in those Senate races, Isaac. I'll tell you, that's a real exciting one to watch tonight. This is almost like if the midterms are always exciting. 2018 was pretty interesting, but the Senate right now, also very interesting.
Yeah, the battle of power so critical. Matt, last question. I'm not asking you to tell me who you think is going to win, but my question to you is this. At the end of the night, at 2 or 3 in the morning, where are we going to be in the presidential race? Will it be called? If so, who do you see having the edge? If not, what states won't be called by tomorrow morning?
I don't think Pennsylvania's called. I don't think Pennsylvania's called by 2 in the morning like last time. And I know you're a sports guy, Isaac. I mean, I'm one as well. I wait for those mock drafts every spring, and I've been playing with 270 to win today and some of these other websites that kind of figure out electoral votes. I do think if the results come in early for Florida and Georgia, some of these key swing states on the East Coast, and it looks like the president is doing well, I think that is a good night for him. I don't know. Let's put it this way. He cannot lose Pennsylvania. He cannot lose Michigan or Wisconsin without making up ground out west. He's going to have to win Arizona and Nevada. Some of these other key swing states, too. North Carolina, I don't think we get an answer to tonight. So to give you the full answer, I'll give you half of an answer. How about that? I think we will not know all of the results tonight. In turn, I don't think we know who the winner will be as well. But, I think the president has a strong showing in a couple of states that we're not expecting. But Joe Biden, winning back in industrial Midwest, that is going to be key to his victory tonight, if that happens.
Would you see the president or the Democratic challenger with the lead then if it's not called, in your mind?
I think that's a good question. I don't know. I've been hedging bets here myself today, trying to figure out how this would go. Right, trying to figure out, not actually hedging bets, but you get it. Just trying to figure out how this would go. I think we're going to go to bed tonight with a bit of a lead for Joe Biden a little bit, but again, it depends on Florida. I'm all in on Florida, whichever way this goes. That's kind of the way I think it will lean. How about that?
Playing with possibilities, there are about 1.5 million of them, Matt, but you're the man to talk to, so we appreciate, again, you taking some time. We'll be with you throughout the night here. Make sure to keep involved with him, and Matt, we'll be seeing you very soon here in the next little while.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Matt Knadler, Washington correspondent at the White House this evening as we continue along with our election night coverage. A lot more to get to today. We are getting ready to start closing the polls in some states just a couple of hours away. We're also prepping for Erie News Now at 5 o'clock. And throughout the hour and a half, we'll bring you election coverage you can count on. Here's the rundown of where we're going to be today. We just want to give you a breakdown of what the plan is for Erie News Now tonight. Here's our plan here for ENN Plus. When Erie News Now at 5 goes on the air, our stream will temporarily stop. That doesn't mean we're done for the night. We'll just pick back up at 6:30 when our show ends at 6 o'clock. But we encourage you to tune into Erie News Now starting at 5 as soon as that goes on the air, and we'll pick up right back with the stream as soon as those shows end. Here's the rundown of what we have coverage-wise for tonight. I'm taking a look at our big board that you can't see here, but it is in view. And we start at the top of the list. We have 10 reporters in the field tonight, plus 2 in the Washington and Harrisburg area. Paul Wagner will be covering the local presidential race. He'll be at the Board of Elections with Eva Mastromatteo. Our Lisa Adams is covering the Mike Kelly versus Christy Ganibas race. That is, of course, a congressional hotspot in Pennsylvania. John Lass is covering the ever close and ever so tight Dan Laughlin versus Julie Slomski for the battle of the state Senate. Both parties saying that race going to be incredibly close as we get down to the wire. Our Brianna Andrews is going to be at voting locations. Are there other voting issues around Erie County and the surrounding area? We've seen a few. Brian Shanks saying moments ago it's been relatively smooth, so we'll have to see if there are any issues that come up. Moving down the list are Ethan Kibbe. He's not with me right now. That's because he's at our Erie News Now storyteller. He's going to be breaking down the numbers, what we're seeing in Erie County, what we're seeing through the rest of the U.S., what we're seeing with the presidential and local races. He is the numbers aficionado, and he'll have that information for you throughout the night. Our Elspeth Meisner and Haley Potter, as we've been continuing our coverage here, we've been giving some Facebook Live updates with them. They are in Warren and Crawford counties, just going to polling places, seeing what the deal is. We saw in Sagertown with Haley Potter, some waits as long as 3 hours. Elspeth Meisner in Warren, voting seeming to go smoothly there. So she'll be, both of them rather, will be in the area talking to local polling places. We're not done. Cody Carlson and Matt Knadler round out our coverage. Cody Carlson is in Harrisburg. He's covering those key state races. And our Matt Knadler right on the steps of the White House in Washington, D.C., talking about the presidential race and the importance of those critical swing states, including the state of Pennsylvania. So that coverage continues here tonight as we move along. We're going to bring in Joe Morris in just a couple of minutes here. Before we do that, though, we heard our Matt Knadler talking about the importance of the United States Senate, currently held by Republicans, but Democrats making a push to potentially overtake that if they were to win the state the National Senate and they were to get the presidency, they would effectively own each of the 3 branches of government, which would be critical for the Democrats to convert that if they're looking for a sweeping victory. Let's go ahead and show you what that state Senate, National Senate race means for the United States with our Matt Knadler right now.
Every 2 years, about 1/3 of the 100-seat U.S. Senate is up for re-election. This year, 35 seats are up for grabs, 23 Republican incumbents and 12 Democratic incumbents. Nearly half are considered competitive races, according to the Cook Political Report.
But before we go any further, let's do some quick math. There are 53 Republican senators currently in the U.S. Senate. 47 Democrats and independents, the 2 independents who are currently there caucus with Democrats. That means the current difference right now and the current GOP majority is 4 seats, and that is what Democrats will have to overcome if they want to regain control.
So let's take a look at some of the most competitive races in the country and what to watch for on election night. Races in Arizona and Colorado could be the first to go. Incumbent Republicans Martha McSally and Cory Gardner have been trailing their Democratic challengers in the polls in recent weeks. And also to North Carolina, where incumbent Republican Tom Tillis is either trailing or deadlocked in the polls to Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham, who became embroiled in a sex scandal in recent weeks. It's also one of the most expensive Senate campaigns in U.S. history. And here are 4 states with deadlocked toss-up races where that could happen as well: Iowa, Montana, Georgia, and Maine. Some Republicans, like Iowa's Joni Ernst, are close allies of President Trump's, and that could play to their advantage with the party faithful. But also the state's agricultural industry has been hit hard by tariffs in the president's trade war with China. So will she get enough support for re-election? That's one state to watch. And in Maine, where Republican incumbent Susan Collins faces an uphill re-election battle. She is considered a moderate, and that often draws criticism when she signs with her party. notably on confirming Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh in 2018 and on acquitting President Trump during the impeachment trial earlier this year. Another key race to watch on the GOP side, South Carolina's Lindsey Graham, a key Trump ally who's also in a tight re-election bid. But the path to 4 seats will not be easy for Democrats. Some incumbents are in tight re-election bids of their own, notably Alabama's Doug Jones and Michigan's Gary Peters. Losing those 2 seats to Republicans erases gains made in other states like Arizona or Colorado. In Washington, Matt Knadler reporting.
That's our Matt Knadler from Washington, D.C., but Joe Morris is back with us here this evening. Joe, just breaking things down here on this election night. I want to ask you, we were talking just to Brian Shank moments ago. He was talking about the importance of the vote everywhere in Erie County, such as not just the downtown area, but also the rural sectors as well, your Harbor Creeks, your Edinburghs, your Girards, things of that nature. Back in 2016, how much would you say the rural areas impacted the vote that swung for Trump, and how much of an impact could they possibly have in 2020?
Yeah, they had an incredibly important role to play, and I'm speaking of rural areas here. Back in 2016, Donald Trump did something that was considered very unconventional. Most candidates, when they look at Pennsylvania, look at Allegheny County, Philadelphia, and the surrounding counties, and they say, that's where I'm going to win or lose this election. Donald Trump said exactly the opposite. He said, I'm going to take what I can get out of Allegheny County, take what I can get out of those counties around Philadelphia, but I'm going to run up my margin of victory in the center of the state and in the rest of the rural areas and small towns, like small cities like Erie, Pennsylvania. And that worked out beautifully for him. At the end of the day, he won the state by just over 44,000 votes, and those votes came, by and large, from those rural and small cities that are so critical.
You work with polling all the time. You talk to voters on a consistent basis in the rural areas. From what you're hearing, what's the biggest concern that rural voters have for this 2020 election that they'll be voting on? Is it the economy? Is it the coronavirus? What would you say is the biggest concern rural voters have for this 2020 election?
Yeah, well, not all rural voters are created equal. There are people that we would consider to be rural voters that live in places like, well, Harbor Creek, just outside of Harbor Creek, who work in the city and, for all intents and purposes, look demographically a lot like a city resident. But then we have people that are in the center part of the state that have a different set of interests. So I don't know that in terms of like economic interest or various policy interests, we can make too many generalizations about that. The one thing that these voters do have in common is that they felt that they had been forgotten by the Obama administration and felt neglected by the Democrats as a whole. Joe Biden, however, has made a great effort to not repeat Hillary Clinton's mistakes. And if you listen to any of the advertising that goes on in Pennsylvania from the Biden campaign, you're likely to hear quite a bit of messaging that is geared directly toward persuading those voters that Donald Trump won in 2016. So I think the fact that we have Joe Biden recognizing that Hillary Clinton made some mistakes with rural voters and Donald Trump pursuing that same demographic, I say those rural voters are getting exactly what they hoped for, and that is both parties finally listening to their concerns.
Whether it's rural or whether it's urban voters, a key concern in Pennsylvania has been the debate over fracking. We've heard a little bit of an alternate opinion by Joe Biden. He at first said he was not for fracking, then said he wouldn't completely ban fracking. The president's been fairly consistent on his rhetoric on fracking. How much of an effect do you see that specific issue taking, whether it be in the rural areas or the city type of areas on this election in Pennsylvania, knowing just how many times the president and former vice president have talked about that when they rally?
Yeah, I actually am one of those people who believe that the fracking issue is going to have very little impact on the vote.
Okay.
And the reason for that is most voters here in Pennsylvania and across the nation knew who they were voting for in this election more than a year before the election occurred.
Good point.
That's even before Joe Biden was the nominee, the Democratic nominee. This election was by and large decided more than a year ago. Individuals who have hydraulic fracture and cracking as a top priority, as one of those issues that they're voting on, basically already know who they're going to vote for. If they make their living from that, chances are they're going to support Donald Trump. if they are opposed to it, chances are they're going to support Joe Biden. So it's not a new issue. It's not one that people are trying to figure out. Everyone knows what fracking is. They know how they feel about it, and they know which candidate supports it and which one has some concerns about it.
So I'm curious then, you said that this election is essentially a year in the making. Do you then feel like the coronavirus pandemic had no effect on votes one way or another? Or do you feel like that had some sort of an effect? Or do you feel like every issue was kind of decided beforehand?
Yeah, I joke with my political science colleagues that elections, there's this great question in the discipline, do elections even matter anymore? Are they even relevant? And the best answer that political scientists have been able to give is, well, they matter. It's about 90% or about 10% of the outcome of an election is determined by the campaigns. But the catch is, it's a critical 10% because, well, elections are decided within that 10-point margin. So, campaigns still matter a great deal. And this pandemic was a great chance for that fact to be illustrated. This is an issue that is of critical importance to a wide swath of the Pennsylvania electorate, the national electorate. And I think it's part of that 10% that's going to determine the outcome of an election.
So we were talking about Pennsylvania, Erie County, a lot of those rural counties, suburban counties that are critical to the election. Let's look outside the state of Pennsylvania for a little bit. If you're drawing a map and you have to pinpoint specific areas of the country, whether it's states or whether it's counties within the state that are important, are you looking at any specific counties within the U.S. besides Pennsylvania that you think could be decisive in the election here?
There certainly are those. I am working at the level of states and not really focused in on particular counties. I leave that to people who have more data and more time than I do.
How about the states then?
The states that I think are most critical are the states that Hillary Clinton lost in 2016 that everyone expected she would win. And those are the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. For Joe Biden's campaign, that is the clearest path to victory. If you win those states and hold on to Minnesota, that almost ensures that you're going to win the presidency. If you are Donald Trump, you're looking at most of those states as being a must-win for if you want to win the presidency. So those states are obviously of critical importance. As someone who's observing the election tonight, my focus, though, has been on North Carolina. I think North Carolina is going to be absolutely critical because if you want to understand what's likely to happen in the next several hours as states begin counting their ballots, because in North Carolina, they started processing ballots more than a month ago. They started counting them several weeks ago, and we're likely to have a full accounting of all of the votes cast very early in this process. Combine that with the fact that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are neck and neck in the polls, and I think North Carolina is going to be a bellwether. Give us a hint of what's to come in the hours ahead.
So do you think if North Carolina falls Democrat or Republican, regardless of what the outcome is, do you sense it could be a domino effect with the other swing states? So let's say North Carolina was to fall Republican. It could possibly be that in Florida, Ohio, Michigan also fall Republican. Do you see a domino effect happening?
Yeah, if it turns out that the polls in North Carolina that were conducted in this last week were pretty darn accurate and actually forecast, let's say, a Biden victory, then I think that's going to be a real indication that that's what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, etc. If we got the polling aspect of this right, we're going to know fairly quickly, and we'll know because of the outcome in North Carolina.
Let's shift a little bit to the U.S. Senate race. We got to touch on it just because of how critical it is, depending on who wins the White House. Right now, Senate controlled by Republicans, the White House controlled by Republicans, the House unlikely to shift out of the Democrats' control. How important is this Senate race tonight, disregarding who's going to become the president, for both parties, knowing what could be at stake?
Yeah, the Senate is absolutely critical. Just a handful of senators can shut down our government if they chose. So the Senate is a very powerful institution. This year is a little bit different than other years because we have 35 Senate races in the U.S. Typically, it's only 33 or most 34, but in Georgia, we have not only a regular Senate election, but a special Senate election. Now, again, if we trust the polling, it looks like where we're probably going to end up is at a very close 49-51. What makes it difficult to determine what it's actually going to look like is there are numerous races, at least 5, that we really can't say much about at all because it's so close. And those races are the 2 in Georgia, 1 in Maine, 1 in Iowa, and 1 in Montana. So tonight we could very well see the control of the Senate change hands. That's a possibility as well. And I think that'll have a lot to do with how well Joe Biden does in those states that are home to those 5 critical Senate races.
Do you see that over the course of elections? We saw it a lot in 2016, particularly in Wisconsin. Ron Johnson was able to win that Senate race. Former Speaker of the House Paul Ryan kind of crisscrossed Wisconsin with Ron Johnson to get Trump in there to win the state, and Ron Johnson to win that Senate race. Do you see a trend in whoever is elected president in that state also most likely will get representatives and senators out of that state as well?
Yeah, senators, I think, are more likely than representatives. Representatives run out of congressional districts, and those districts have their own set of politics, their own unique circumstances and issues. So statewide races, though, we often see presidents kind of leading the way and pulling those other candidates in their party along to victory. We used to talk about presidential coattails. We don't talk about it so much anymore, but we saw in 2016 that the coattails are a real thing, and reminded us that winning a statewide election is often dependent on how well your presidential candidate does.
Final question for you here before we let you go to looks like the election hot zone right now. We're starting to see a lot of these numbers, not numbers, but voting tallies come in. Record number of votes in states like Florida, record number of votes in states like North Carolina, record numbers in Pennsylvania. We've talked about the fact that this could be a record-breaking election. In your mind, and this, it may not support any candidate more, does it support one candidate or the other more, knowing that we have a record turnout this year?
We don't know. Generally, high turnout elections favor a challenger. We used to say that high turnout elections tend to favor Democrats, but I don't know. And you're tempted to say that either way, this is a victory for the United States.
Right.
One caution for that is there's a school of thought in political science that says the only time we're likely to see high turnout elections is when there is great controversy or division in the U.S. The reason we haven't seen it in the past is that things have been moving pretty well. So kind of a mixed blessing. A lot of people engaged in the political process today, and at the same time, it's a very contentious race.
You're starting to feel the butterflies in the stomach 2 hours away from polls closing, and you'll start to get some state results. Joe, as always, continued thanks. Your expertise is something that we don't have here, something that we genuinely appreciate, and that's why we're going to hold you hostage for the entire evening. He's willingly able to do it, and that's why we appreciate it. Joe Morris, we're going to let you go to the election hot zone. I see Mark Soliday right behind me, so I think he's here to take you and snatch you up. But again, we appreciate it. You'll be back with us tonight. Continued thanks for that expertise.
My pleasure.
That's Joe Morris. We are continuing our coverage with him and our coverage across the board. There's a look at the White House. The sun is beginning to set on the White House in D.C. What's not beginning to set, though, well, is the critical election state polls. One thing that we know right now is that the polls are getting ready to close in several states at 7 p.m., which is obviously an interesting development and something that we know is going to be critical here right now. We are 2 minutes away from ending our coverage here on Facebook Live, but we do want to remind you, as we continue across our newscast, Erie News Now at 5 begins in 2 minutes. We want to make sure we bring you up-to-date information with all of our reporters. That's going to be going on in just about a minute's time. Once we end our shows there, we are right back here on the alert desk talking specifically about the election. At that point, state results will start to come in. We have live number updates for both the state and local races in terms of what we have for our election coverage here here tonight. So we advise you, stay tuned on our social media sites and other pages with that. We're also going to bring back Joe Morris. We're going to bring back our Ethan Kibbe, who's at the Erie News Now storyteller with numbers. We're going to continue to bring in live guests and our live reporters who will also be having hits with us as well. Matt Knadler, all of our local reporters as well. We can see them up on the big board. They're getting ready for Erie News Now at 5. We're going to step aside and allow you to turn on your TV for our newscast. 10 boxes of coverage, 10 people across our board, continuing our coverage here on Erie News Now, wall-to-wall coverage. Join us back here at 6:30, and we'll continue to ramp up our coverage here on this Tuesday. It's election night, 2 hours away from the polls closing. We hope you'll join us. Until then, Erie News Now at 5, it starts right